published in 2000 in Journal of Medicine that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis and pain because it was more effective. It's not more effective than the but because it was less likely to cause serious GI complications, operations, and that. Now, in that study, it was published in the journal. It was never corrected. It was a little bit modified 15 months after the drug was taken off the market, but never corrected. Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA knew that Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA's analysis of the data from that study said that the FDA wasn't going to do the analysis without the 3 heart attacks. And the important part of this story is that there were 12 authors listed on that study in the journal. 2 were Merck employees. They knew about the 3 heart attacks that were going. The other 10 authors, the academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't seen that data. So Merck they had an excuse, complicated, and the FDA didn't accept it, so there's no reason to go into it. But Merck just left out the 3 heart attacks. And the 3 heart attacks, and we've seen the 3 heart attacks in 10,000 person study, and it's like nothing, except they completely changed the statistics so that had the 3 heart attacks been included, the only conclusion that Merck could have made was that Vioxx significantly increased the risk of heart attack. And they abbreviated their endpoint from heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots to just heart attacks.
So those are maybe in their mind also playing by the rules because of some technical excuse that you mentioned that was rejected. How can this?
No, let me interrupt. No, that's not true. The study was completed, the blind was broken, even when the data, in March of 2000. The article was published in March of 2000. There was an email by the head scientist that was published in the Wall Street Journal that said the day that the data were unblinded, that it's a shame that the cardiovascular events are there, but the drug will do well, and we
like removing the 3 heart attacks. How does that happen? Like, who has to convince themselves? Is this pure malevolence?
You have to be the judge of that. But the person who was in charge of the data safety management group issued a letter that said they'll stop counting cardiovascular events a month before the trial is over, and they'll continue counting GI events. And that person got a contract to consult with Merck for $5,000 a day, I think for 12 days a year, for 1 or 2 years. That was signed, that contract was signed within 2 weeks of the decision to stop counting artifacts.
I want to understand. It's we're reading a lot about Nazi Germany and thinking a lot about the good Germans. Because I want to understand so that we can each encourage each other to take the small heroic actions that prevents that. Because it feels to me, removing malevolence from the table, there's just a pure psychopathic person. That there is just a momentum created by the game of dimensions. And so it takes reversing the momentum within the company, I think requires many small acts of courage. Not gigantic, I'm going to leave and become a whistleblower and publish a book about it. But small, quiet acts, pressuring like what are we doing?
Number 9. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Toast, relax. Bob, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled.
What is the But the data, hiding the data, makes it too easy to live in inside those companies. So your idea is that the reviewers, so if you even push back on that idea, is assuming me that data is private except to the peer reviewers. The problem, of course, is you probably know is the peer review process is not perfect. It's individuals. It feels like there should be a lot more eyes on the data than just
Yes, this is not a hard problem. When a study is completed, a clinical study report is made, and it's usually several thousand pages. What it does is it takes the raw patient data and it tabulates it in ways that supposedly and usually in the ways that the company has pre-specified. So you then end up with a searchable, let's say 3,000 pages.
Why was that? Why do people do that? Yeah, that's what happened. I know you were here not too long ago, but I did want you to know that I wondered where you were. I'm glad that you're back. Are things back rock and rolling? Are things back rock and rolling? Okay. Excellent. Absolutely. I completely understand. So what are your goals for 2025? Excellent. Goals go viral. That's always an important one. Being able to continue what it's good. Um, I'm starting to see more and more people here, which is great. We were up really late last night for the friend's birthday, and then we did a countdown at midnight, which was cool. And just with that, continue getting more friends, continue getting more famous with whatever it's happening. And I've made some good friends in some other communities, and live streaming my life in their Discord as well. Shout out to Aiden Ross for allowing me to. I've been in there now for 7 months straight. I'm the number one streamer in the history of Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of iShow Speaks Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of KSI Discord. So, starting that group of those people. I am also in a bunch of other streams, and I'm in a Wall Street Bets stream, if you're familiar with that community in Reddit. I'm in my playhouse. I am in a bunch of like Minecraft and block groups and just really big ones. Discord is committed to me. So those are always good, and more people find out about me. Yeah, great question. So the first thing I think that I kind of cheat because I have like TikToks that like literally, spam everybody. But if you're not going to do that, okay, what you do is first you make sure all your followers know about it. Make sure all the people on social media that you have know about it. Then once that's done, if you want, it's not a bad idea. I don't think to get a nice little cushion at the beginning. So for like $50, you can get 1,000 people. Like $30, you can get 1,000 people in there. If you want, if that's something that is interesting to you, so that when people join, they are, yeah, yeah. So you can increase your numbers there. Now, I'm not saying every single one is going to interact with you and be like a real cheat, but a lot of them will check you out. They will certainly connect with you, and I think that when someone, there are a couple things when you're working with Discord. One is you want to have a pretty large Discord as soon as possible, and the reason why is because if you have a small Discord, there's a higher chance that it can get banned or that somebody can be malicious. And then what happens is really sad one is if somebody gets your account, your Discord nuke is what it's called, then you can lose your account as well. And that's oh wow. Exactly, exactly. So, especially if you have any kind of leadership role in another Discord, and fortunately that hasn't happened to me, but I am in some subreddit on Reddit, specifically on growing your Discord. So there are a lot of subreddits. This is another piece of advice. You just go to like there's Discord growth, and there's a subreddit. You go in there, you post about yourself, and you post what your Discord's about, and you'll get a dozen or so people in there, and then they'll start spreading that. I get a lot of people, like today, interestingly, I had like, 6 people or something who just randomly came in. One person told all their friends about me. They came in here and we spoke for hours. They were just asking me questions about it. Excellent. And you get random people who join your server as well. The one thing that I do is the link that I send out sends people in here immediately. The reason why I do that is because I want to talk to you. If you're going to press my link, I'm in here. So it's basically a shortcut into my little world. People aren't ready for that though. So they'll come in, they'll click it, oh, I don't want to talk to someone right now. And then but let's check it out. And if they like it, they get comfortable, they'll come back or, it doesn't have to be immediately. They just will, once I'm in their friend list or their Discord list, then I'm always active. So my channel or my server is always there for me. And that's another thing that's important. I think you don't have to be in your Discord 24/7, but whenever you are streaming, it's important to be in your Discord. Kick doesn't have a way for you to be able to just talk uh, with your audience aside from your chat. And if somebody wants to come in and just have a discussion with you, or even just be around you, the best way to do it is Discord. So it's kind of a multi faceted strategy where you're live streaming on Kick, but in addition, you are available in Discord. Now, I understand some people that's a lot, and so they don't want to be talked to while they're streaming because they got so many other things going on, and I get that too. But I would say that those are some ways. I'm trying to think of other ways that you can really get a lot of growth. Oh, I know. Okay, so I don't know how many Discords you're in, but like with a free Discord account, you can be in up to 100 different servers. And many of the servers have, if you have Nitro, it's 200. But if just a regular account has 100. What I don't think it's a bad idea. It's just having like a burner Discord account. And what you can do is just join 100 different Discords, and many of them have a section where you can do self promotion. So you can tell people about yourself and say, hey, I appreciate you for joining my Discord. And you can put your Discord link in there. I know like some big streamers like off the top of my head do a lot of that. You know who Cornelius the Cat is? She's on Kick. She's a streamer. Uh, that's okay. X. I think that I think again, I think if anything, nostalgia holds a very special place in society. Do I think killing new ideas? No. If anything, I think people use vintage or use nostalgic events or nostalgic items to be able to recreate things for the future. So, like, what am I talking about? Like, for instance, somebody might think that, well, here's a perfect example, like records, the record industry was dead for many years and has had a resurgence. But it's not old record players that are being used, it's new record players that are using perhaps old records to be able to give these things a second life. I mean, there are only so many different currently that we're allowed to do with bandwidth. Absolutely. Let's take for instance TV. Okay, there's a website. It's called TV Tropes, and you'll see this is a very interesting thing that every single um, like for instance every single television show that you see on TV right now has been done in the past previously. Every single idea, whether it's like a crazy neighbor next door, or two people, one thinks one's cheating on the other. All of these storylines have all been done before. There's so much art now that everything has been done, and it hasn't just been done in television. Before it was done in television, it was done in radio, and before it was done in radio, it was done in vaudeville, and before it was done in vaudeville, it was done on the stage. So basically, everything is absolutely, absolutely. So here's just the aids. So like these are all things that you'll see in television and movies today that have already been done. An abandoned area, an abandoned masking, an abandoned shipping, an aborted art, a bouncy springy index, a bridge series trope, abstract strategy game, absurdism. And that's just a. Let me just check out what the next like action horror, action girl, um, things having to do with cameos. And isn't that interesting? So, like, if you're ever watching a television show and you're like, man, this seems like it's familiar to me from a previous show, they've all been redone. The thing is, there are always so many different combinations that you can do. And Hollywood writers have basically run out of new ideas. So, everything is going to be new. And some people like that. But yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right there. Especially that's how Hollywood works. Essentially, when you have a television show or a series or something, you get maybe one season to really get it renewed, and it's difficult to get that renewed for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons, like used to be done. I was looking this up the other day. There's a show on CBS known as Lassie. It's about a dog. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so Lassie was on television for many years, more than a decade. I was on, it's like the eighth longest running series in the United States ever. And in today's day, they would never let that happen. Where there just would be some executive who would say, I'm sick of this dog. I want the dog off the air. And he would have gotten canceled, she would have gotten canceled after 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Very rarely is something continued. Now, if it is if it has a niche, like Law and Order has a niche, and like some, like what else has a niche like that? Well, there's certainly Law and Order Special Victims Unit, and like these soap operas exactly where they have a niche and they can continue. But even as we've seen, the soap opera industry has gone. I mean, you remember when you would turn on the television during the day and it would be soap opera after soap opera. 100%. Absolutely. You know exactly what it is, but it's no longer that. Now what is it? It's reality television. It's talk shows. Why? They're cheaper. They're cheaper to produce. People don't understand that a soap opera generally has to have a new episode every single day. So that's a lot of exactly. Exactly. And the acting suffers because of it. They can't do as many takes. They don't get a chance to memorize their lines. And the entire industry suffers. Now it's reality television. People, if you are aware, have basically just, especially during the day, aren't the same people who are watching it live. So they can really just put junk on there. The only thing that they're really selling during the day are things for perhaps medical devices, different pharmaceuticals, and personal injury attorneys, because those are the people who are at home during the day. And so, I agree with you. I had this conversation recently with a friend. Television. You're not of the generation that had like you're a little younger. So I'm trying to say, but you're still old enough to understand what I'm going to be talking about. But back in the day, there were like certain nights for television that everybody would like. You even see this like Game of Thrones. Like Sunday night was really good for Game of Thrones. If you're doing video, but those are more modern and those are more niche. When I was a kid, it was Thursday night was must see TV. You get Friends, you get Seinfeld, and everybody kind of stopped what they were doing to be able to watch the show. Absolutely. Now, take that even back a generation before I remember, or before I was born, and literally, like you're saying, the whole nation would stop and watch the end of the match. The last like I can remember a little bit like the last Cheers. And it also depends on how the show has gone. There are some shows like there's a show that I really really love. I'm very nostalgic about. It's the Cosby Show. I don't know if you ever saw the Cosby Show, but I love the Cosby Show. But what happened with it? Go ahead. Oh, I love the Cosby Show. It's a show that I've always been nostalgic about. I watched it when I was a little kid. But what ended up happening with the Cosby Show? Well, it was certainly one of the biggest. It wasn't one of the first. I mean, really, television kind of starts in the 1950s. The show from the 1980s and 1990s. But what made it unique? It was the first major black sitcom. And I shouldn't say that. You had the Jeffersons, you had What's Happening, you had different shows. Yeah, Good Times, exactly. But no one had ever seen, um, let's say, we had a doctor, a lawyer. They were very successful in Brooklyn, and the storylines were very understandable for massive people. But what ended up happening was there were um, uh, some contract negotiations that had arrived, and also there was a spin-off known as A Different World. So some of the characters from the Cosby Show went to another show, and that kind of killed the show because it was like we were all used to watching the same people every week, and now we have to watch them on another show. And they ended up having to bring it back. So like I can tell you like the finale of the Cosby Show was not like as big as the finale of Match or the finale of Cheers, perhaps, or the finale of Seinfeld or the finale of Friends. And when you would watch these shows, you would be with your family or you'd be with your friends, you would connect with them. It's not like that anymore. You don't have to be home on a certain night for a television show. You can literally just watch Netflix, stream anything. You get the whole season at once, which is a really interesting aspect. So let's say a television show like Stranger Things, which is somewhat in its own way a more modern version of um, one of these very popular series. You get if Stranger Things comes out on Saturday, let's just say, there are people who will binge it all by Monday. And so when you're at the water cooler on Monday, someone's like, "Hey, did you see Stranger Things?" You're like, "Well, I saw 1 or 2 episodes." "Oh, well, I've seen them all. Here's what happened." Nobody's ending on the same day, on this at the same time. But previously, you would say, "Hey, did you see the finale of whatever the show was?" Everybody would have seen it because it was on at a certain time. So when it comes to the series, absolutely. Um, when it comes to series, people don't have that connection anymore. Doesn't have much as before. What does is sports and live television. So what am I talking about? Like the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight, like perhaps some comedy specials that air live. What else? Like sports are really good. Why? Because you can't watch those later and get as much enjoyment out of them because you know what the score is. You know who won. You know the outcome. So sports are really the last feature of live television, and that's why they're the most popular television shows in the United States. If you look at the rankings every year, the top 20 events, top 20 shows in the United States are generally all football games. All NFL games. And when the NFL has so much power in the United States over what's going to be on the air, people are forced to watch it. It essentially becomes part of the culture. Whether it's a good thing or bad thing, it's kind of the current situation. Getting back to your original question, what about nostalgia? The If you've ever seen the series Mad Men, this isn't a correct quote. It's a correct quote from the show, but they say that nostalgia is Greek for a word, and the translation isn't exactly right. But essentially, it is nostalgia is the idea of an aching heart for the past, something like that. There's something that we long for in the past that we once really enjoyed, and we want to bring that back. And but we want to put a modern twist on it as well. There are some other aspects that can cause some issues when it comes to these shows or whatever it is. So, for instance, there are agendas that want to get pushed. So somebody may say, look, I want to have a sitcom of a mom and a dad and 3 kids. Okay, well, 40 years ago, let's say, and you have neighbors as well. Okay, well, 40 years ago, it would have been a mom and a dad, 3 kids, and whatever, and neighbors. Now it might be a gay couple, it might be a transgender person next door. There are all kinds of agendas that are pushed that aren't necessarily, they don't necessarily connect with everyone in society, but and so people just don't fall in love with the shows like they once did, but the agenda gets pushed. Other things that you may find, a lot of people like. I think I'm probably not unique to this, but they like shows that they can really get into, where there's a family, where you can see the children grow up and do cool things, and they deal with things that are that your average American, average person in the world is dealing with. Exactly. But it's difficult now in today's day and age, especially in the influencer world, where somebody can make more money just being an influencer than they can on a television show anymore. So why do I want to be on this little television show when I can just be on Instagram and go to parties and do all kinds of other things? So there are some connections, I would say, that people still want to keep from the past, and there are other people and agendas that want to get pushed. When it comes, there's a saying, at least it used to be on TV Land. Times change, people change, great TV doesn't. And it's true, times do change, people do change, but the ideas, the stories that we have don't really change. I mean, I was naming some of the things that at least are TV tropes, they're also movie tropes. The evil prince. We've seen evil princes in many different, Disney stories and things like Wicked or similar things. Things like a crazy ex-girlfriend or crazy ex-boyfriend. These are all stories that have been told not just for 10 years, not just for 100 years, but even going back, even to like medieval periods where you could have someone who finds a shoe or someone who eats an apple or whatever it is. And but nostalgia is important. I think that the higher level of nostalgia that occurs, the more people long for previous things. There's a lot of money in this too. So the industry likes to play up nostalgia because they know if you bought a record player, let's just say, in 1950, and then records went out of coolness into the 80s and such, you're going to need a new record player. So that's an opportunity to sell you a new record player. But some things used to work better than they currently do. So, for instance, I don't know, did you ever have an iPod? Exactly, perfect. So you know that when you were a kid and you had an iPod Nano, that you could put songs on it, never have to pay a dime to Spotify, and always listen to all the music that you wanted, and you were fine with that. Well, that's a nostalgic aspect of society, and people want to recreate that, and it's more difficult to many options to buy those things, and they're actually not always seen as cool as perhaps streaming, but they're free, and they're it's a one-time purchase, and then you add your music to it, and you're done. And generally, people aren't listening to this huge amount of music. If I gave you 200 songs to listen to for the rest of your life, you'd be absolutely fine. They'd all be bangers. You would be the songs that you would normally listen to. There's enough variety in that you'd be fine. And with an iPod, you could listen to 2,000 songs. You're never going to listen to that many songs. Here's the thing, though. The powers that be recognize that once they sold you that, you weren't purchasing anything anymore. So a company like Apple that used to come out with an iPod every year, different generations, iPod Nano, iPod Shuffle, they recognize, you know what, we can make more money on people if we charge them $5 a month for their music or $10 a month for Apple Music, and we have this recurring cash flow from essentially a profit stream that we didn't have, which is Apple Music. And the same thing happens with Spotify and YouTube Music and all that other stuff. And really, we're moving to a day, as Klaus Schwab has said, the head of the World Economic Forum, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Essentially, you won't own your music, you won't own your television, you won't own your car. You will be essentially having a monthly payment on all of these things. And because everyone around you is doing the same thing, you'll be happy. You think that that's the only way. You won't even recognize that, hey, you used to own your device and own basically the music once you purchased it, and you used to own your car and you used to own your house. We're moving away from those days into a dark future where you own nothing. Perhaps you'll be happy, but perhaps that's only if you can afford to be happy. It's dark, and that's why I think people want that nostalgic sense. I think as well, especially in the winter, people get nostalgic. There are holidays. It reminds them of being with their families. And so these things go through cycles, not just in time periods, but throughout the year. Um, and, that has some sentimental value as well, especially nowadays. And then we'll get into a new year where, like, once we get a new type of device that revolutionizes things, people become less nostalgic and they start becoming more forward thinking. Go ahead. Absolutely. Well, I think a version of it is forever. It's still in its infancy. But what I think is the next version, we'll have a virtual world with like virtual reality, but there's something known as a neural network, which I really think is the next version of it. So you don't have any connections to, there aren't any wires or anything, but basically your mind can download things from the air. And perhaps you need a brain computer interface to be able to do this, but this has already successfully been done. This is a neural. Exactly. It's been successfully done in 2 trial cases. I know of one of them. The man's name is Nolan Astro, and he is a quadriplegic person. The way he became quadriplegic is he just jumped into a pond one day and landed on his head and took a bad fall in the water, and he couldn't use his arms or his legs anymore. And he basically said, look, sign me up to be the first person to have this tested on me because I'm not living that. My quality of life isn't very good anyway. If I die, I die. Okay, so he made a major sacrifice, and he was on Joe Rogan Experience. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he's able to play video games better than you and I combined. His hand-eye coordination, or essentially the equivalent of it, is like an auto aiming, and you basically can't beat him. I mean, to the point where they're talking that in video game competitions in the future, you have to check people if they have a brain computer interface because they'll just be so much better than an average human being. And we're moving towards a world where that's going to become more and more popular, and you'll be able to download information wirelessly to this brain computer interface. So, what kind of information would you be able to download? For instance, all of Wikipedia. You can just have in your mind at any given time. The entire thesaurus, the entire dictionary, the entire encyclopedia. So that you wouldn't have to go. Yeah, so this has been addressed to the best of people's ability currently. It is encrypted. Now, nothing is totally impermeable, so everything can be penetrated in one way or another. But it is in significant steps, and the security on it will improve. But that is certainly a concern that you can have bad actors who may perhaps want to change someone's behavior or alter the information that they're giving. Another worrisome aspect of this is what about the people who are pushing out the information? What if they aren't giving you the correct information? What if they are altering it so that they're pushing their agenda? There are a lot of concerns when it comes to a neural network, but this is really the next wave. So we have the internet, which is basically a keyboard. We're going to have augmented reality, which is coming very soon, which you'll have like heads-up displays. So basically, like my glasses, I have like old-fashioned glasses, but in the future, you'll have glasses that will be able to tell you. Perhaps you'll be able to like read a teleprompter on your glasses. You'll be able to know the temperature of things. You'll be able to perhaps know distances just immediately through some type of heads-up display. And then we're going to get into. We've already moved into this a little bit. The virtual world, where you're going to be able to live your entire life virtually. You never have to get out of your off your couch or out of your bed or out of a chair. You can live your entire life in this virtual world. Yes, it does. Well, it's important. It's a, let's talk about that. That's an excellent point, Claire. Excellent point. Okay, so previously people have had to have jobs going back to antiquity, and those jobs take up a lot of their time. With AI, especially in the next 2 decades or so, it is going to replace 95% of people's jobs. You won't have coders anymore. Oh, absolutely. You won't, there you go. You won't have people working at factories anymore. You won't have people who do mining for coal or mining for lithium or mining for cobalt. That will all be done by robots. You won't even have surgeons anymore. There are surgeons today that are robotic that are better than any surgeon on earth. The only thing that a surgeon currently has to do is just basically oversee the robotic process. But it can be done halfway around the world, which is really interesting. You won't have lawyers, perhaps. There will be law firms still, but you won't have lawyers in the traditional sense. Essentially, every law brief, every paralegal that would normally assist on this can all be done by ChatGPT, and it can be done instantly. It can search all of the law cases that have ever been, and it's perfect. So good. It's cool. It's, it's very close. It's very close. You're 100% right. Okay, so what's that going to mean? It means that the majority of people in the world will be unemployed. So then what happens? We're going to need something known as universal basic income. This has already been tried in California, in some cities, and it is expanding, where basically people get $1,000 a month or so. Um, but when your food is taken care of and your rent is taken care of, and everything having to do with your transportation is all taken care of, and you just have $1,000 on which to live, that's actually management. And what's that going to mean? It means people are going to have a lot more free time. That's where it gets into art. So you were saying that, basically with AI, is that going to be detrimental to the artistic world? You would think so, because AI can just produce so much art so much faster than it's excellent. However, when it comes to people purchasing art, AI art will not have as much value as real human art. So I think that ceramics that people created, or a painting, or perhaps a piece of music, if a human created it, it's going to go up in value because these will be rarer. say that. Wait. Let me explain. I'm not talking about very expensive NFTs. I'm talking about NFTs that have already got their bodies worth, that are worth pennies, like 1 penny each. Okay, so you buy 100 NFTs at 1 penny each. You like them just for their art. They bring you joy. And what people will have in the future, they don't currently have this. This is why the NFT world isn't that big. But in the future, there's something called a frame, and it's essentially a frame that you put in your house. It's a digital frame, but it's very big, and people will display their art using this frame. And so when you are at someone's house and you're looking, normally you look at a picture on the wall or a poster on the wall or something, it will be this cycling display of all of the NFTs that they have. And what is going to make that interesting is that will give more value to NFTs because there'll be a way for people to see your art, a way for people to see what you have, and a way for it to be displayed in a professional, classy way. Now, when I say if you're going to invest in NFTs, I'm saying you can buy 100 NFTs for $1. Each one, even more than that. But I'm just saying, like ones that you just like their color. Why do I think that's important? You're going to say, well, Rabbi, they were worth hundreds of dollars, and now they're worth a penny. What makes them valuable? With time, most anything on earth increases in value. What am I talking about? If you buy a doll today and you keep it in a packaging, in 50 years, that doll's going to be worth money. Or if you buy even like a lamp, give it 50 years, it'll be an antique. That will be worth money. NFTs, an NFT from 2018 or 2019 or 2020 will be worth a lot of money in the year 2045, 2055, 2065. Because not because it was beautiful or not because people it spoke to someone, it's just simply because of the age. And so basically there's a market of NFTs that have been rug pulled. If there are any that you like just based on what they look like and they're cheap, I think that those are fine investments. Why? Because you're not losing anything on it. It's $1 to buy 100 of them. So I'm not saying, hey, there's this one NFT and you should buy. Don't buy NFTs for an investment. You should buy them for how they make you feel. But there's an opportunity to be able to buy them on the floor. I mean, you can buy. Sometimes you can buy 10,000 NFTs for a little bit of Bitcoin. I mean, like huge amounts if you wanted to. And then what will happen in the future is you'll have your digital wall. People will come over to your house, they'll be looking at your art, and it will be scrolling through, and they'll say, hey, where did you get that? Or when did you get that? I really like the look of that. And you say, you're never going to believe this. I bought it for a penny in 2025, and now it's 2045, 20 years ago, and it has gained value because it has had a resurgence. Things go through ebbs and flows. And so whenever, like, for instance, a cryptocurrency like Hot just had its rug pulled. Okay, fine. But there's an opportunity that 30 years from now, when Hotchkiss is still an influencer perhaps, or has her own show or something like that, that coin could be worth a lot of money. People don't see things with such a macro perspective. They see things with micro perspective. Hey, what have you done for me lately? How can I make a quick buck on this? And exactly. And exactly. I understand. I understand that, and I get that. But if you're a long-term investor, if you're a diamond-handed investor, and someone who doesn't sell, and someone who buys art because it's important to them, you'll recognize that macro is the way to do this, especially when you get into some of the technology about which I talk, which are things like life extension technology, stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of other people. We're going to get you from your average life expectancy slash age 80 to age 100, 120. And then we might perhaps be able to move into microfluidic technology where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an Android avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, and you can be able to live a digital immortality. Once people are able to do that, which is within a generation or two, that's when things really change because you can make an investment in 2025 and get dividends on it perhaps in 3025 just because you're going to not die. Absolutely. So there are two schools of thought. There's the Homo sapiens school of thought, where you live to your average life expectancy and die. And then there's what's known as Homo techno. So basically, people, it's a breakaway civilization that's currently happening here on Earth, of people who are transhuman or at least are, not saying transgender, transhuman, meaning people moving away from the traditional Homo sapien route of death being inevitable into a world where they can upload their mind and live forever in perpetuity. So the mindset you're describing is really the Homo sapien mindset, but there's another type of classification of people in the future that will be taking advantage of this type of technology, and it's not going to be everyone. There are going to be some people who say, "I don't want a great computer interface. I don't want life extension technology. I just want to die when I die." That's fine. That's your choice. That's good. But then there will be other people who will use every type of advantage that they can to be able to live a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer, until eventually they are able to take advantage of mind reporting technology. We already know that people have been interested in this for almost 100 years at least, in the world of cryonics, basically the freezing of themselves. There are people who are currently frozen in labs, and eventually the technology is going to be at the point where we will perhaps be able to unfreeze them and give them a new lease on life, so to speak. Some people have had their entire bodies frozen, some people just their heads, but eventually there's going to be some scientist or some person out there who says, I'm going to make it my goal to revivify all these people. I'm going to bring them all back to life. And then they may be able to live a digital immortality and perpetuity with the other people who consider themselves transhuman. Absolutely. Flax, I'll try to do less sleeping, and I want you to know I'm always here for you. I'm the shoe. Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that. These are very high level conversations, Flax. I appreciate them very much. I appreciate having them with you. Best wishes to you on Kick, and I'll do my best to spam you as much as I can so you don't forget about me. And if you ever need anything from me, let me know. Okay, buddy? You as well, Flax. Take care. That was Flax, baby. Let's see if that was recorded. Okay.
page document. As I became more experienced as an expert in medication, I could go through those documents pretty quickly meaning 20 hours or 40 hours, but it doesn't mean 3 months of my work. And see if the companies, if the way the company has analyzed the data is consistent with the way, with their statistical analysis plan and their pre-specified outcome measures. It's not hard. And I think you're right. Peer reviewers, I don't peer review other kinds of articles. I do that on my own. And it's hard. We're just ordinary people volunteering.
To say the motivation is not clear.
The motivation is to be a good citizen in the medical community, and to be on friendly terms with the journals, so that if you want to get published, it's sort of an unspoken incentive.
As somebody who's really good at doing motivation, good to be like
Yeah, you should get more recognition in some way, academic credit for it. It should go to your career advancement.
that. If an important paper, and you recognize the important paper as a great peer reviewer, that this is not in that area where it's like clearly a piece of crap paper or clearly an awesome paper that doesn't have controversial aspects to it, and it's just a beautiful piece of work. Okay, those are easy. And then there is like a very difficult gray area, which may require many, many days of work on your part as a peer review. So it's not, it's not just a couple hours, but really serious reading. But some papers can take months to really understand. So if you really want to struggle, there has to be an incentive.
Yes, and billions of dollars ride on some of these series.
And lives.
Yeah,
right? Not to mention.
right. But it would be easy to have full-time statisticians hired by the journals or shared by the journals, who were independent of any other financial incentive, to go over these kind of methodological issues and take responsibility for certifying the analyses that are done, and then pass it to the volunteer peer reviewers.
See, I believe in this, in the sort of capitalism or even social capital. After watching Twitter in the time of COVID and just looking at people that investigate themselves, I believe in this industry. People, if you give them access to their data, like these like citizen scientists arise. A lot of them, it's kind of funny. A lot of people that just really used to work with data. They don't know anything about medicine, and they don't have actually the biases that a lot of doctors and medical, and a lot of the people that read these papers, they'll just go raw into the data, look at it like they're bored almost, and they do incredible analysis. So there's some argument to be made for a lot of the data to become public, like anonymize, all that kind of stuff, but for a lot of the public, especially when you're talking about things as impactful as some of these drugs.
I agree 100%. So let's turn the microscope. Let's get a little bit more granular. On the peer review issue, we're talking about pre-publication transparency. And that is critically important. Once the paper is published, the horses are out of the barn. And docs are going to read it, take it as evidence-based medicine. The economists call it what then happens as stickiness. But the docs hold on to their beliefs. My own voice inside says once doctors start doing things to their patients' bodies, they're really not too enthusiastic about hearing understanding.
Yeah, that's the stickiness of human nature. So that bar, once it's published, the doctors, that's when the stickiness emerges.
Yeah, it's hard to put that toothpaste back into. Now, that's pre-publication transparency, which is essential. And you could have whoever saw that data pre-publication could sign confidentiality agreements so that the drug companies couldn't argue that we're just opening the spigots of our data and people can copy it and all the excuses they have. You could argue that you didn't have to, but let's just let them do it. Let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements, and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what you were just getting. So let the data free and let citizens and citizen scientists and other doctors who are interested have at it. Kind of like Wikipedia, have at it. Let it out and let people criticize each other.
Okay, so speaking of the data, the FDA asked 55 years to release Pfizer vaccine data. This is also something that raised with Albert Bourla. There's several things that didn't have to be said. It's just some things that are expected, and some of it is just revealing the human being, which is what I'm interested in doing. But he said he wasn't aware of the 75 and the 55.
I'm sorry, he wasn't aware of
how long. So here, I'll explain.
Do you know that since you spoke to him, Pfizer has petitioned the judge to join the suit in behalf of the FDA's request to release that data over 55 or 75 years? Pfizer's fully aware of what's going on.
He's aware. I'm sure he's aware in some formulation. The exact years, I have not been aware. But the point is, that is the FDA, the relationship with Pfizer and FDA, in terms of me being able to read human beings, was the thing he was most uncomfortable with. That he didn't want to talk about that. And it was clear that there was a relationship there, that if the words you use will do a lot of harm, potentially because, like you're saying, there might be lawsuits going on, there's litigation, there's legal stuff, all that kind of stuff. And then there's a lot of games being played in this space. So I don't know how to interpret it, if he's actually real or not, but the deeper truth is that he's deeply uncomfortable bringing light to this part of the game.
And I'm going to read between the lines. And Albert Bourla certainly didn't ask me to speak for him. But I think, when did you speak to him? How long?
Wow, time flies when you're having fun. 2 months ago.
2 months ago. So that was just recently. It's come out just in the past week. It's come out that Pfizer isn't battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA in the opposition to the request to release these documents in the same amount of time that the FDA took to evaluate. So Pfizer is offering to help the FDA to petition the judge to not enforce the timeline that he seems to be moving towards.
So for people who are not familiar, we're talking about the Freedom of Information Act request to release the Pfizer vaccine data, study data, to release as much of the data as possible, the raw data, the details, or so, actually not even the raw data, it's just data, just details to it. And I think the response from the FDA is that, of course, yes, of course, but we can only publish like some X number of pages a day. We've got 500 pages.
It's not a day, but it's
Whatever.
a week.
The point is, whatever they're able to publish is ridiculous. It's like my printer can only print 3 pages a day, and we cannot afford a second printer. So it's some kind of bureaucratic language for there's a process to this. And now you're saying that Pfizer is obviously more engaged in helping this kind of bureaucratic process prosper, and it's full absurdity, Kafka-esque absurdity. So, what is this? This is really hard. This
is really troublesome. And just to put it in just plain English terms, Pfizer's making the case that it can't. The FDA and Pfizer together make case that they can't go through the documents. It's going to take them some number, hundreds of folds more time to go through the documents than the FDA required to go through the documents to approve the vaccines. If the vaccines are going to be approved. And the FDA's argument, talk about that, is that to do it more rapidly would cost them $3 million. $3 million equals 1 hour of vaccine sales over 2 years. 1 hour of sales. And they can't come up with the money. Pfizer has joined the suit to help the FDA fight off this being judge who thinks they have released the data. But evidently Pfizer is not going to come up with the $3 million either. So, but for $3 million, I mean, maybe the FDA should do a GoFundMe.
Well, obviously the money thing, I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk comes along and says, I'll give you $100 million, publish it now. I think they'll come up with another. So, I mean, it's clear that there is cautiousness. I don't know the source of it.
There's only one explanation that I can think of, which is that the FDA and Pfizer don't want to release the data. They don't want to release the 300,000 or 500,000 pages of documents. And I don't know what's in them. I want to say one thing very clearly. I am not an anti-vaxxer. I believe the vaccines work. I believe everybody should get vaccinated. The evidence is clear that if you're vaccinated, you reduce your risk of dying of COVID by 24. And God knows subvariants coming along. And I just want to be very clear about this. That said, there's something I would give you 10 to 1 odds on that there's something in that data that is going to be embarrassing to either FDA or Pfizer or both.
So there's two options. I agree with you 100%. One is they know embarrassing things. That's option one. And option two, they haven't invested enough to truly understand the data. I mean, it's a lot of data that they have a sense that might be something embarrassing in there, and if they release it, surely the world will discover the embarrassing and to do us or to steal them their argument. They'll take the press, the people will take the small embarrassing things and blow them into big things.
Yes, and support the anti-vax campaign. I think that's all possible. Nonetheless, the data are about the original clinical trial. And the emergency use authorization was based on the first few months of the data from that trial. And it was a 2-year trial. The rest of that data has not been opened up, and there was not an advisory committee meeting to look at that data when the FDA granted for authorization. Again, I am pro-vaccine and not making an anti-vax argument here. But I suspect that there's something pretty serious in that data. And the reason why I'm not an anti-vaxxer, having not been able to see the data that the FDA and Pfizer seem to willing not just to put effort into preventing the release of, but seem to have quite a bit of energy in investing quite a bit of energy in not releasing it. The reason why that doesn't tip me over into the anti-vaxxer side is because that's clinical trial data, early clinical trial data for several thousand people. We now have millions of data points from people who have had the vaccine. This is real world data showing the efficacy of the vaccines. And so far, knock on wood, there aren't side effects that overcome the benefits of vaccine.
So I'm with you. I guess 3 shots of the vaccine. But there's a lot of people that are kind of saying, well, even the data on the real world use, large scale data is messy. The way it's being reported, the way it's being interpreted. Well, one thing is clear to me, that it is being politicized. I mean, if you just look objectively, don't have to go to at the shallow surface level. It seems like there's 2 groups that garbage to it because it's not really pro-vaccine versus anti-vaccine. It's pro-vaccine, triple mask, Democrat, liberal, and then anti-mandate, whatever those groups are. I can't quite because they're changing. Anti-mask, but not really, but kind of. So those two groups that feel political in nature, not scientific in nature, they're just bickering, and then it's clear that this data is being interpreted by the different groups differently. It's very difficult for me as a human being to understand where the truth lies, especially given how much money is there on all sides. The anti-vaxxers make a lot of money too. Let's not forget this. From the individual perspective, you can become famous being an anti-vaxxer. So there's a lot of incentives on all sides here. and there's real human emotion, and fear, and also credibility. You know, scientists don't want to ruin their reputation. If they speak out and whatever, like speak their opinion, or they look at some slides of the data and begin to interpret in some kind of way. It's clear that fear is dominating the discourse, especially in the scientific community. So I don't know what to make of that. And the only happy people here is it's just plowing all ahead. I mean, with every single variant, there's very, I would say, outside of arguably a very flawed system, there's a lot of incredible scientific and engineering work being done in constantly developing new antiviral drugs, new vaccines to deal with the variants. So they're happily being a capitalist machine. And it's very difficult to know what to do.
And let's just put this in perspective for folks. The best-selling drug in the world has been Humira for a number of years. It's approved for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and 8 other indications. And it's sold about $20 billion globally over the past few years. It leveled out. It peaked at that level. Pfizer expects to sell $65 billion of vaccine in the first 2 years of the pandemic. So this is by far the biggest selling and most profitable drug that's ever been coming out.
I can ask you a difficult question here. In the fall, we were operating on the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine. What was done well and what was done badly, we can see now. It seems like we'll know more decades from now. But now, in the fall of today, with $65 billion right now, where do you land?
So we're going to get to what I think is one of the key problems with the pharmaceutical industry now in the United States about being profit-driven. So in 2016, the NIH did the key infrastructure work to make mRNA vaccines. That gets left out of the discussion. And Pfizer BioNTech actually paid royalties voluntarily to the NIH. I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was a whole lot of money. But I think they wanted to avoid the litigation that Moderna got itself into by just taking that 2016 knowledge and having that be the foundation of their product. So Pfizer took that and they did their R&D. They paid for their R&D, having received that technology. And when they got the genetic code from China about the vaccine, about the virus, they very quickly made a vaccine, and the vaccine works. And President Trump, to his credit, launched Operation Warp Speed and just threw money at the problem. He just said, we spent 5 times more per person than the EU. Just pay them whatever they want. Let's just get this going. Americans were vaccinated already. We paid a lot of money. The one mistake that I think the federal government was they were paying these guaranteed fortunes, and they didn't require that the companies participate in a program to do global vaccinations. So the companies, doing their business model, distributed the vaccines where they would make the most money. And obviously, they would make the most money in the first world. And almost all the 85% of the vaccines went to the first world. And very, very few vaccinations went to the third world. So what happened is there was such a low vaccination rate in May of 2021. There was an all hands on deck cry for help from the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the IMF, and the World Bank made a plea of $50 billion so that we could get to a 40% vaccination rate in the third world by the end of 2021. And it was unrequited. Nobody answered. And now Africa has about an 8.9% vaccination rate. India is coming up, but it's been very low. But the problem with all this is, I believe that mRNA vaccines are excellent vaccines. But if we leave the third world unvaccinated, we're going to have a constant supply of variants of COVID that are going to come back into the United States and harm Americans exactly like Delta and Omicron. So we've made a great drug. It reduces the risk of mortality in Americans who get it by a lot. But we're not doing what we need to do to protect Americans from Omicron. You don't have to be an idealist and worry about global vaccine equity. If you just ordinary selfish people like most of us are, and you're worried about the health of Americans, you would ensure global vaccine distribution. Let me just make one more point. That $50 billion that was requested by the four organizations back in May of 2021, 32 billionaires made $50 billion of vaccines. Took it into their private wealth. So what had been taken, this enormous amounts of money that had been taken into private wealth, was enough to do what those organizations said needed to be done to prevent the subvariants from coming back and doing what they're doing.
The money was there. Well, how does the motivation, the money-driven motivation of big pharma lead to that kind of allocation of vaccines?
Because they can make
more money in the United States.
They're going to distribute their vaccines where they can make the most money.
Right. Is there a malevolent aspect to this where I don't like saying this, but that they don't see it as a huge problem that variants will come back to the United States?
I think it's the issue we were talking about earlier on, where they're in a different culture. And the culture is that their moral obligation, as Milton Friedman said, is to maximize the profits that they return to shareholders.
And don't think about the bigger picture.
The collateral damage. Don't think about the collateral damage.
And also kind of convince yourself that if you give into this capitalist machine, this very narrow sense of capitalism, that in the end, this kind of belief that, like, if you just maximize profits, you'll do the most good.
That's an orthodoxy several decades ago. And I don't think people can really say that in people. When you're talking about vaccinating the third world so we don't get hurt, it's a little bit hard to make the argument that the world's a better place because the profits of the investors are not.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that's a pretty difficult. I mean, I'm interacting with a bunch of folks that kind of, it's the, I don't want to mischaracterize on that, okay? I respect a lot of people, but there's a belief that can take hold. If I just focus on this particular maximization, it will do the most good for the world. The problem is when you choose what to maximize and you put blinders on, it's too easy to start making gigantic mistakes that have a big negative impact on society. What really matters what your message is.
Right. And if we had a true democracy and everybody had one vote, everybody got decent information and had one vote, and Rand's position would get some votes, but not many. And it would be way outvoted by the ton.
Let me ask you about this very difficult topic. I'm talking to Mark Zuckerberg of Meta. The topic is censorship. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a guy named Robert Malone and Peter McCullough that were removed from many platforms for speaking about the COVID vaccines being risky. They were both on Joe Rogan's program. What do you think about censorship in this space? In this difficult space where so much is controlled by, not controlled, but influenced by advertisements for big pharma. And science will be influenced by big pharma. Where do you lean on this? Should we lean towards freedom and just allow all the voices, even those that go against the scientific consensus? Is that one way to fight the science that is funded by big pharma? Or is that doing more harm than good? Having too many voices that are contending. Should the ultimate battle be fought in the space of scientific publications?
And particularly in the era of COVID, where there are large public health ramifications to this public discourse, the ante is way up. So I don't have a simple answer to that. I think everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts. And how we develop a mechanism that's other than an open internet where whoever is shouting the loudest gets the most clicks and rage creates value on the internet. I think that's not a good mechanism for working this out. And I don't think we have one. I don't have a solution. So ideally, if we had a philosopher king, we could have a panel of people who were not conflicted by rigid opinions decide on what the boundaries of public discourse might be. I don't think it should be fully open. I don't think people who are making, who are committed to an anti-vaccine position tailor their interpretation of complex scientific data to support their opinion. I think that can be harmful. Constraining their speech can be harmful as well. So I don't have an answer here. But yeah.
I tend to believe that it's more dangerous to censor anti-vax messages. The way to defeat anti-vax messages is by being great communicators. By being great scientific communicators. So it's not that we need to censor the things we don't like. We need to be better at communicating the things we do like, or the things that we do believe represent a deep scientific truth. Because I think if you censor, you get worse at doing science, and you give the wrong people power. So I tend to believe that you should give power to the individual scientists and also give them the responsibility of being better educators, communicators, expressors of scientific ideas, put pressure on them to release data, to release that data in a way that's easily consumable, not just like very difficult to understand, but in a way that can be understood by a large number of people. So the battle should be fought in an open space of ideas versus in a quiet space of journals. I think we no longer have that comfort, especially at the highest of stakes. There's this kind of idea that a couple of peer reviewers decide the fate of billions doesn't seem to be sustainable, especially given a very real observation now that But the reason Robert Malone is a large following is there's a deep distrust in institutions, deep distrust in scientists, of science as an institution, of power centers, of companies, of everything. Perhaps rightfully so. But the way to defend against that is not for the powerful to build a bigger wall. It's for the powerful to be authentic, and maybe to allow them to get fired, and for new minds, for new fresh scientists, once more authentic, more real, better communicators to step up. So I fear censorship because it feels like censorship is a even harder job to do it well than being good communicators. And it seems like it's always the C students that end up doing the censorship. And it's like it's always the incompetent people, and not just the incompetent, but the biggest whiners. So like what happens is the people that get the most emotional and the most outraged will drive the censorship.
There he is.
And it doesn't seem like reason.
Hey, did you talk with Flax this morning? Oh, excellent. He said, right. Were you able to get sleep? Oh, that's excellent. I saw you guys were here till very early, so shout out to you. Flax just came in. He just did a little. Like, apologies. I was so tired and still tired. I had such a bad headache. And that's what happens when I stay from work. Like one consecutive day, I get just a really bad headache. Yeah, it's kind of like just having to leave off quite early, but it wasn't my fault. We had Flax come in, and he and I just spoke for like an hour. And I should say that one, not that one, but maybe like an hour and 20 minutes. And he and I had some good conversations on just astrology. He has really good questions. So that's good. I think once his stream is done, I'm going to go and clip my part of it and then upload that somewhere on YouTube so people can see that, which I think would be cool. Let's see here. So, anything new in the next week? Excellent. We had a lot of random people come in today, and that was interesting. So I awoke and just started having people come in from another Discord, and some of them spoke English, but others spent. They all spoke English, but not that strongly. So there was a lot of translation. But they were nice. There were like 6 guys who kept coming in all day, just like randomly. I'd be like, oh wait, actually, there was a guy before them. There was a guy from Tunisia who came in, and he came in and he was like, hey, can I ask you some questions? And I really had to go to the bathroom at that time, but I was like, yeah, go. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm watching a podcast. And he's like, well, can I ask you some questions? And I'm like, what are your questions? And he's like, um, he's like, hey, I found you from the Fuji Discord, and I know you're not there anymore, but like, what do you do, et cetera, et cetera. And so I was like, oh, okay, he's not trolling me or anything. He's just, he's being a nice person. And so I spoke to him for like an hour, and he was very engaging. He has great questions. And like by the end of it, I mean, like I knew I had an ally in line. He knew he had an ally in line, and he was just really, really nice. And so I spoke to him for an hour, and then he's like, right when that gets said, it's very interesting how life on this side works. Basically, you see it a little bit where I'll be like talking to somebody for an hour or sometimes longer than that. And I have to go to the bathroom, and somebody else will come in immediately when that person's gone. It's almost like they wait for each other. So then these other guys came in for they spoke Spanish, but they were in here like all day, just in and out, in and out, in and out. And so what they would do, they would ask me, they would ask me a bunch of questions, and then I would answer them. And I'd go, do you have any other questions? They'd be like, no. They'd leave for 5 minutes and come right back. And so that was interesting. Just getting a lot of, not a lot, but like 6 people in here is more than usual. And then the people at Nathan Ross's Discord started getting my attention. And they've been seeing me from the same angle for like 6 months or so. And so I changed it up on them a little bit and changed it to Amazon so that they could see like I gave them basically like a room to it. They they're getting to be better to me. Like before, as I previously said, they would just make fun of me, but now like somebody would just be like at Rabbi Rothschild just to get my attention, and another person would be and they'll be like at Rabbi Rothschild, and they're like, hey, he'll get to you when he has time. All right, calm down. So, and it's just more people who are in my corner, which is definitely good. We've got excellent, yeah, I do too. The Wall Street Bets people, I'm growing on them like a weed. So like even that guy who had this was so interesting to me. I could have almost screenshotted it. It was just so bizarre that guy with the swastika, big swastika, he's like wishing everybody a happy 2025, and he wishes a bunch of people a happy 2025. And at the end, he puts a special message out there and a rabbi, and I'm like, wow, to get friendly wishes from this guy who's embracing this type of ideology is quite interesting. And I appreciate it and love that I can get. And I'm starting to morph into that group as I don't want to say a leader because I don't want to lead those. I mean, I'll lead people, but I would want to change their behavior. But like they're not making fun of me as much. They like even so I made this gift and it's like got a lot going on within 8 seconds. And it's like pump the charts. And whenever anybody posts any chart anywhere in Discord or anything, I reply with that. Basically like, hey, I want that to go up as much as possible. And so these guys, but like ideally what I'd like is that it gets started being used. Of course, plus the card obviously, but at least by the guys in this Wall Street. But even Wall Street, but server, even if they just do it almost just within themselves, I also posted it in the Harry Potter bonus on the 10th group. Those guys, so there are some guys from Nigeria in that group. I think you're aware of that, but if you weren't, the reason why is the cryptocurrency has done some sponsorships with some villages in Nigeria and to build wells. So we built wells there, and we've also sponsored some soccer teams there. Nothing huge, but like we've got a pretty big Nigerian contingent. Well, what ends up happening is these guys are in Nigeria and they like don't have money, and absolutely everybody understands it. Well, frankly, sometimes they use different accounts of each other, and I get confused on who's who. But one of the guys came to me today, and he was like, I don't know, just message me on Discord. And I was like, hey, why aren't you in the Harry Potter Bonus on Telegram? And he's like, and he wanted to know if there was any news about the corner. I'm like, why don't you check your Telegram? He's like, I told you I was banned. And I do remember he told me he was banned, and I previously tried to get him unbanned, but it was just kind of like an at mods, like, can somebody please unban this person? I didn't really follow up on it. But then today, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot you were banned. I tried to get you unbanned, but it didn't work to my benefit. He didn't follow up on there. He wasn't like any updates, so I was like, oh, maybe got unbanned. I don't know. But I went to ask them, hey, can you guys please unban this guy's Bitcoin? I think yesterday. And I asked a couple mods, and I go, okay, actually, he comes in here. And the thing is, if you're coming in here, I want to help you. You're part of the community. And so I'm like, can somebody unban him? And when I thought it would be a really easy, oh, yeah, sure, it was just an accident, he posted a link or something like that. They're like, I don't know if we want to let him back in. I'm like, why not? And even like more lights, like, yeah, don't let this guy back in. More lights like the heck yeah. Or That's so much. So I'm like, please provide the evidence because he keeps messaging me, and I even said to them, we're never going to have a free community if you ban everybody if they make one mistake, especially in front of you. I feel like it. So please tell me what he's done, and then I'll make a determination whether to say to him, hey, you've done too much, or come on, can't we give him another chance? So they're like, well, he DMs everybody for money. And I'm like, okay, I understand, and I can't blame him. I truthfully can't blame him. He's in Africa, and they have nothing there, and he if you're so hungry, like I don't know his situation, but I know some of these guys who message me and it's heartbreaking. They're like, I'm hungry. I can't. There's no food. Can you please give me something? It's like, oh, it's heartbreaking. So they're like, he just DMs us for money, and sometimes he wants to show other friends. And there was something else that they said that was somewhat of a concern. Those are the two big ones, though. And so I'm like, okay, let me have a talk with him. And let me, so, know that I don't do this. I really never do this. But I was messaging with him. And so I just hit the voice call. And I'm like, I wonder if he'll pick up. And he did. And I'm like, all right, so you're listening, right? Okay. Like, look, they're going to let you back in under a couple conditions. You can't DM anybody that you need money ever. So just pretend this group doesn't exist if you need something, or else you're just going to get kicked out. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do to help. The second thing is you can't show other podcasts. So especially in DMK, I get the straight idea, yada yada yada. And the third thing is when someone is like, hey, is there any way you would create content? You can't be like, well, pay me to do it. If you want to create content, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's fine. But don't have everything associated with money. And I understand you're doing something, so you think that you should get money for it. But some people just make content just to help them the community. He's like, I understand. I need everything. Okay, fine. So I go back to the people that in Telegram, and I'm like, all right. So I've spoken with him. Like, first thing I'm like, look, guys, I normally wouldn't put my ass on the line for someone. But I was really kind of mad that I'm like, hey, I'm asking for this guy to get a thing, and I'm getting some pushback on this. Is this going to have to be a situation where I'm like, fine, then I'll stop streaming from your Discord if you change the rules? Because basically, I've done this now for a year and a half, and I don't really ask for anything. The one time I'm asking for something, you're not going to do it because of some mistake that this guy made 4 or 5 months ago, and the reason why he perhaps made the mistake is because of his gesture, and we don't know what kind of circumstances he's in. And so they're like, no, I mean, like, we'll let him back in. I mean, he does create content for us, and he can be really fun. So I told him, once they let you back in, you thank them, and then I told him, just calm down and don't send messages. You can upload stuff or whatever, but just give it a month before you start really getting things, shaking things up in there. And so he said, when you get back in, I want you to thank them and let them know that you will be such a good person. So I was able to get them back in. But even all that was just like an unnecessary hour of just bullshit. And I know in the Bitcoin environment community, I can ask for moderation privileges and maybe get them, but I really don't want them. I don't want to be associated with any cryptocurrency as like a leader or a member of it, just because I like the neutrality that I can have to say that, hey, I'm not even a moderator. This isn't my coin. I have no connection to it except the fact that they sponsored me with merchandise, and I think that it's a good investment if people are interested. So that was good. Got him back in, and I was really, really exhausted. So I took another I don't even know, maybe a few hours and a half. And then I awoke to Flash yelling at me, wake up, wake up. And I heard him, and it was kind of just like this thing that, like, if I react to him, then he's going to know whenever he comes in here, he can start yelling at me. He'll be able to get me. So I let a little time pass, and then he came back in, and then that's when I had the interview, and I just took a shower, and doing some laundry, and yeah, so the New Year's off to the new second year off to kickstart, and I always get, I don't know why, but like there's so much going on, especially when Hanukkah runs from like towards the end of the year. There are all these secular holidays that occur. There's Hanukkah that occurs. There's it just seems like time moves so quickly. And I bet you feel the same way, especially having your birthday. The writer, it's like thing after thing after thing after thing, and then before I know it, it's New Year, and it'll be like January 3rd or something before I really have like I've acknowledged like it's normally it's really good, moving on to that. It happens to me basically every year, but I think it also has to do with me being up late usually on December 31st. Not always. Sometimes I go to bed. Generally, if I do, then I'm tired the next day and all that stuff. So, very long story short, it's been a good day thus far, and I have heard it continue. Yeah, I bet these people who all right. So like real cigarettes, all right. So that's what's going to be. Bad things are normal for you. Just to continue the podcast. Excellent. You were up very, very, and that's wonderful. Excellent, excellent. I saw. No, you're fine. No, the same thing happens to me when I am up all night. Then the next day, there's like a hangover that I kind of with no alcohol.
Reason drives that just objectively observing how censorship seems to work in this current. There's so many forms of censorship. You look at the Soviet Union or propaganda or Nazi Germany. It's a very different form of censorship. People tend to conflate all these things together. Social media trying desperately to have trillions or hundreds of billions of exchanges a day, and like try to make sure that their platform has some semblance of like quote healthy conversations. Like people just don't go insane. They actually love using the platform, and they censor based on that. That's a different level of censorship. But even there, you can really run foul of the people they get. The whiny C students controlling too much of the censorship. I believe that you should actually put the responsibility on the self-proclaimed holders of truth, aka scientists, of being better communicators.
I agree with that. I'm not advocating for any kind of censorship, but Marshall McLuhan was very influential when I was in college, and his that read the medium to the message. It's a little bit hard to understand when comparing radio to TV, radio side or TV side or something. But we now have communicates the message in a way that we've never seen, we've never imagined before, where rage and anger and polarization are, are what drives the traffic on the internet. And we don't, it's a question of building the commons. Ideally, I don't know how to get there, so I'm not pretending to have a solution. But the commons of discourse about this particular issue of vaccines has been largely destroyed by the edges, by the drug companies and the advocates on one side, and the people who just criticize and think that even though the data are flawed, that there's no way vaccines can be beneficial. And to have those people screaming at each other does nothing to improve the health of the 95% of people in the middle who want to know what the rational way to go forward is and protect their families from COVID and live a good life and be able to participate in the economy. And that's the problem. I don't have a solution.
Well, it's difficult for Spotify and YouTube. I don't know if you've heard, this is a thing that Joe Rogan is currently going through. It's a platform whether to censor the conversation with Joe. So I don't know if you've heard saying they're going to leave the platform because Joe Rogan is about to get on his platform and he's a conversation with less about it. And it's clear to me that Spotify and YouTube are being significantly influenced by these extreme groups on each side. And it's also clear to me that Facebook is the same. And it's going back and forth. In fact, that's why Facebook has been oscillating on the censorship. It's like one group gets louder than the other, depending on whether it's an election year. There's several things to say here. So one, it does seem like people really well. It would be amazing if these platforms could find mechanisms to listen to the center, to the big center that's actually going to be affected by the results of our pursuit of scientific truth, right? And listen to those voices. I also believe that most people are intelligent to process information and to make up their own minds. Like they're not, in terms of it's complicated, of course, because we've just been talking about advertisement and how people can be influenced. But I feel like if you have raw, long-form podcasts or programs where people express their mind and express their argument full, I think people can hear it to make up their own mind. And if those arguments have a platform on which they can live, then other people can provide better arguments that disagree with them. Now we as human beings, as rational, as intelligent human beings, can look at both and make up our own minds. And that's where social media could be very good at, like this collective intelligence. We together listen to all these voices and make up our own mind. Humble ourselves actually. What you think you know, like you're an expert, say you have a PhD in a certain thing, that there's this confidence that comes with it. And the collective intelligence, uncensored, allows you to humble yourself a bunch. Like as you discover, it all takes a few times, back 5 years later, realizing I was wrong. And that's really healthy for scientists. That's really healthy for anybody to go through, and only through having that open discourse can you really have that. That said, Spotify also, just like 5 years ago, which is why this podcast, I don't know if you know what RSS feeds are, but podcasts can't be censored. So Joe is in the unfortunate position of the only listen on Spotify. So Spotify's been actually very good at saying we're staying on from that one. But RSS, this is pirate radio. Nobody can censor it. It's the internet. So financially, in terms of platforms, this cannot be censored. Which is why podcasts are really good. And so if Spotify or YouTube wants to be the host of podcasts, I think where they flourish is free expression. no matter how crazy.
Yes, but I do want to push back a little bit on what you're saying. Because I have anti-vax friends, my mom, who are dear, cherished, and they'll send us. And it'll take me an hour to go through what they sent to see if it is credible. And usually it's not. It's not a random sample of the vax argument. I'm saying I can disprove the anti-vax argument. But I am saying that it's almost like we were talking about how medical science, clinical trials, the presentation of clinical trials for physicians could be improved. And the first thing we came up with is to have pre-publication transparency in the peer review process. So bad information, biased information doesn't get out as if it's legitimate, and you can't put it back, recapture it once it gets out. I think there's an element in the arguments that are going on about vaccines, and there are both sides, but particularly the anti-vax side puts out more units of information claiming to show that the vaccines don't work. And I guess in an ideal situation, it would be real-time fact check on independent people. Not to censor, but to just say that study was set up to do this is what the conclusions were, so the way it was stated is on one side of the side.
But that's what I'm arguing. I agree with you. What I'm arguing is that this big network of humans that we have, that is the collective intelligence, can't do that real time if you allow it to encourage people to do it. And the scientists, as opposed to this, I interact with a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends who are scientists, they roll their eyes. Their response is like they don't want to interact with this. But that's just not the right response. When a huge number of people believe this, it is your job as communicators to defend your ideas. It is no longer the case you go to a conference and defend your ideas to other nerds that are working on the same problem forever. I mean, sure, you can do that, but then you're rejecting the responsibility to have explicitly or implicitly accepted when you go into this field. That you defend the ideas of truth. And the way to defend them is in the open battlefield of ideas. You become a better communicator. And I believe that the large say you invest $400 in this particular, that's the little hands interacting at scale. I think that allows us to progress towards truth. At least, at least that helps.
I think you're an optimist. I want to work with you a little bit. Let's say a person like Joe, who, by the way, had me on his podcast. And let me
Amazing conversation.
Well, thank you. I did too. And I didn't know Joe. I was like that.
He pushed back on Joe, but it's great.
And he was a gentleman. We had it out. In fact, he put on a clip. At one point, he said something that was a little bit wrong. I corrected him. And he had the guy, Jamie. He had Jamie check it and was very forthright in saying, John better let you. In any event,
You got him.
well, I wasn't going to get him.
That was good. I mean, totally. It was a beautiful exchange. There was so much respect in the room, pushing back and forth. It was great.
Yeah. So I respect it. And I think when he has somebody in mind who's a dyed-in-the-wool anti-vax, the question is, how can you balance, if it needs balance, in real time? I'm not talking about afterwards. I'm talking in real time. Maybe you record, well, he does record, obviously, but maybe when there's a statement made that is made as if it's fact-based, maybe that statement should be checked by some folks who, imaginary folks who are trustworthy. And in real time, as that discussion is being played on the podcast, to show what independent experts say about that.
That's really interesting. But for some reason, this idea popped into my head. I think real time is very difficult, and it's not difficult, but it kind of ruins the conversation conversation because you want the idea of who. I think what's very possible is before it's published, it's the pre-publication. Before it's published, you let a bunch of people review it and they can add their voices in post. Before it's published, they can add arguments, arguments against certain parts. That's very interesting. Sort of as one podcast publishes like addendums. They publish the peer review together with the publication. That's very interesting. Might actually do that. That's really interesting. Because I've been doing more debates with at the same time as the people, which is a different dynamic. Just both people. I mean, it's really nice to have the time to pause on you by yourself to fact check. To look at the study that was mentioned, to understand what's going on with the peer review process. To have a little bit of time. That's really interesting. I was I'd like to try that. To agree with you on some point with anti-vax, I've been fascinated by listening to arguments from this community of folks that's been quite large, like flat earthers, like people that believe the earth is flat. And I don't know if you've ever listened to them or read their arguments, but it's fascinating how consistent and convincing they are solid. And you just kind of take it in. Just take it in like listening normally. It's all very logical. Like if you don't think very well, no. The thing is, the reality is, at the very basic human level, with our limited cognitive capabilities, the Earth is pretty flat. You go outside and you look flat. So like, when you use common sense reasoning, it's very easy to play to that, to convince you the Earth is flat. Plus, there's powerful organizations that want to manipulate you and so on. But then there's the whole progress of science and physics of the past. But that's difficult to integrate into your thought process. So it's very true that people should listen to Cloud because it was very revealing to me how easy it is to be convinced in basically anything by charismatic arguments.
And if we're arguing about whether the Earth is flat or not, as long as we're not navigating airplanes and doing all kinds of things, trying to get satellites to do transmission, it's not that important. But if we're arguing about how we approach the worst public health crisis in, I don't know how long, I think we're getting worse than the Spanish flu now. I don't know what the total global deaths for Spanish flu were, but in the United States, it's really less than that.
Plus the economic pains.
Yes, yes. And the damage to the kids, school. We got a problem. It's not going to go away. So when we get a problem like that, it's not just an interesting barroom conversation where the Earth is flat. There are millions of lives.
Let me ask you yet another question. Issue I raised with Pfizer CEO Adam Burke. It's the question of revolving doors. That there seems to be a revolving door between Pfizer, FDA, CDC. People that have worked at the FDA now work at Pfizer, and vice versa, including the CDC and so on. What do you think about that? So, first of all, his response once again is those rules, very strict rules that we follow. Do you think that's a problem?
Yeah.
And also, maybe this is a good time to talk about this Pfizer play by the rules.
What's one at a time?
One at a time.
Okay, and this isn't even about Pfizer. We've got to get some answer to that question. Yes. So there's this drug Edge that was approved by the FDA maybe 6 months ago. It's a drug to prevent the progression of low-grade Alzheimer's disease. The target for drug development for Alzheimer's disease has been reducing the amyloid plaques in the brain, which correlate with the progression of Alzheimer's. And Biogen showed that its drug Adjuvant reduces amyloid plaques in the brain. They did 2 clinical trials to determine the clinical efficacy, and they found that neither trial showed a meaningful benefit. And in those two trials, 33% more people in the adjuvant group developed symptomatic brain swelling and bleeding than people in the placebo group. There was an advisory committee convened to debate and determine how they felt about the approvability of adjuvant given those facts. And those facts are disputed in Biogen slides as well as I can. The advisory committee voted 10 against approval and 1 abstained. So that's essentially universal, unanimous vote against approval. Now, the advisory committees have been pretty much friends of financial conflicts of interest. So this advisory committee votes 10 no, 1 abstention. And the FDA overrules the unanimous opinion of this advisory committee and approves the drug. 3 of the members of the advisory committee resign. They say, we're not going to vote. If the FDA is not going to listen to a unanimous vote against approving this drug, which shows more harm than benefit, undisputed, we're not going to participate in this. And the argument against approval is that the surrogate endpoint, the reduction of amyloid, the progression of amyloid plaques, is known by the FDA not to be a valid clinical indicator. It doesn't correlate. 27 studies have shown it doesn't correlate with clinical progression. Interrupting the amyloid plaques doesn't mean your Alzheimer's doesn't get worse. So it seems like it's a slam dunk, and the FDA made a mistake, and they should do whatever they do to protect their bureaucratic reputation. So the head of the Bureau of the FDA, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research that approves new drugs, who had spent 16 years as an executive in the pharmaceutical industry, issued a statement and said, what we should do in this situation is to loosen the prohibition of financial ties of interest with the drug companies so we get less emotional responses. So that it's in print.
People are just too emotional about this.
People are just too emotional. The 10 people who voted against it and the no people who voted for it, it's all too emotional. So this gets back, this is a long answer to a short question. I think this is a wonderful window into the thinking of the FDA that financial conflicts of interest don't matter in a situation when I think it's obvious that they wouldn't.
But there's not a direct financial conflict of interest. It's kind of like it's not like we said, those rules. I mean, you're not allowed to have direct financial conflict of interest. It's indirect.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm not denying what you said is true. But the FDA, high official FDA, is saying that we need to allow conflicts of interest in our advisory committee. And that, she wants to change the rules. So Albert Bourla would still be playing by the rules, but it just shows how one-sided the thinking is.
But you think that's influenced by the fact that they do have pharmaceutical executives working at the FDA and vice versa.
And they think that's a great idea.
Who gets to fix this? Do you think it should be just banned? Like if you work,
2 separate questions. One is, should the officials of the FDA come from pharma and vice versa? That's one question. And the other question is, should advisory committee members be allowed to get financial conflicts of interest? I think, in my opinion, and people might say I'm biased, I think advisory committee people should not have conflicts of interest. I think their only interest ought to be the public interest. And that was true from my understanding of the situation. It's afterward in my book, I spent some time studying it about adjuvant. I think it's a slam dunk that there ought to be no conflicts of interest. Now, the head of CEDAR, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, thinks that that's going to give you a biased result because we don't have company influence. And that bias their thinking is. That not having company influence is a bias.
But when we try to load that in, I'm trying to empathize with the belief that companies share their voice at the table. I mean, yeah, it's part of the game. We can list themselves if this is how it should be.
But they have a voice. They've designed the studies.
Right. That's their voice.
That's
the whole point.
Creator. I mean, what bigger voice do you deserve?
But I do also think, on a more challenging question, I do think that there should be a ban. If you work at a pharmaceutical company, you should not be allowed to work at any regulatory agency. Yeah. You should not. That go back. It's just, even if it's 30 years later.
I agree. And I have another nomination. We're in this crazy situation where Medicare is not allowed to negotiate the price of drugs with the drug companies. So the drug companies get a patent on the drug. Unlike every other developed country, they can charge whatever they want. So they have a monopoly on a utility because no one else can make the drug. Charge whatever they want, and Medicare has to pay. And you say, how did we get in this crazy situation? So how we got here is that in 2003, when Medicare Part D was passed, Billy Towson was over the Ways and Means Committee of the House, played a key role in ushering this through with the non-negotiation clause of it. And after it was passed, Billy Towson did not finish out his term in Congress. He went to pharma for a $2 million a year job.
This is incredible.
You might think that again.
I spoke with Francis Collins, head of the NIH, on this podcast. He and NIH have a lot of power over funding in science. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? In this interplay with Big Pharma, how connected are they? Again, returning to the question, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong?
So my knowledge of the NIH is not. That said, in broad brushstrokes, the NIH is doing the infrastructure work for all drugs. I think they've participated in 100% of the drugs that have been approved by the FDA over the past 10 years or so. They've done infrastructure work. And what they do is not work on particular drugs, but they develop work on drug targets, on targets of the human body that can be affected by drugs and might be beneficial to turn on and off. And then the drug companies, when they find a target that is useful and potentially beneficial, then the drug companies can take the research and choose to invest in the development of specific drugs. That's our model. Now, 96% of the research that's done in clinical trials in the United States is about drugs and devices. And only a fraction of 4% that's left over is about preventive medicine. I think, again, from satellite view, the NIH is investing more in science that can lead to commercial development, rather than, as you said at the beginning of the podcast, there's no big fitness and lifestyle industry that can counter pharma. So I think at the NIH level, that counting can be done. And the diabetes prevention program study that we talked about before, where lifestyle was part of a randomized trial and was shown to be more effective than metformin at preventing diabetes, that is absolute proof positive that investing in that kind of science can produce good results. So I think that we're aimed at drug development, and what we ought to be aiming at is an epidemiological approach to improving the health of our lives. We rank 68th in the world in healthy life expectancy, despite spending an extra $1 trillion. And I believe strongly that the reason why we've gotten in this crazy position is because the knowledge that we're producing is about new drugs and devices And it's not about improving population. In this pot, the NIH is the perfect institution to play a role in rebalancing our research.
And some of that is on the leadership side with Francis Collins and Anthony Fauci, not just speaking about basically everything that just leads to drug development, vaccine development, but also speaking about healthy lifestyles, speaking about health, not just sickness.
Yes, and investing. Investing.
I mean, it's like one feeds the other. One, you have to communicate to the public the importance of investing in health. And that leads to you getting props for investing in health. And you can invest in health more that communicates. I mean, everything that Anthony Fauci says, or Francis Collins says, has an impact on scientists. I mean, it sets the priorities. I don't think the sad thing about leaders, forgive me for saying it, but mediocre leaders, is they don't see themselves as part of a gang. They don't see the momentum. It's like a fish in the water. They don't see the water. Great leaders stand up and reverse the direction of companies are going. I actually put a lot of responsibility. Some people say too much, but whatever. I think leaders carry the responsibility. I put a lot of responsibility on Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins for not actually speaking a lot more about health, not any bigger, inspiring people in power and the trustworthiness of science. That's on the shoulders of Anthony Fauci.
I'm going to abstain from that because I'm not expert. But
neither am I.
I am certainly not unclever.
Yes.
No, but seriously, the problem is pretty simple. That we're investing 96% of our funding of clinical research in drugs and devices, and 80% of our health is determined by how we live our lives. And this is ridiculous. The United States is going further and further behind the other wealthy countries in terms of our health. We ranked 38th in healthy life expectancy in 2000, and now we're spending $1.5 trillion extra, and we rank 68th. We've gone down.
We have this excellent, there's a few charts that I'll overlay that tell this story in really powerful ways. So one is the healthcare spending as percentage of GDP, that on the x-axis is years and y-axis percentage. In the United States, as compared to other countries on average, has been much larger and growing.
We are now spending 7% more of our GDP, 17.7% versus 10.7% on healthcare. 7%, and I think GDP is the fairest way to compare healthcare spending. Per person, with dollars, we're spending even, the difference is even greater. But other costs vary with GDP. So let's stick with the conservative way to it.
17.7, 18% of GDP. 18% of GDP spent on healthcare. 7% higher than the comparable country average. 17.7% versus 10%. 7% higher.
Right. And 7% of $23 trillion GDP is more than $1.5 trillion a year.
And you have another chart that shows healthcare system performance compared to spending. And there's a point cloud of different countries. The x-axis being healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP, which we just talked about. That U.S. is 7% higher than the average. And then on the y-axis is performance. So x-axis is spending, y-axis performance. And there's a point cloud overlay this if you're watching on YouTube of a bunch of countries that have high performance for what they're spending. Then U.S. is all alone on the right bottom side of the chart where it's low performance and high spending.
So this is a system that is abiding by spending that is directed by the most profitable ways to deliver healthcare.
You put that in the hands of big pharma. If you maximize profit, you're going to decrease performance and increase spending.
Yes, but I want to qualify and say it's not all big pharma. They're not responsible for all the problems in our healthcare system. They're not responsible for the administrative costs, for example. But they are the largest component of our rising healthcare costs. And it has to do with this knowledge issue. Controlling the knowledge that doctors have makes it so that doctors can live with this situation, believing that it's optimal when it's a wreck.
Let me ask you the big, so as a physician, for everything you've seen, you talked about 80% of the impact on health is lifestyle. Uh, how do you live longer? What advice would you give to general people? What space of ideas result in living longer, higher quality lives?
This is a very simple question to answer. Exercise for at least a half hour, at least 5 times a week. And 2, don't smoke. 3, maintain a reasonably healthy body weight. Some people argue that being lower than BMI 25 is healthy. I think that may be true, but I think getting above 30 is unhealthy. And now that's largely impacted by socioeconomic status. And we don't want to blame the victims here. So we got to understand that when we talk about all of these things, not cigarettes, but exercise and a good diet and maintaining a healthy body weight, we have to include in doing those things the impediments to people with lower socioeconomic status being able to make those changes. We've got to understand that personal responsibility comes for some of this, but also social circumstances accounts for some. And back to your fishbowl analogy, if you're swimming in a fishbowl, if you live in a fish tank that's not being properly maintained, the approach wouldn't be to treat individual sick fish. It would be to fix your fish tank to get the bacteria out of it and whatever bad stuff is in there and make your fish tank healthy. Well, we invest far less than other developed countries do. We're flipped. We have the mirror image in the spending on social determinants of health and medical determinants of health. We have exactly the wrong order. And not only does that choke off social determinants of health, which are very important, but actually just the ratio. Even if you were spending, if we raise the social spending and raise the medical spending in proportion, it's the ratio of social spending to medical spending. So why do we do that? Well, the answer is perfectly obvious. That the way to transfer money from working Americans to investors is through the biometric model, not through the social health. And that's the problem. And I'd like to discuss this because the market isn't going to get us to a reasonable allocation. All the other developing countries that are so much healthier than we are and spending so much less than we have some form of government intervention in the quality of the health data that's available, budgeting of health and social factors. And we don't. We're kind of the Wild West. We let the market determine those allocations. And it's an awful failure. It's a horrendous failure.
So one argument against government, an alternative to the government intervention is the market to work better if citizenry has better information. One argument is that communicators like podcasts and so on, with other channels of communication will be the way to fight people on your book. So by providing information, the alternative to the government intervention, every aspect of this, including communication with the doctors, is to provide them other information and not allow the market to provide that information by basically making it exciting to buy books, to make better and better communicators on Twitter, through books, through op-eds, through podcasts, through so on. So basically, because there's a lot of incentive to communicate against the messages of big pharma. There's incentive because people want to understand what's good for their lives, and they're willing to listen to charismatic people who are able to clearly explain what is good for them.
And they do. And more than 80% of people think that drugs cost too much and the drug industry is too interested in profits. And
But they still get influenced.
you can't get the vote through Congress. You know, Democrats and Republicans alike are taking money from Congress. And somehow it just doesn't work out with these even small changes. I mean, the pared down part of Medicare, the plan for increasing Medicare negotiation drug costs in Build Back Better, literally going to reduce the number of new drugs that are beneficial, uniquely beneficial, by about one new drug, two new drugs over 30 years. It will have virtually an indecipherable impact. And yet pharma is talking about the impact on innovation. And if you vote for this, if you let your congressman vote for this, you're going to severely slow down drug innovation, and that's going to affect the quality of your life.
Let me ask you about over medication that we've been talking about from different angles, but one difficult question for me, I'll pick one of the difficult topics, depression. So depression is a serious, painful condition that leads to a lot of people suffering. And yet, it is likely they will overprescribe antidepressants. So as a doctor, as a patient, as a healthcare system, as a society, what do we do with that fact that people suffer? There's a lot of people suffering from depression, and there's also people suffering from overprescribing antidepressants.
Paper in the journal by Eric Turner showed that the data, if you put all the data together from antidepressants, you find out that antidepressants are not effective for people who are depressed but don't have a major depression. Major depression is a serious problem. People can't function anymore. They have a hard time getting out. They're performing their normal social roles. But what's happened is that the publicity in Prozac Nation is a good example of making the argument that why should people settle for normal happiness when you can have better than normal happiness? And if you're not having normal happiness, you should take a drug. Well, that concept that serotonin metabolism is the root cause of depression is really a destructive. We have drugs that change serotonin metabolism, but we don't know if that's why antidepressants work on major depression. They don't certainly work on everybody with major depression. I forget what the name of the treat is. One out of four people have significant improvement. But the people without major depression don't get better. And the vast majority of these drugs are used for people without major depression. So what's happened is that the feelings of life satisfaction, of happiness, not sadness, have been medicalized. The normal range of feelings have been medicalized. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be attended to, but the evidence shows that attending to them by giving somebody a medicine doesn't help, except that they feel like somebody cares about them and believes that they're suffering. But there are problems in living that give rise to much of the symptomatology of less than major depression. And let's call it what it is and figure out a way to help people in visual therapy, group therapy, um, maybe lifestyle modification would work. We're going to try that. But let's call it what it is instead of saying, oh, you're in this vast uh, basket of people who are depressed, so we'll give you depression, even though the evidence shows that people who are suffering from your level of depression don't get better.
And that's the consequence of not focusing on preventative medicine, the lifestyle changes, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes, but it's really a consequence of the drug companies creating the impression that if you're sad, take a pill.
If you're non-major depression, how do you overcome depression?
Well, you have to talk about
So talk therapy, lifestyle changes.
Well, no, I'm not jumping to that. I'm saying that you ought to, the way you feel must be respected.
Yeah, acknowledge that you're suffering.
Acknowledge that you're suffering and deal with healthcare providers who acknowledge that you're suffering. So let's take that first step. And
Big
then,
first step. Well said.
big first step, yeah. Family docs are pretty good at that. It's kind of the arena that caused me to go into family medicine, the subjective experience of the patient. Okay, so you're a person who is not getting the enjoyment out of their life that they feel they ought to be getting. Now let's figure out why. And whether that means some time with a social worker, some time with a psychiatrist, some time with a psychiatric nurse. I'm not sure how you best do that most effectively and efficiently, but that's what you need to do. And it may be that there's a marital problem and there's something going on, and the spouse is can't find satisfaction in the life they have to live within the relationship. Maybe there's a past history of trauma or abuse that somebody is projecting onto their current situation. Maybe the socioeconomic circumstances where they can't find a job that gives them self-respect and enough money to live with. All, an infinite range of things. But let's figure out, make a diagnosis first. The diagnosis isn't that the person feels sadder than they want to feel. The diagnosis is why does the person feel sad.
You mentioned this is what made you want to get to family medicine. As a doctor, what do you think about the saying, save one life, save the world? This was always moving to me about doctors, because you have like this human in front of you, and your time is worth money, your prescribe, your efforts after the visit are worth money, and it seems like the task for the doctor is to not think about anything. Well, not the task. It seems like a great doctor, despite all that, just forgets it all. He just cares about the one human. And somehow that feels like the love and effort you put to helping one person is the thing that will save. It's not like some economic argument or some political argument, financial argument. It's a very human drive that ultimately is behind all of this that will do good for the world.
I think that's true. And at the same time, I think it's equally true that all physicians need to have a sense of responsibility about how the common resources are allocated to serve the whole population's interests. Because that's a tension that we have as a physician. Let's take the extreme example. Let's say you have a patient in front of you who, if you gave a $10 billion pill to, you would say, well, I would just be tortured by that as a physician. Because I know that $10 billion spent properly in an epidemiologically guided way is going to save a whole lot more lives than one life.
So it's also the responsibility as a physician to walk away from that patient.
I wouldn't say that. I think think it's your responsibility to torture. That's exactly right.
The human condition. That's a tough job. Yeah. To maintain your humanity.
Yeah. But you've been asking at different points in this conversation, why are doctors so complacent about the tremendous amount of money we're spending? Why do they accept knowledge from different sources that may not pan out when they really go through? And the answer is that they're trying to do their best for their patients. And there's this, it's the same kind of torture to figure out what the hell is going on with the data. And that's a sort of future project. And maybe people read my book and maybe they'll get a little more excited about it, become more legitimate practice. I would feel that their life was worthwhile. But at the same time, they've got to do something with the patient in front of them. They've got to make a decision. And they probably, there are not many readers like me who invest their life in figuring out what's behind the data. They're trying to get through the day and do the right thing for their patient. So they're tortured by that decision too.
And so, if you're not careful, big pharma can manipulate that drive to try to help the patient, that humanity is dealing with the uncertainty of it all. Like, what is the best thing to do? Big pharma can step in and use money to manipulate that humanity.
I would say it quite differently. It's sort of an opt-in. Big pharma will do that, and you need to opt out of it.
What advice would you give to a young person today, high school or college, stepping into this complicated world full of advertisements, of big, powerful institutions, of big, rich companies, how to have a positive impact in the world, how to live a life they can be proud of?
I would say, should that person who has only good motives go into medicine? They have information to go into medicine. Ask me what I think about that, given what I know about the undermining of American healthcare at this point. And my answer is, if you get the call, you should do it. You should do it because nobody's going to do it better. And if you don't have the call, and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be proud of yourself.
How do you prevent yourself from letting the system change you over years? It's like letting the game of pharmaceutical influence affect you.
It's a very hard question because those sociological movements are defective, and to trust the sources of information that are largely controlled by the private industry. And that's why I wrote something, is to try and help those people in the medical profession to understand what's going on right now. It looks normal, but it's not. The health of Americans is going downhill. Our society is getting ruined by the money that's getting pulled out of other social beneficial uses to pay for health care that is not helping us.
So fundamentally, the thing that is normal, not questioned, and don't. If you conform hesitantly.
Well, you have to conform. You can't become a doctor without conforming. And I just made it through. But there aren't many. It's hard work. But you have to conform. And even with my colleagues in my practice, I couldn't convince them that some of the beliefs they had about how best to practice weren't accurate. Because one scene, a younger physician had prescribed hormone replacement therapy, this back in 2000, 2001, had prescribed hormone replacement therapy for one of my patients who happened to be a really good personal friend. And I saw that patient covering colleague at one point. And I saw that her hormone replacement therapy had been renewed. And I said, "Do you have any flashes?" Or you told me, no. But Dr. So-and-so said it's better for my health. And I said, "No, it's not. The research is showing it's not good for your health. I think you should stop." So my colleague approached me when she saw the chart. He said, "Wait a minute, that's my patient. Maybe you're a friend, but it's my patient." And I went to a conference from my alma mater, medical school, and they said that healthy people should be taking hormone tests. And I said, "There's got to be drug companies." And she said, "No, it was at my university. It was not a drug company thing. We didn't go to Caribbean Island." I said, "Do you have the syllabus?" She said, "Yeah." And she went and got the syllabus, and sure enough, it was sponsored by a drug company. They're everywhere. And it's back to Kuhn. Groups of experts share unspoken assumptions. And in order to be included in that group of experts, you have to share those unspoken assumptions. What I'm hoping to do with my book, Sickening, and being here, having this wonderful conversation with you, is to create an alternative to this normal that people can pursue and practice better medicine and also prevent burnout. About half the doctors complain that they're burned out of it. They have it. And I think that this is a subject that I don't have data on this, which is my opinion. But I think that a lot of that burnout is so-called moral injury from practicing in a way that the docs know isn't wrong.
It's not actually providing alternatives to the norm, was expanding the norm, was shifting the norm, just like with Queen. I mean, you're basically looking for to shift the way medicine is done to the original, to the intent that it represents the ideal medicine.
Yeah, in Kuhnian terms, to have a revolution. And that revolution would be to practice medicine in a way that would be epidemiologic most effective, not most profitable for the people who are providing you with what's called knowledge.
You helped a lot of people as a doctor, as an educator, live better lives, live longer. But you yourself are more. You think about your own mortality. You think about your death. Are you afraid of death?
I'm not. I faced it. So,
Yourself?
Yeah.
How do you think about it? What wisdom do you get from your close to death? Affected the whole thing in?
It's liberating. It's very liberating. I mean, I'm serious. I was close. Not too much. And there's a sense of, this will be the way it ends. And done my best. It's not been perfect. And they didn't see it. And people around me try to do their best. And in fact, I got pulled out of it. But it didn't look like I was going to get pulled out.
Are you ultimately grateful for the ride, even though it ends?
Yeah, it's a good one. I think so. If I know, you can't take the ride if you know what it's going to end like. It's not the real ride, it's just a ride. But having gone through the whole thing, I definitely freed me of a sense of anxiety about that. And it said to me, do your best every day. It's not easy.
I apologize for the ridiculously big question, but what do you think is the meaning of life, of our human existence?
I think it's to care about something and do your best with it. Whether it's being a doctor and trying to make sure that the greatest number of people get the best health care, or it's a gardener who wants to have the most beautiful parents or it's a grandparent who wants to have a good relationship with their grandchildren. But whatever it is that gives you a sense of meaning, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, to really commit yourself. That commitment, that being in that commitment with your whole
heart and soul into the thing. Yep. Was it the Picasso poem? Go all the way. John, you're an incredible human being, incredible educator. Like I said, I recommend people listen to your lectures. It's so refreshing to see that clarity of thought and brilliance. And obviously your criticism of Big Pharma or your illumination of the mechanisms of Big Pharma is really important this time. So I really hope people read your book, Symphony with today or depending on when this comes out. Thank you so much for spending extremely valuable time with me today. It was amazing.
And Lex, I'll back to you. Thanks for engaging in this conversation, for creating space to have it, creating listenership that is interested in understanding serious ideas. And I really appreciate the conversation.
And I should mention that offline, you told me you listened to the People Strang episode. So for anyone who don't know People Strang, another epic human being you should check out. If you don't know anything about mathematics and linear algebra, go look him up. He's one of the great mathematics educators of all time. So of all the people you mentioned to me, I appreciate you mentioning him. He is a rock star of mathematics. John, thank you so much for taking this class. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Havens. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. And now, let me leave you some words from Marcus Aurelius. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they saw?
You didn't just start showing up and making what you said.
How hard do you think it is for them to communicate with humans?
What do you believe in technology? So you show your space for the technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something that's here. And there's something that's, as you said, watching.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big, ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology that the level of the cell?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make and become. That to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And that part of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. And if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside the cell.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? A big, continuing on the philosophical question, it's this more scientific and philosophical. How did light originate? How did this, at every level, so the very first step and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, there's multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind.
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of, and appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms of the protein, et cetera, sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways if you want to believe in God. I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created or at least enabled
And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypothesis. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around in a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just a linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth, the environment, creating DNA. So you're talking about trying to come up with a popular computer for this particular environment. Right? So if you reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by considering all the possible things?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain last week, doesn't explain it, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
So, like, some of the information, is that accurate to say is stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because of the context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again 1,000,000 times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation or randomness, you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be left-handed proteins.
But I wonder what the fact of the butterfly wing, what the effects it has, because it's possible that if the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, then maybe the efficient answer is there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the answer from the universe and from multiverse expectations, right? But there's probably a zillion other kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours exists.
So using that logic, how many kinds of civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or how many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? Maybe how many do you think are long gone?
I think, innumerable. I think in terms of the ways that zero, much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised. What a waste, right? Of all that space just for us, if we're never going to get there. That would be the first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I was relatively new research to find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about 7, 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so important? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction novels that base it in good science, but base it also in that if you evolve a civilization from something like life, like some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which it grew up. So, for instance, Larry is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from a herd, right? Would you lead from behind? Mm-hmm. Right? Would you be, in this case, one of them were the so-called puppeteers. And to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward to run the risk for them, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Brin is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then he posits a civilization based around where they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, doesn't it just get bored, or does it transcend to something else, or does it say, I've seen it and done?
What is running out of steam? Like, destroy itself, like,
It's like, or we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't.
It's that you almost worry that we stop reproducing, or we slow down the reproduction rate to where the population
can go to zero, and we can't collapse. I mean, so the only way to get around that is perhaps creating machines with AI to take care of this.
What could possibly go wrong? You've talked to people that told stories of UFO encounters. Mm-hmm. What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity of them, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdotes I necessarily believe are very true. But I still find it fascinating to listen to because at some level they're still not there. And you have to listen. Once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. And maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind, human consciousness that creates these stories again and again. It's coming out of the DNA, it's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And we can talk quite a bit about this kind of the collective conscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your world. This came long before climate change, came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day needs around taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, and I find it fascinating, is a story out in Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was well-educated group of white and black children who were on lunchtime in the playground soccer. And this all we met. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story. And they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, we were not taking care of them. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. And 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who got grown up, say it happened to us. Now, if it happened, was it some sort of hallucination? Was it an encouraged hallucination by something material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10 years old. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories.
Yeah,
Of individuals with the same story.
I'm gonna mute one of my YouTube streams so I don't have the copyright. I've done that. Alright, here we go. See it? Yep. These two movies are two of my all-time favorite movies. Excellent. I'm excited to enjoy them alongside you. I've seen myself. That's not too I have first movie we just started was yeah. So 2080s. Yeah, 8 okay. I'll look it up. We're watching the movie. Feel free to enjoy. Sure. It just started. Yes, we see her first movie was Daddy Goodnight 1987. Okay. And I was actually pretty sick. I did good. Right. I think I actually saw that these wild eggs. Right. 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 Okay. Yeah. Now I remember. Thank you. just with the mask and everything, and the costuming. Yeah, it was all that. You're welcome, Roger. We're watching a movie, good guy. That's right. Visually first. What'd you do? What'd you say? I'm here. What do you want me to do? Dude, what do you want me to do? Oh, it's on the Donkey Kong. Are you ready? That's it. Caspian Sea, Zoot, accept, or Zoot's accepted. Caspian Sea and Riser, accept. All right, then forget that game. I'll send another invite. It's part of the documentary Riser accepting the invitation. Is any of his content include Riser accepting the invitation? Riser, what are you doing? If Riser accepts, yeah, go ahead. He's getting his iPad. He's getting his iPad. You know what this hall is called? Do you know what this hall is called? Do you know what this hall is called? Perfect. Do they make a mini golf game that you will be faster at? Water, right? Uh-oh. Yeah, well, shit. It's difficult to spot. Thank you. We all appreciate it. So much help. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. What a great shot. How the fuck did that happen? He gets the How is it that I get to go first? Okay. Short. Not a good shot. Took me up. New. Attaboy. Remember that time you stopped talking to your boyfriend and started playing mini golf? They do it usually means that you have cunnilingus with a New Zealand chick, but I get what you're saying. What a great shot. Get in. Bullshit. Yeah, good luck to it. I hate this whole good shot. Don't hit my ball, dude. Just whatever you do. Don't hit my ball. You'll pick up. I'm not touching this one. There's no way you can touch it. Yo, dog. Good stroke, bro. Just keep it right. Yep. She did not have fur though. Oh, this is really good. No, I don't have much of my I've heard of it. That's, that's what I hear. Something on my business. Hate this whole. That's like my least favorite. You want to know what stereotypical meals are had in the United States? I would probably say the most stereotypical United States meal is probably something from McDonald's. Uh, I don't eat at McDonald's, but I know that they serve hamburgers and French fries and cokes and things. So probably like a just like a hamburger, French fry, coke meal. That's probably the most stereotypical American food for meal. If you want to know like what we eat, I mean it's a huge country, but it really depends on the area. I mean, in the Southwest, Mexican food is killer dishes. Yeah, yeah, but for every smoothie place or sushi restaurant, there are two McDonald's in those areas too. People like the convenience. Um, I mean, like basically, it's any kind of fast food. So whether it's Subway or Burger King or Starbucks, those have really taken over. So like but probably the stereotypical American meal is something from McDonald's. Uh, I would say that aside from that, if you're just looking at what people eat at home, I mean, steak is very big. Uh, Salads are big. Uh, Potatoes are big. Corn is big, especially like depending on where you are. Soda plays a major role in a lot of meals. Wines, especially in areas that are popular for that. Uh, I could just really name like Chinese is big, even it's not Asian Americans. Chinese is very popular. Um, Mexican food is very popular and quickly becoming probably one of the most popular American foods. Italian food is very popular. Riser provides a win. Riser has one win. We're going to end that soon. You're not getting shit. We let you win. Dude, show Riser, show them how it's done. Is that the shot you want? Are you sure you want that shot? Look at you even turning down the power. Dude, show him how it's done, man. Show him that there's a secret hole near the tent. I like how Zook is aiming as far away from the goal. Very good shot. Oh. Zook, what is that on a scale of 1 to 10? Riser, were you here yesterday? Were you here yesterday when I was giving that guy advice about dating? I'm wondering if he's getting laid tomorrow. Zook, shut him out. Hit the tree. Or hit the truck. No, truck. You're still going to hit the chicken probably. That's a good shot, mate. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot, dude. That was a really good shot. That's what I'm talking about. Six. He's going to fuck you. And he's going to ride the rails. Oh shit. Get him. No. Just straight up smack him. What a shot. What a shot. Dude, are you gonna help me if I go through the tree? No, you won't. I just don't think you were. Dude, you got another tree over there. Hit only one tree. One tree. Good job, dude. Oh, great shot. Good legs. Fuck you, dude. But I've got riser coming up from the rear. Get that bounce off him. Ow. He put me against the wall. Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's in, the hole's in a good position. Oh, that was a major fuck up. are you doing, Sue? Collusion. Ryan just got a very good chance in there. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Make it. Make it. You tied for this. I thought you were going to get 3 in a row. Well, you can. So you mean we can tie? Okay. I see how it is. This is a very hard shot. There's a lot of water. Risers in the water. No doubt. Oh, what an amazing shot. We all have difficult shots. When I just brought up the chicken, no way. That's a difficult shot. Makeable though. Very difficult. Come on, dude. Don't fuck it up. That's short. Dude. Dude, you're getting another shot at it, dude. You're getting another shot at it. Just no. You nearly fucked it up again. Riser, going for the bounce. Gotta play some ankle. That's easily a lead. That's easily a lead. This is gonna bounce right back to the There you go. Maybe. You can get the wall. That little knot. Well, he got it beautifully. Stop. He's gonna try to water that. It's a pretty easy shot. Fuck it up. That's not gonna make it up the hill. You really have to work to get it wet. Oh, you can just blast it off. I don't know. You really have to work to get wet. Dude, how good was my shot? If you push me a little bit, that would help me a lot. Perfect. Get there. What an amazing shot. I've never seen anybody get it in two. I've never seen anybody get it in two. Wow. Yeah, good. Like the edge of the water there, you wouldn't think it would play a role, but it absolutely does. It's a little pitch. Oh, that's a good shot. No, Zoo. No. No. What are you doing? I think looks like your title run is over. How do you feel? How do you feel with your championships down the drain? Yeah, it is. And I've got a perfect game going, and I'm about to tie you. We'll be 2 games to 2 games. What do you think of that? How does that settle in your stomach? Yeah. How do you like that, big dog? So you were thinking that you were just gonna, oh, this is bullshit. Oh, fortunate shot. If you can make it in one shot, that's talent. Oh, dude, that's beautiful. Be the shot. I agree. Well, there are just some that it shows more often than others. I don't understand it. I think that it's possible for where our balls work. If you hit it off the trees, but you just never know what's going to happen. Short. Riser short. Looks like I've got a perfect game today, boys. So not only am I tied with Riser, but I also have a perfect game. Perfect. Perfection. It just doesn't get any better than that. No way. Off the tree. So remember when you were saying that you were going to get 3 wins in a row, and you only got one by yourself, and you lost 2, but you lost 1. All right, well then we're tied. I'm going to show you who's boss right here. Look at this shot. Look at the brilliance of this shot. This is like a Bitcoin Obama shot. This might be documentary. Oh, what an interesting shot. What an interesting shot. Everyone does. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Did you like that? Riser, come on. You know you liked it. Fucked up. Oh, shit. That's what I'm talking about. Now, Zoo, do the same thing. Make Daddy proud. Zoo disconnected. He's got to get a kangaroo on the roof to fix his Wi-Fi. Here we go. Oh, he did. He fucked it up. Yes, you did. Zoo, bravo. Get there. I'm ready for John. Yep. That was really good. I can't believe that didn't go in. Right? He's got a chance. Yeah. Oh, Riser has to hit this, or he gets 0 points. Well, he would have gotten 0 points anyway. Short. I feel like we play this one a lot. We don't play some of those other ones. That's the shot. That's what we want. That's a perfect shot. He wants us. Like, oh, he loves like many of us love him. I know that he has chapters, so I'm not willing to say all of them. He's a lucky pitcher. What a great shot. How does he say it? Oh, shoot. He has a special way that he says vignette or something. Oh, WTF, man. You know what I'm going to do, Riser. Love it. I love it. Zoo, be the turtle that wins the race. You have a chance to make this. Not an easy shot. Oh, wow. Look at the angles this man is playing. No, I'm fine. It's definitely not. It's a challenge. There's your lead. Those trees. Not what I want. Somebody take out those trees. Hey, that's a good shot. Dude, hit the tree, dude. Dude, just get out there. You got the kangaroo out there. Gotta fix the koala. You're welcome. That kind of fucked you. I went my ball. Dog. Oh, what a great shot. Somebody take out those dogs. Take out the gnome. Not that one. Hold on. Real good dog. What's going to happen here? Oh, no way. Are you fucking serious? That's amazing. Are you fucking serious? Oh, what is this? Wow, he made it. I'm guaranteed 3 wins in a row. Oh, fuck this hole. Hit my ball. Dude, still on the tee box. What else is there? Wow. Oh, no way. No way. Hit his ball. Hit his ball down. What an amazing shot. I thought that almost was going to go in. Juke still could fuck me over if he gets in the way. If Juke gets in the way, he fucks me over because I don't get points. Right, sir. Even with all your advantages, you still lost. You lost 3 games in a row. What do you have to say for yourself? Your Ray-Ban metas? Look at this shot. Dude, show us how it's done. Dude's definitely picking up the tree and the cow and the other tree. He might even pick up the little piggy. Be the shot. Rocket ball. Oh shit. What is going on with that? Dude, way to fuck up my shot. Yeah. Eat a shot. It is not the shot. Dude, show me how it's done. A very interesting method that you use. Dude, just don't get in my way and let me type. Are you fucking serious? Dude, what the fuck, man? Yes, good. Guys are going to be taking me unless you just fuck over twice a week. No, you do what you do. What are you doing? You're shooting through the hole, dude. Hit my ball, hit my ball. Stay in this way. Stay in this way. This is a tough shot to make. The second shot's easy, but to keep it all the way left with all those arrows, it's actually difficult for me to even get the ball to like get in the middle. Oh wow, what a shot. What a shot. I didn't know that the left side did affect the ball. Short. It's just you leaving points on the table. You never do that. Right, if I may say something, you never miss shortcuts. So that is a shot. That's what I'm talking about. That's an A shot. Dude, grade that 10 to 10. How good is that shot? Get my ball. A little higher. I'll take it. That tree in the way sucks. It's like it's possible to make it around it, but I almost just want to go like that. Very comfortable. Get in. No, like it kind of fucks you. Oh, what an amazing shot. Thank you. Get in, dude. Dude, where is it? Don't you see the shadow? Yep. It's strategic. Okay. Oh wow. Hit it. Very interesting. Now, Riser has an interesting shot. He can hit it off the tree and try to bounce it back backwards. He can try to blast my ball past the thing. What if the hole is that long tree? Dude, take out the tree. Wow. He was there. It all comes down to this. Look at this shot. Just perfect. Yeah, that's okay. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Too hard. That's an interesting shot. It, you needed it. I don't think that. No, you're not. What are you talking about? I'm up 3 games to 2, and we both have 6. And I just hit a terrible shot. And you did too. I can't believe we both fucked that up. And Zook, don't hit his ball. 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 Zook needs to koala. What? There you go. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's a major mistake. Major mistake. I can basically 2-putt the victory and 1-putt the victory as well. Thank you for the win. Champion. Even without performance enhancement. No fucking way. Even without performance enhancement, I end up winning this pitch. You heard it here first, folks. Rabbi is undefeated on the night 2025. Twitter on the night in 2025. Yeah. On the night, I mean, I won the whole night. I won 4 games to 2. Yeah, on the night. I'm saying like tonight, I'm undefeated. I make what point is Dogecoin? Dogecoin is going to the new kids. You heard it here first. Remember that I said this on January 1st, or wherever the fuck it is, January 2nd. Dogecoin would have been the one to buy.
Yeah, true.
Take care. Yeah.
is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, humans with limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow in complex ways is interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and they make us wonder about what it all means. And so, how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other life-like organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints in this interaction between the DNA's manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get into
Right.
to like interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get like excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, understand like oftentimes to understand the system, you have to perturb it. It's like poke at it. We get excited or not, and then the other ways you want to, if you worry about that, you can steer it in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world. That's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful because that means that greater intelligence, which is what I would like, we want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah. But we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. You have to hump it.
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of, you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around on the galactic arm.
Do you think these folks are telling the truth? Do you think they saw what they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were showing. I mean, if you go back to the notion of how long has this been around, it didn't just start showing up in 1947. Like, there are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something that's here. And there's something that's, as you said, watching. And at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of more information coming from the brains of the people that have ideas on common. What's common about the brain?
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, healthy. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That somebody else has come up with me. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basic ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically a enriched patch of MRI Guinness neurons that we thought was damaged, but then it was showing up in everybody and looked and said, no, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs show actually from the tissue. That's actually ahead of the cardiac routine. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, no, the basal ganglia is just about movement, nerve and motor control. And I said, well, that's odd, because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence, and it is actually downstream of the executive function, and involved with intuition and planning. I mean, if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of your life. You don't want to move something and hit the tip. If you're walking across the room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires, remembering knowledge of where and what you want and desire to walk near or by. Use the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking, you need it. So all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually not called the brain of the brain. It's a plural processing system, subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. And I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning of consciousness. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals and families of these, let's say the index case, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we probably looked at about 200 just random cases that can be done in databases. You don't see this higher activity. You only find it in what Pickering would have called, or has called, higher functioning individuals, people who are, he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband and wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, I think, 1 or 2 individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, both of them had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who think, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I mean that in a sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss, well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I'm recognizing it, but not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally done.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that. I think you want to see the magic in a lot of men. And it's obviously it seems to be chemical in nature that I'm excited about life. I love life. I love stupid things. It feels like I'm high. It's not unlike mushrooms or something like that, where you really appreciate something. I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive for a lot of stupid reasons. And that's in there somewhere. If kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way they're brought up, but also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in novel things, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists too. Like, huh, like there's this pattern that happening over and over and over, and it's something weird. And then you get excited with that weirdness. You start to pull the string and discover what is the core of that weird. So perhaps, is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful unicorn comic book you ever heard? Just to you on a personal level, it's something that's really powerful.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass top car, and the little girls see a craft weapon. This is the middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. Nobody can. They look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star-shaped. It's not a craft, but it's something else. There was something there. And so what were they seeing? Were they seeing projection? Were they seeing, and why were only they seeing?
And the photograph was capturing something very different than what we're seeing based on an object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. I mean, it had a camera. I mean, it was something.
And this is like a report provided. Where's the central place to provide reports?
Well, there's a new fund, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you directly interact with.
Yeah, I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate you.
It's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But in another way, it's kind of it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about traffic accidents. Different people will see the cover of the car differently, the chain of events differently. This tells you that memory is anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind, rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an alternative virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
But that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does this perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? so that we can like stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, you know, that's a really important question. We do think that you know, the only way to communicate is in 3D with the space-time, those physical objects, and maybe you write things in some kind of language. But there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. So, from an alien perspective, if somebody has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the limited humans.
Right. Well, I mean, let's take the ants example as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological labor. DARPA and other people have been trying to use insects for, you know, to turn them into biological products. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them do. I'm not saying talk to them to be intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them. Or if you were a gift, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same thing as the pheromones, but by doing it in sort of a telefactory way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them. And this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system, right? But then each human is a little bit different, so either you know enough about them to tailor it to them, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be able to occasionally find then maybe the sensory information you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information becomes through that filter.
I think the aliens would need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we've discovered physics. So we want our perceptions to make sense. Maybe they don't. It's not an obvious fact. Perception. You have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in these particular environmental work, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not monotonous, or not too doesn't cross that threshold. It's just like, well, that's way too weird, right? So they have to. I mean, that's not obvious that that's work. You know, maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into the weird stuff. Communication is complicated.
Yeah, that's why I always find this issue with people talking about the so-called graves as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom-driven things, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the graves, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, you know, we're like you, but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Framer's idea with the Tic Tac UFOs and other pilots with seeing these objects that seem to defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of people, right? So I know who was after Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public. So, bar was overlooking the Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed me my hairstyle. They said this is going to be soon. And I know one of the guys on the inside who was the who had interviewed all of these pilots again before and it was hair raising to hear this, but also exciting that, here's not just people's testimony, people's incredible pictures. If you've seen this video episode with some of the pilots, they have no evidence of the gain of anything that got negative gain. But then you also have all of this simultaneous chip analysis from Mrs. Princeton and the data analysis. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all hoax. I mean, back to the DJ. Right?
That could be a hoax, but other things might not be. This is the point. I mean, this is why it's nice to stigma about this topic, because it's all just data. And anomalies and events are such that they're going to be rare because of how much data they represent. We have to consider the full range of data to discover that we can actually represent something that's, if we pull that, we describe something that's extraterrestrial or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand.
Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move like that with momentum in this movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this, especially, I had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before. You and others, not just you, and others, have opened your mind to thinking about this now.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about this physical propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think what it is possible. It's inspiring, even if somebody says it doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own life, we always look for, as I said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine a perfect instrument, make it embed into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you will make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was postdoc with him, and one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to. And I realized I had a site that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done using this approach. Because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do it better, and we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. Let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are. But also, let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up. Right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the reflection.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's this study understand what affects. Like, what are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations would we have when we approach under?
I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least we're not a bunch of psychopaths. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's running up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative like what we have with, creating national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining from an anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think, and as I said before, alien means alien, right? I mean, not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking, and a whole different level of experience, and let's say wisdom, that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out here, if we ever make it past our current problems, and even if we don't be faster than the travel, and even if we're only using land scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread, we might encounter such things. We just got to stomp on over it, like we did in colonial South America or Africa or the rest. Our current path, likely. And so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. And this is one of the nice things about talking about geothermal, is it expands the window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be life.
Mm-hmm.
It gets us to think. It gets us not differently, just like when we go to Mars, we go to these different moons that could possibly have life. You're not looking at naked creatures. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of
resistance to the natural world.
Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know if many ways it can take form. There's a sense, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of the ideas, of the processing the data itself. But I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, perceivable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing.
If you think just about, your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates, right? Like down at the level of quantum computers, basically right down at quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require a physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space. We're just locally ordered space-time, right? But maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, trampling on the ants. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, oops, just destroy these simple biological systems.
constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force, but maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the hands is each other, right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the anarchy of nature that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligences, and they're all probably also wondering, "Wait, what's bigger than me?"
Exactly. That's what I always wondered, is that maybe that what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like we're created the universe. I mean, that's not a question that bothers them too. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for them to communicate with us? Is there something you think about this barrier of communication in biological systems like something else? How difficult is it to find the common language?
I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
talking to the ants. I mean,
That's the one.
so
You want to look good in this picture.
let me explain to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem. You know, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to. And they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information. Right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and me and have a conversation. But then they would make assumptions, humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true. Because we're not humans. Right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here. Right? And here's the limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything they'll get, and you know, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in. That would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand the amount of wisdom they carry.
Yeah. You know, and so it's very easy as well for religions to. I don't want to get into the whole religious conversation, but it's very easy for religion. You can see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into the framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so, when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is good. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi. It kind of gives these Delphic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in the Tacoma region of Chile might be an alien. He reached out to him and took on the task of proving or disproving that with the rigorous science. The result is a paper titled Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama Skeleton Shows Novel Mutations Linked with Dysplasia. Can you tell this full story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and put a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually do the work. The students do the work and figure out the answer. And then we help them put together the whole story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally American. I got kind of excited a few months into the process and thinking, this it is.
With respect to the characteristics of stuff and what makes it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it had dysmorphias. And so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. But he literally wrote the book. And because that's what you do. You go to an expert who is outside of the field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only saw that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things might look the way they did. And if you, again, read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. And what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of the students that, I mean, come on, you know, I would lose my job personally, and they would all be, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting the level of people that I don't think exists in the normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community. The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me when I distrust the science, is they might be naive, right? They might not, especially in modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of little things. And there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. And so, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, there's a hunger in the populace to discover something anomalous, something new. And, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it. But what do you make of that, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with the geopharmacology, you're dealing with the anomalous.
And people have said, let's go back to the Alcana case that I was debunking. Well, debunking is a loaded term. It sort of assumes that you were going in purposefully to prove something was wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It was called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is him. End of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was typing it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real encouragement.
And that, if you inquire deeply enough, will be interesting.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what actually excites scientists is that when you want the rigor of science to actually reveal the fact.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all the way one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, a couple of Nobel Prizes went out the door. But these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO
Claimed alleged UFO materials. So, what's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to
have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not, there's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries, because you have to keep going with the string and just go over the possible cut from. But anyway, you're in a possession of some materials of this kind. Can you describe some of them? Maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them.
Right. So let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people. And they're not given by the government. They're just given people who've collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them. But you can just have it so they can get that. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as some sort of a leftover material, or they are from an object that was released from this so that exploded. But almost always those. And some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't decided to look at. When you look at matter, you guess the little, okay, what are the elements? It's made up. And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing it. Most of them involve technology called mass spectrometry. And there's probably 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could use to build try that. And they either tell you, depending upon the unit or the resolution of the instrument, they tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotope. And you're interested not just in whether something is there or not, you are interested in whether there the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, you need different isotopes. And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it gets interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratios, in this case, it was magnesium, way off. And I just don't know. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process. Whether it's the result of a process, or whether, and this is sort of a leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. That's it. Right? But then the question is sort of you go one step deeper. Why would you?
Right. So why engineer? What is engineering means? There's all kinds of. It could be a byproduct. It could be the main result of an engineering process. It would be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesced gravitationally to form another sun, a ring that became a planet, and the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less on the ratio of certain gravitation. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly to build stuff. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that open up in the per pound per ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium to build stuff up. We don't make or engineer isotopes, which today is relatively easy to do, but it's still expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, anti-cancer, we use stable isotopes in money these days as a counterfeiting tool. We basically embed certain ratios of isotopes into counterfeiters to accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with it. So why would you make grams of such material in this one case and drop it around on a beach?
So which case would
This is
describe that?
this is the Lupitivo.
Can you describe this case a little bit further? Like Joe, we're talking about just the story of the case.
So
This is an interesting one.
it's an interesting one. So a fisherman saw an object that released something, or it exploded, and it was this some big chunks of it, relatively pure magnesium. It was obviously something that's in it, because magnesium burns, so it had something in it that with other metals, silver alloy, that would prevent it from basically burning up. And so the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same. So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary spectrum, which is an extremely sensitive instrument. And it can see down to 0.0001 seconds, which is important for some arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody, there were two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then two pieces from the other chain of custody. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 25 transfers. And the other was off, not just like slightly off, way off. And they were both off to the same extent. So, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and then you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with that's what kind of the questions. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody one of them a hoax? That somebody purposefully introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to me. And again, it's not something you would just throw around. And why would you do it in hope that someday, 30 years from now, would pick it up and study it?
Subtle.
It's a long term thing. So I just don't know. What to make of it, except it's interesting. So a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes evidence, right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis, put it out there. Maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of through technology, right? Something that is obviously we don't have, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak have come out rightfully and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technology that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention, right? Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and several of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so, take them off the table.
But I think, again, showing up with technology that we humans would find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it for what it is. And so, and I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to like inject into their culture. Because that's why I think it would be the technology they present is in the space of ideas, is trying to influence individual humans, the encounters, and try to, with this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. I mean, for them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets and presses. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology, and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is the thing that they're communicating. I mean, this is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about. Is the role of control system. Well, let me ask a question out there. Who is he? You know him. Who's Jacques Vallée? What have you learned about life, about about UFOs, about technology?
Well, I met John actually soon after the roll-up becoming a thing. I was visited by those people associated with the government and that were around what ended up mostly being some but also Jacques. They were actually working conversations with each other. But, here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn up on Near Sandhill. So John is one of the first openly active scientists. He's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. He's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of the goofy theater. That many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word absurd. The things that people claim they see are absurd, right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and knock on the door and say, "Can I have a glass of water?" These are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, you don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So, he said, this is put on as a show. It's an influence, right? It's not meant to influence individuals, it's meant to influence culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals, maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right? And so that's how you interact with them, that's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that took me back and realized, wow, maybe there's a puppet master behind the scenes that's doing this influencing, and all this stuff about aliens is just not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jack, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that for me that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him, don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data's not wrong or not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Well, that's powerful. Being able to always step back. Because we always get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions from the data. Always step back.
Yeah.
Being able to always step back. Because we always get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions from the data. Always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer then has been, where's been your work to try to produce it? I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline, which I didn't say in industry learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the U.S. government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment Unidentified Area of Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this is just like, okay, we're going to step back. Where do we stand? And where do we have to trace? What do you make of that report? Hopeful?
I think it's very, very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right?
In the good sense of adult.
What's that?
In the good sense.
In the good sense of adult.
Yeah. Childlike curiosity is pretty powerful.
That's true. Yeah. It's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically the empiric evidence is no. These videos and all these things have been out for now about 5 years. Most people don't even know it. Right? So as hyped as it's been, and all over the newspapers as it's been, and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his program. Joe Rogan, a lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on, because, and the reason being, is that I think this is actually partly true of the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Wales, I know, and Chris, and those two get great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So it's, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this, because we damn sure know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do it. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Miller has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
it's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection. It's when you yourself can't do a large enough data collection. If you're talking about anonymous events,
Right. Right.
you should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening at large in terms of in terms of the kind of things that would indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happening. And this is why governments can be good at funding large scale efforts.
Yes.
With NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalistics and fund companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in your phone. And you're not, it needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude of funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, making a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you've kind of taken away from the realm of science and making it military, Some of the greatest, this isn't because of engineering. It's been truly said that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by a lot of people and never know.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UAP task force announcement that we just, the bill was passed in the Department of Defense and now formally establishes alliance to collate that information and also be transparent about it. Money is now set aside,
right? I mean, what do you think of just people don't know, the DOD established a youth department to study UFOs, like airborne naming. But yes, the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I don't. No,
AOI Institute.
It's stupid and it's moving.
So AOI Institute. AO, all right, is directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this?
I think there's still a ton of room behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know though that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved in an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research, right? So they would be open to that.
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone, so and I'm not hiding anything, so I just don't know, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal sources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem opening up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be, you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them. Now, if there's money, as I've said before, scientists are essentially capitalists. We go where the money is. The work that I've done, I haven't even probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. But the amount of money that needs to go in is at least a few millions to do a proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with, probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit, something you probably will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes, talking about basic research and basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction we're researching. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative. Like, yeah, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding. We're actually, they end up doing really curious stuff. Yes, of course, you cannot deviate from if you're getting funded to study penguins or Antarctica, you can't start looking rockets. And probably you can't because you're convinced and you caught the narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins. I think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind. Is I don't want to do it because if it was, it would start with
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research for the term. And so, it's a bad use of the term capitalist. So. But we'll only do the research where it has money. I mean, why do most people work, many biologists, work in cancer research? Because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem. But I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. But I would never do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily for the NIH that they give you a attitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. We follow the data, we follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do. And scientists have to do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything can be discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's put this off the hat on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen?
I'm not seeing anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works? That there might be things like that, and they're not public. Is there a hopeful message for transparency that possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president, because maybe the president is not the source of power here. Would you release this information in some way?
Yes. If I were. I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the good you had available to you at the time. You had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit and to the benefit of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But, an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says, oh, there's a reason why you don't know this. maybe you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy. Maybe you might turn you a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
Yeah,
It's kind of an arms race.
you know, all forms of this. It makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this. Actually, this has been disappointing to me talking to PR folks at companies. Like, they're always nervous. They're always like concerned, right? In the sense like, well, if we release more stuff, this could always be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government and national security is really like another level to as a state. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insights of how the sauces is made, the technology, and being transparent about it because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal information and will use it against you is an idea that's not true as an idea of the 20th century. Like I said, some of the benefits of social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson because they're usually the last to learn such lessons. What do you make of all those in terms of possession of do you believe in them?
To be quite honest, I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it, and again, some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. Maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole area and a lot of years. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said, of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to an individual, collect data on again, and we do it. I can hand that analyze somebody else. I can get materials, I can analyze them, I can get some of these skeletons, I can touch other skeletons of it again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce it. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think that because again, I'm aware of that, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans. Observations.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope in the future, that sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity. But, that's still powerful data, even direct observations. Yeah. Like stuff about pilots. So it's an interesting question to me whether the brothers are telling the truth or the beliefs things too. And what impact the stories like this have on the willingness of governments to be transparent. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's been telling his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm doing. So, But there's so many other people who are, say, experts in that story.
They've got, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where you've got to say,
Yeah.
you mentioned Abu Load. I forgot to ask you about him very well.
Mhm.
You know, because you've analyzed specimens, what do you make of that one? You really make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, or look at objects flying around in our solar system. Is that a valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the stories that can be, most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other universes?
Just going to Aurora, I think Avi's insight is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many will just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation. It doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models than it just being a lie. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah, what is his main conclusion? Does he say it could be a alien extraterrestrial origin?
That's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a lightsaber. And a lightsaber is certainly within mere human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Mulder, he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think his proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, the thing is, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, to me, that's inspiring to greater levels of data collection. Yeah. In our solar system, but also to our Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools and software that we're developing get better and better at dealing with that data. It's changing the nature of science. So that's all of the data.
Right. Look at the data. I mean, I Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join. I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing. But, in looking at the list of people who are on there, they're really no biologists. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal of the video design?
Talk to Bobby, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of bylaws this morning, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on local, potentially local technological artifacts.
You need to look into this. This is fascinating. And the obvious heading is on the
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
on this podcast, yes.
Okay.
That was before, I believe it was before he was heading. It's a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project was, he said it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
He's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh, yeah, it's about 100. Actually, I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization I've already got developed. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of research projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. And what advice would you give to young people today that are in high school or in college that are dreaming of having an impact in science, or maybe whatever career path It feels like really does something.
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, where you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your own. I've never let people who told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself. You're thinking, give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to a cause, and if it's my time, why does it bother me? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing the idea that another senior faculty would probably say this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about giving advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the kind of, and the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992, people come and go, is it's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where the discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure when you explore some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, no, that push you away from these topics? What would you say change?
I just point to my successes. And so, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time. And now you're the one coming to me with advice for how to start companies. Right? But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse shame you.
So purely with reason and conversation,
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science, and when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, it could be lonely. I mean, there's a, in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, it'd be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have. I mean, truly, brilliant people because of this. So, it is for those who worry about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. Because I'm open about this area, I go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, and at dinner, inevitably, the subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they're not. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I had people come to me afterwards after dinner and say, hey, I talk about this. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's a really powerful point, which is I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. I am optimistic about social media and the more connected world because we have more and more of us not to have these two personalities. It's public and private. You've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? For us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level? What varies the meaning?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was anyone with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments that our world view, our galactic view, is open, right, to something a little bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting. Because I can fill it with my dreams.
And this discovery world might is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating. As we look out and realize we were on the world.
It makes us feel smaller but larger at the same time, to me. And, I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because it's photo to a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending extremely valuable time today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great time.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Miller. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with a word instead of smiling again. It's a letter. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand? Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness.
Do you think we're living this simulation?
We could be in the Matrix. This could be a very vivid dream.
There's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant.
Hamster has consciousness.
Except for cats, who are evil automatons that are void of consciousness.
Consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern.
Do you think there'll be a time in 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot? The following is a conversation with a philosopher specializing in philosophy of mind and consciousness. He is a panpsychist, which means he believes that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of physical reality of all matter in the universe. He is the author of Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness, and is the host of an excellent podcast called Mind Chat. This is the Live Streaming Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Phil Goff. I opened my second podcast conversation with Elon Musk with a question about consciousness and panpsychism. The question was, quote, does consciousness permeate all matter? I don't know why I opened the conversation this way. He looked at me like, what the hell is this guy talking about? So he said no, because we wouldn't be able to tell if it did or not. So it's outside the realm of scientific method. Do you agree or disagree with Elon Musk's answer?
I disagree. I guess I do think consciousness pervades matter. In fact, I think consciousness is the ultimate nature of matter. So, as for whether it's outside of the scientific method, I think there's a fundamental challenge at the heart of the science of consciousness that we need to face up to, which is that consciousness is not publicly observable. Right? I can't look inside your head and see your feelings and experiences. We know about consciousness not from doing experiments or public observation. We just know about it from our immediate awareness of our feelings and experiences. So, yeah, that's another aspect of it. So there are a couple of reasons consciousness, I think, is not susceptible to the standard, or not fully susceptible to the standard scientific approach. One reason you just raised is that it's qualitative rather than quantitative. Another reason is it's not publicly observable. So I mean, science is used to dealing with unobservables, right? You know, fundamental particles, quantum wave functions, other universes. None of these things are observable. But there's an important difference. With all these things, we postulate unobservables in order to explain what we can observe. Right? In the whole of science, that's how it works. In the case of consciousness, in the unique case of consciousness, the thing we are trying to explain is not publicly observable, and that is utterly unique. If we want to fully bring science into consciousness, we need a more expansive conception of the scientific method. So it doesn't mean we can't explain consciousness scientifically, but we need to rethink what science is.
What do you mean publicly observable? Is there something interesting to be said about the word publicly? I suppose versus privately.
Yeah, it's tricky to define, but I suppose the data of physics are available to anybody. If there were aliens who visited us from another planet, maybe they'd have very different sense organs. Maybe they'd struggle to understand our art or our music. But if they were intelligent enough to do mathematics, they could understand our physics. They could look at the data of our experiments. They could run the experiments themselves. Whereas consciousness, is it observable? Is it not observable? In a sense, it's observable. As you say, we could say it's privately observable. I am directly aware of my own feelings and experiences. If I'm in pain, it's just right there for me. My pain is just totally directly evident to me. But you, from the outside, cannot directly access my pain. You can access my pain behavior, or you can ask me, but you can't access my pain in the way that I can access my pain. So I think that's a distinction. It might be difficult to totally pin it down how we define those things, but I think there's a fairly clear and very important difference there.
So you think there's a kind of direct observation when hearing people deal with your pain, but I'm not. So my observation, all the ways in which I can sneak up to observing your pain is indirect versus yours is direct. Can you take that as a advocate? Is it possible for me to get closer and closer and closer to being able to observe your pain like all the subjective experiences, yours in the way that you do.
Yeah, I mean, so it's, of course, it's not that we observe behavior and then we make a difference. We are hardwired to instinctively interpret smiles as happiness, crying as sadness, and as we get to know someone, we find it very easy to adopt their perspective, get into their shoes. But strictly speaking, all we have perceptual access to is someone's behavior. And if you were just, strictly speaking, if you were trying to explain someone's behavior, those aspects that are particularly observable, I don't think you'd ever have recourse to attribute consciousness. You could just postulate some kind of mechanism if you were just trying to explain the behavior. So someone like Daniel Dennett is very consistent on this. And so I think for most people, what science is in the business of is explaining the data of public observation experiments. If you religiously followed that, you would not postulate consciousness because it's not a datum that's known about in that way. And Daniel Dennett is really consistent on this. He thinks my consciousness cannot be empirically verified and therefore it doesn't exist. Dennett is consistent on this. I think I'm consistent on this, but I think a lot of people have a slightly confused middle way position on this. On the one hand, they think the business of science is just to account for public observation experiments, but on the other hand, they also believe in consciousness without appreciating, I think, that implies that there is another datum over and above the data of public observation experiments, namely just the reality of feelings and experiences.
As we walk along this conversation, people are enjoying their own walking from that. I will, but I want to try to stay kind of focused. You mentioned Daniel Dennett. Let's lay it out, since he sticks to his story, pun unintended, and then you stick to yours. What is your story? What is your theory of consciousness versus his? Can you clarify his position?
So, my view, I defend the view known as panpsychism, which is the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world. So it doesn't literally mean that everything is conscious, despite the meaning of the word pan, everything, psyche, mind. So literally, that means everything has mind. But the typical commitment of the panpsychist is that the fundamental building blocks of reality, maybe fundamental particles like electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and that the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from this much more simple consciousness of the level of fundamental physics. So, I mean, that's a theory that I would justify on the grounds that it can account for this datum of consciousness that we are immediately aware of in our experience in a way that I don't think other theories can. If you ask me to contrast that to Daniel Dennett, I think he would just say there is no such datum. Dennett says the datum for science of consciousness is what he calls heterophenomenology, which is specifically defined as what we can access from the third person perspective, including what people say, but crucially, we're not treating what they say, we're not relying on their testimony as evidence for some unobservable realm of feelings and experiences. We're just treating what they say as a datum of public observation experiment that we can account for in terms of underlying mechanisms.
So I feel like there's a deeper view of what consciousness is. So you have a very clear, we talk quite a bit about panpsychism, but you have a clear view of what, almost like a physics view of consciousness. He, I think, has a kind of view that consciousness is almost a side effect of this massively parallel computation system going on in our brain. So the brain has a model of the world, and it's taking in perceptions, and it's constantly reading multiple stories about that world. It's integrating new perceptions, and the multiple stories are somehow it's like a Google Doc collaborative editing, and that collaborative editing is the actual experience of what we think of as consciousness. So now the editing is consciousness of this story. I mean that's a theory of consciousness. It's the narrative theory of consciousness, or the multiple versions editing, collaborative editing of a narrative theory of consciousness.
Yeah, because of the multiple drafts model. Incidentally, there's a very interesting paper just come out by very good philosopher Luke Roloff defending a panpsychist version of Dennett's multiple drafts model.
Like a deeper kernel like that.
Just the difference being that it's Luke Roloff's view, all of the drafts are conscious. So I guess for Dennett, there's sort of no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is the correct one. On Roloff's view, maybe there's no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is my consciousness, but nonetheless, all the drafts correspond to some consciousness. I mean, I just think of funny. I guess it was a Dennettian panpsychism, but this Luke is one of the most rigorous, serious philosophers alive at the moment, I think. And I hate having Luke Roloff in an audience giving a talk because he always cuts straight to the weakness in your position that you have thought of. And so it's nice, panpsychism is sometimes associated with fluffy thinking, but contemporary panpsychists have come out of this tradition we call analytic philosophy, which is rooted in, detailed, rigorous argumentation, and it is defended in that manner.
Yeah, those analytic philosophers are sticklers for terminology. It's very fun group to talk shit with us.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets boring if you just start and end defining words, right?
Yeah,
I think starting with defining words. Actually, the philosopher Derek Parfit said when he first was thinking about philosophy, he went to a talk in analytic philosophy, and he went to a talk in continental philosophy, and he decided that the problem with the continental philosophy is that it was really unrigorous, really imprecise. The problem with the analytic philosophy is it was just not about anything important. And he thought there was more chance of working within analytic philosophy and asking some more meaningful, some more profound questions than there was in working in continental philosophy and making it more rigorous. Now, they're both horrific stereotypes. I don't want to get nasty emails from either of these groups, but there's something to really say.
I think just a tiny tangent on terminology. I do think that there's a lot of deep insight discovered by just asking questions. What do we mean by this word? I remember I was taking a course on algorithms and data structures in computer science, and this instructor, shout out to him, Ali Shekafandi, amazing professor. I remember he asked some basic questions like, what is an algorithm? The pressure of pushing students to answer, to think deeply. You just woke up, hungover in college or whatever, and you're tasked with answering some deep philosophical question about what is an algorithm. These basic questions, and they sound very simple, but they're actually very difficult. And one of the things I really value in conversation is asking these dumb, simple questions of what is intelligence? And just continually asking that question over and over of some of the sort of biggest researchers in the artificial intelligence computer science space is actually very useful. At the same time, it should start with terminology and then progress when you kind of say, fuck it. They'll just assume we know what we mean by that. Otherwise, you get the Bill Clinton situation where it's like, what is the meaning of this? Is whatever he said. It's like, hey man, did you do the sex stuff or not? Yeah. So you have to both be able to talk about the sex stuff and the meaning of the word is. With consciousness, because we don't currently understand, very much, terminology discussions are very important. It's like you're almost trying to sneak up to some deep insight by just discussing some basic terminology. Like what is consciousness, or even defining the different aspects of panpsychism is fascinating. But just to linger on the Daniel Dennett thing, what do you think about narrative? So the mind constructing narratives for ourselves. So there's nothing special about consciousness deeply. It's some property of the human mind that's just is able to tell us pretty stories that we experience as consciousness, and that's unique perhaps to the human mind, which is, I suppose, what Daniel Rothschild is either deeply unique or mostly unique to the human mind.
It's just on the question of terminology before. Yes, I think it used to be the fashion among philosophers that we had to come up with utterly precise, necessary and sufficient conditions for each word. And I think this has gone out of fashion, but partly because it's just been, such a failure. But the word knowledge in particular, people used to define knowledge as true justified belief. And then this guy, Gettier, had this very short paper where he just produced some pretty conclusive counterexamples to that. You wrote very few papers, but this is just, you have to teach this on an undergraduate philosophy course. And then after that, you had a huge literature of people trying to address this and propose a new definition, but then someone else came out with counterexamples, and then you get a new definition of knowledge, counterexamples, and it just went on, and never seemed to get anywhere. So I think the thought now is, let's work out how precise we need to be for what we're trying to do. And I think that's a healthy attitude. So precision is important, but you just need to work out how precise do we need to be for these purposes. Towards Dennett and narrative theories, I think narrative theories are a plausible contender for a theory of the self, theory of my identity over time, what makes me the same person in some sense today as I was 20 years ago, where I've changed so much physically and psychologically. One running contender is something connected to the kind of stories we tell about ourselves, or maybe some story about psychological change, psychological continuity. I'm not saying I accept such a theory, but it's plausible. I don't think these theories are good as theories of consciousness. At least if we're taking consciousness just to be subjective experience, pleasure, pain, seeing colour, hearing sound. I think, a hamster has consciousness in that sense. It's something that it's like to be a hamster. It feels pain if you stand on it. The equivalent of the stand. People always think, I don't know, these very violent examples to get across consciousness. And, I don't know why that's going to go. But anyway, I say mean things.
It experiences pain, pleasure, joy. There's some limits to that experience. The hamster, that there's nonetheless the presence of the subjective experience.
Yeah, consciousness is just something. I think it's a very ambiguous word, but if we're just using it to mean some kind of experience, some kind of inner life, that is pretty widespread in the kingdom. It's difficult to say where it stops, where it starts, but you certainly don't need something as sophisticated as the capacity to self-consciously tell stories about yourself to just have experience.
Except for cats, who are evil automatons that are void of consciousness. They're the fingertips of the devil.
Oh, well, I was taking that as well. I mean, Descartes thought animals were
and humans are unique. So animals are robots, essentially, in the formulation of Descartes, and humans are unique. So in which way would you say humans are unique versus even our closest ancestors? Like, is there something special about humans? What is, in your view, under the panpsychism? I guess we're walking backwards. We'll have the big picture conversation about what is panpsychism, but given your kind of broad view of consciousness, what's unique about humans, do you think?
As a panpsychist, there is a great continuity between humans and the rest of the universe. There's nothing that special about human consciousness. It's just a highly evolved form of what exists throughout the universe. So we're very much continuous with the rest of the physical universe. What is unique about human beings? I suppose the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reasons as well. I mean, animals in some sense have motivations, but when a human being makes a decision, they're responding to what philosophers call normative considerations. You know, if you're told, should I take this job in the US? You weigh it up and say, well, you know, I'll get more money, maybe a better quality of life, but if I stay in the UK, I'll be close to family, and you weigh up these considerations. I'm not sure any non-human animals quite respond to considerations of value in that way. I mean, I might be reflecting here that I'm something of an objectivist about value. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do and what we have reason to believe.
And humans have access to those
And
facts.
humans have access to them. That's a controversial claim, you know. Many of my panpsychist brethren,
They would say the hamster too can look up to the stars and ponder theoretical physics.
maybe not, but I think it depends what you think about value. If you have a more humane picture of value, by which I mean relating to the philosopher David Hume, who said reason is the slave for passions. Really, we just have motivations, and what we have reason to do arises from our motivations. I'm not a humane. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do, and I think we have access to them. I don't think any non-human animal has access to objective facts about what they have reason to do, what they have reason to believe. They don't weigh up evidence.
Reason is a slave for passions.
That was David Hume's view. I mean, yeah, do you want to know my problem with Hume's? I had a radical conversion. This might not be connected. It's not connected to conversation, but I had a radical conversion. I used to have a more humane view when I was a graduate student, but I was persuaded by some professors at the University of Reading, where I was, that if you have a humane view, say any basic life goals are equally valid. So, for example, let's take someone whose basic goal in life is counting blades of grass, right? And crucially, they don't enjoy it, right? But they get no pleasure from it. That's just their basic goal, to spend their life counting as many blades of grass as possible. Not for some greater goal, that's just their basic goal. I want to say that that is objectively stupid, that is objectively pointless. I shouldn't say stupid, but it is objectively pointless in a way that pursuing pleasure, or pursuing someone else's pleasure, or pursuing scientific inquiry is not pointless. As soon as you make that admission, you're not a follower of David Hume anymore. You think there are objective facts about what goals are worth pursuing.
Is it possible to have a goal without pleasure? So this kind of idea that you disjointed to it. So the David Foster Wallace idea of the key to life is to be unbearable. Isn't it possible to discover the pleasure in everything in life? The counting of the blades of grass. Once you see the mastery of the skill, that you discover the pleasure. Before, I guess what I'm asking is why and how did you use the romance of grass? Is that where you're trying to stop?
I think it may or may not be true that it's possible to find pleasure in everything, but I think it's also true that people don't act solely for pleasure, and certainly don't act solely for their own pleasure. People will suffer for things they think are worthwhile. I might suffer for some scientific cause, for finding out a cure for the pandemic, or and in terms of my own pleasure, I might have less pleasure in doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own pleasure. I don't think that's even psychologically plausible.
But pleasure, then that's a narrow kind of view. That's like a short-term pleasure. We see pleasure as a kind of ability to hear the music in the distance. It's like, yes, it's difficult now, it's suffering now, but there is some greater thing beyond the mountain that would be joy. I mean, that's kind of, even if it's not in this life, The warriors will meet in Valhalla, right? The feeling that gives meaning, fulfillment to life is not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like the counting of the grass. It's something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of deep fulfillment. So I think pleasure needs to be kind of thought of as a little bit more broad. It just kind of gives you this sense that for a moment allows you to forget the terror of the fact that you're going to die. That's pleasure. Like that's the broader view of pleasure. That you get to kind of play in the little illusion, which all of this has deep meaning. That's pleasure.
Yeah, well, but I mean, people sacrifice their lives. Atheists may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else or for the sake of something important enough, but clearly in that case they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example, but it could be just trivial examples where, I choose to be honest rather than lie about something, and I lose out of it, and I have a bit less pleasure, but it worth doing the honest thing or something. I just think that maybe you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you're just essentially meaning something worthwhile, but then I think the word pleasure maybe loses its meaning.
Sure. Well,
But what do you think about the Blades of Justice? What do you think about someone who spends their life planning Blades of Justice, doesn't enjoy it?
so I personally think it's impossible, or maybe I'm not understanding even like the philosophical formulation, but I think it's impossible to have a goal and not draw pleasure from it. Make it worthwhile for the word pleasure. I think the word goal loses meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on this table, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy in it. Go find the, I think there's a lot of meaning and joy to be discovered in the skill of the task, in mastering the skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it's about the human mind, but there's some joy to be discovered in the mastery of the skill. And so I think it's just impossible to count blades of grass and not have the Georgians of sushi compelled to draw you into the mastery of the simple task.
Yeah, I suppose. In a way, you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that. But then maybe that's just because it's so evident that is a pointless task. Whereas if we take this David Hume seriously, it ought to be, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, that there isn't one single way you should lead your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in a way that, for example, I'm a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement or do it symmetrically, like if I step on a crack with my left foot, I feel the need to do it with my right foot. I think that's kind of pointless. It's something I feel the urge to do, but it's pointless. Whereas other things I choose to do, I think it's worth doing. And it's hard to make sense of metaphysically what could possibly ground that. How can we know about these facts? But that's the starting point for me.
I don't know. I think you walking on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall apart. And
it feels like
that. And I think there's meaning in that. Like you embracing the full experience of that, you living the richness of that as if it has meaning, will give meaning to it. And then whatever genius comes of that is you as a one-man intelligent hand, then make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending the blades of grass example because I can literally imagine myself enjoying this task. As somebody who's right, OCD in a certain kind of way, and quantitative.
But now you're going to these empty imagine someone enjoying it. And imagine someone who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life that's just full of pleasure. Like we just sit there, having a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things that are worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is for it to be a basic life goal, then that mode of reflection doesn't really make sense. You can't really think, did I do things worthwhile? On the David Hume type picture, all it is for something to be worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours, it derived from a basic goal. And
yeah, I mean, I think goal and worthwhile I think goal is a boring word. I'm more sort of existential. It's like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? That, and in that sense, I mean, the blade of grass is something that we deeply joyful. And that's, in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the whole context of life. It's the roller coaster. Without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression, the sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about life is that the lows really make the highs that much richer and deeper and like taste better, right? Like I tweeted this. I couldn't sleep and I was like late at night, and I know it's an obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, in tragedy. So like this feeling of love, at the end, there's always going to be tragedy, even if it's the most amazing lifelong love with another human being. One of you is going to die, and I don't know which is worse. But both are not going to be pretty, and so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a low, that gives like richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends, that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is this really word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure to the experience when it's good. I mean, and that's the blades of grass, they have that. But you're perhaps right that it's like reducing it to some goals or something like that is kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful is just because it's life.
Okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be worthwhile. But you're saying no, it's because it's engaging with life, riding the roller coaster. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are facts independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. I mean, coming back full circle to the start of this was what makes us different to animals. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live life to the full? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to non-human animals. So,
what do you think is the role of death in all of this? The fear of death. Does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection? Do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that the flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death because, for the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particles and fields. It's just that we think the ultimate nature of particles and fields is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains the particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Although I do, the final chapter of my book, Galileo's Error, is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, the last chapter we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to anything spiritual. You know, a lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Luke Roloffs, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, you know, mundane consciousness, and think that needs explaining, and our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated to some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you have a mystical experience where you it seems to you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things, if you're a materialist, you've got to think that's a delusion. You know, there's just something in your brain making you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist and you already think the fundamental nature of reality is constituted of consciousness, it's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness you seem to apprehend in the mystical experience is part of that underlying reality. And, you know, in many different cultures, experienced meditators have claimed to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal. So this is something called universal consciousness. So on this view, your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built on the foundations of universal consciousness, and universal consciousness as it exists in me is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a panpsychist, I think one is more open to that possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that that is part of the nature of consciousness and maybe something that is apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that could allow for a kind of impersonal life after death, because if that view is true, then even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness at the core of my identity would continue to exist. So it would be, as it were, absorbed into universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you just sink back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, suggest this could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because if you think egotism implicitly assumes that we are utterly distinct individuals, whereas on this view, we overlap to an extent that's something at the core of our being.
Even in this life,
that would be this view that some experienced meditators claim becomes apparent to them, that there is something at the core of my identity that is one and the same as the thing at the core of your identity. It's universal consciousness.
there is something very, like you and I in this conversation, there's a few people listening to this, all of us are in kind of single mind together. There's some small aspect of that, and maybe a big aspect about us humans. So certainly in the space of ideas, we kind of meld together for a time, at least in a conversation, and kind of play with that idea. And then clearly we're all thinking Like if I say pink elephant, there's going to be a few people that are not visualizing the pink elephant. We're all thinking about that pink elephant together. We're all in the room together thinking about this pink elephant. We're like rotating it, like, in our minds together. What is that? That pink elephant, is there a different instantiation of that pink elephant in everybody's mind? Or is it the same elephant? We have the same mind to explore that elephant. Now, if we in our mind start petting that elephant, like touching it, that experience that we're now like thinking what that would feel like, what's that? Is that all of us experiencing that together? Or is that separate? So like, there's some aspect of the togetherness that almost seems fundamental to civilization, to society. Hopefully that's not too strong, but to like some of the fundamental properties of the human mind. It feels like the social aspect is really important. We call it social because we think of us as individual minds interacting. But if we're just like one collective mind with like fingertips, they're like touching each other as it's trying to explore the elephant. So that could be just in the realm of ideas and intelligence and not in the realm of consciousness. It's interesting to see maybe it is in the realm of consciousness.
Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are these phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness. In some sense, I suppose the question is how ontologically serious do we want to be about those things? By which I mean, are they just a construction out of our minds, the fact that we interact in the standardly scientifically accepted ways? Or is there some like group sheldrake that think that there is some metaphysical reality, there are some fields beyond the scientifically understood ones that are somehow communicating this? I mean, I think the view I was describing was that this element we're supposed to have in common is some sort of pure impersonal consciousness or something rather than. So actually, an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Muriel Bahari, who defends a kind of mystical conceptual reality rooted in a fight of Vedanta mysticism. But like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, and so she defends this in this incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea that we should think of experienced meditators as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans causing climate breakdown. I have no idea the science behind it, but I trust the experts, or that the universe is 14 billion years old. Most of our knowledge is based on expert testimony, and she thinks we should think of experienced meditators, these people who are telling us about this universal consciousness of pure well-being, as a relevant kind of expert. So she wants to defend the rational acceptability of this conceptual reality. So I think we shouldn't be ashamed, that we shouldn't be worried about dealing with certain views as long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like, I don't know, New Age or something can function a bit like racist terms. A racist term picks out a group of people but then implies certain negative characteristics. So people use this term to pick out a certain set of views like mystical conceptuality and imply it's kind of fluffy thinking. But, you read Muriel Bahari, you read Nicolas, this is serious, rigorous thought. Whether you agree with it or not, obviously it's hugely controversial. And so, the Enlightenment ideal is to follow the evidence and the arguments where they lead. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how we think science ought to look. People talk about religion as a crutch, but I think a certain kind of scientism, a certain conception of how science is supposed to be, gets into people's identity and their sense of themselves and their security, and make things hard for Europeans like it.
And even the word expert becomes a kind of crutch. You use the word expert. You have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's connected with a degree at a particularly prestigious university or something like that, or expertise is a funny one. I've noticed that anybody sort of that claims they're an expert is usually not the expert. The biggest quote-unquote expert that I've ever met are the ones that are truly humble. So the humility is a really good sign of somebody who's traveled a long road and is humbled by how little they know. So some of the best people in the world, whatever they've spent their life doing, are the ones that are ultimately humble in the face of it all. So like just being humble, how little we know, even if we travel a lifetime. I do like the idea. I mean, treating sort of like what is it, psychonauts, like an expert witness. You know, people who have traveled with the help of DMT to another place where they got some deep understanding of something. And their insight is perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Princeton University or something. Like those psychonauts, they have wisdom if it's done rigorously, which you can also do rigorously within the university within the studies now with psilocybin and those kinds of things. Yeah, I think it's fascinating.
Still probably the best, one of the best works on mystic experience is the chapter in William James's Varieties of Religious Experiences. And most of it is just a psychological study of trying to define the characteristics of mystical experience as a psychological type. But at the end, he considers the question, if you have a mystical experience, is it rational to trust it? To trust that it's telling you something about reality? And he makes an interesting argument. He says, if you say no, you're kind of applying a double standard, because we all think it's okay to trust our normal sensory experiences, but we have no way of getting outside of ourselves to prove that our sensory experiences correspond to an external reality. We could be in the matrix, this could be a very vivid dream. You could say, oh, we do science, but a scientist only gets their data by experiencing the results of their experiments, and then the question arises again, how do you know that corresponds to the real world? So he thinks there's a sort of double standard. It's okay to trust our ordinary sensory experiences, but it's not okay for the person on DMT to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say, why is it okay in the one case and not the other? So I think there's an interesting argument there, but I would like to just defend experts a little bit. I mean, I agree it's very difficult, but especially in an age, I guess, where there's so much information, I do think it's important to have some protection of sources of information, academic institutions that we can trust. And then that's difficult because, of course, there are non-academics who do know what they're talking about, but like if I'm interested in knowing about biology, you can't research everything. So I think we have to have some sense of who are the experts we can trust, the people who have spent a lot of time reading all the material that people have written, thinking about it, having their views torn apart by other people working in the field. I think that is very important. And also to protect that from conflicts of interest. There is a so-called think tank in the UK called the Institute of Economic Affairs, who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare who thought them, right? So we don't know who's saying paper. I think you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself a think tank if you're not totally transparent about who's funding you. So I think that's it. And I mean, this connects to panpsychism because I think the reason people, worry about unorthodox ideas is because they worry about how do we know when we're just losing control or losing discipline. So I do think we need to somehow protect academic institutions as sources of information that we can trust. And in philosophy, there's not much consensus on everything, but you can at least know what people who have put the time in to read all the stuff, what they think about these issues. I think that is important.
To push back and you push back. Who are the experts on COVID?
But if they get into dangerous territory,
Well, let me just speak to it because I'm walking into that dangerous territory. I'm allergic to the word expert because in my simple mind, it kind of drives with ego. There's something about experts if we allow too much to have a category expert replace certain people in them, those people sitting on the throne start to believe it. And they start to communicate with that energy. And the humility starts to dissipate. I think there is value in a lifelong mastery of the skill and the pursuit of knowledge within a very specific discipline. But the moment you have your name on an office, the moment you're an expert, I think you destroy the very aspect, the very value of that journey towards knowledge. So some of it probably just reduces to like skillful communication, like of communicating in a way that shows humility, that shows an open-mindedness, that shows an ability to really hear what a lot of people are saying. So in the case of COVID, what I've noticed, this is true, this is probably true with panpsychism as well, is the so-called experts, and they are extremely knowledgeable, and many of them are colleagues of mine. They dismiss what millions of people are saying on the internet without having looked into it, with empathy and rigor, honestly, understands what are the arguments being made. They say that there's not enough time to call all those things, and there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's intellectual laziness. If you don't have enough time, then don't speak so strongly with dismissal. You feel bad about it. Be apologetic about the fact that you don't have enough time to explore that. And for example, with the heat I got with Francis Collins is that he kind of said that Rabbi, he kind of dismissed it, showing that he didn't really deeply explore all the the huge amount of circumstantial evidence that's out there, the battles that are going on out there. There's a lot of people really constantly discussing this, and being showing humility in the face of that battle of ideas is really important. And I just been very disappointed in so-called expertise in the space of science, in showing humility, in showing humanity, kindness, and empathy towards other human beings. That's at the same time, obviously, I love Georgian's sushi, lifelong pursuit of like getting, like you can get a sign down to me. Like some of my biggest heroes are people that like when nobody else cares, they stay on one topic for their whole life. And they just find and goofy little things about the puzzles they keep solving. And yes, sometimes a virus happens or something happens with that person, with their puzzles, becomes like the center of the whole world because that puzzle becomes all of a sudden really important. But still, the responsibilities on them to show humility and to be open-minded to the fact that they, even if they spent their whole life doing it, even if their whole community is telling them, giving them awards and giving them citations and giving them all kinds of stuff where like they're bowing down before them, how smart they are, they still know nothing relative to all the stuff, the mysteries that are out there. Yeah, well, I'm not much disagreeing. I mean, these are totally valid issues, and of course, expertise goes wrong in all sorts of ways. It's totally fallible. I suppose I would just say, what is the alternative? What do we just say? All information is equal. Because as a voter, I've got to decide who to vote for, and that I've got to evaluate. And I can't look into all of the economics and all of the relevant science, and so I just think maybe it's like Churchill said about democracy, it's the worst system of government apart from all the rest. I think about panpsychism as the worst theory of consciousness apart from all the rest. But I just think expertise, the peer review system, I think it's terrible in so many ways. Yes, people should show more humility, but I can't see a viable alternative. I think Professor Bernard Williams had a really nice, nuanced discussion of the problems of titles, but how they also function in a society. They do have some positive functions. The very first time I lectured philosophy, before I got a professorship,
was teaching at a continuing education college. So it's kind of for retired people who want to learn some more things. And I just totally pitched it too high. And Gabe talked about Bernard Williams on titles and hierarchies, and these kind of people in their 70s, 80s who just instantly started interrupting, saying, "What is philosophy?" And I just remember in the breaks, sort of elderly lady came said, "I decided to take Egyptology instead." And so that was my introduction to teaching.
Anyway, but sort of titles and accomplishments is a nice starting point, but doesn't buy you the whole thing. So and you don't get to just say this is true because I'm an expert. You still have to convince people. But one of the things I really like to practice martial arts,
Yeah.
and for people who don't know, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of them. And you sometimes wear these pajama-looking things, and you wear belts. I happen to be a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I also train in what's called no gi, so you don't wear the pajamas. And when you don't wear the pajamas, nobody knows what rank you are. Nobody knows if you're a black belt or a white belt, if you're a complete beginner or not. And when you wear the pajamas, called the gi, you wear the rank. And people treat you very differently. And like when they see my black belt, they treat me differently. They kind of defer to my expertise. If they're kicking my ass, that's probably because like I am working on something like new, or maybe I'm letting them win. But when there's no belts, and it doesn't matter if I've been doing this for 15 years. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is the raw interaction of just trying to kick each other's ass and seeing like what is this chess game of like a human chess. What are the ideas that are playing? And I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable to know a person is a black belt when you take consideration of the advice of different people, me versus somebody who's only practiced for like a couple of days. But at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is combat, and the raw practice of exchanging ideas that is science, needs to often throw away expertise. And in communicating, like there's another thing to science and expertise, which is leadership. It's not just so the scientific method and the review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also a stepping up and inspiring the world, communicating ideas to the world. And that skill of communication, I suppose that's my biggest criticism of so-called experts in science. Is they're just shitty communicators.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out more. I mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, respond to all objections, and as you do that, eventually it gets more complicated and the jargon comes in. And but then to write a more accessible book or article, you have to loosen the argument a bit. And then we worry that other philosophers will think, "Oh, that's a really crap argument." So, I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic book first, which is fundamental reality. And then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the arguments are not as rigorously worked out. So then I can say, the proper arguments, the other arguments. But I get
That's
very...
really done better. Like, that's such a... So for people don't know, you first wrote Consciousness and about the realities in the academic book, also really good. I flew through it last night, bought it. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Foundations for the New Science of Consciousness. That's kind of the right way to do it. Yeah. To show you legit your community to the world by doing the book and something different to read. And then to the popular book. Everybody's going to read.
Yeah, well, I try now, every time I write an academic article, I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing I've been working on recently just is this argument. So there's a certain argument from the cosmological fine-tuning of the laws of physics for life to the multiverse. It's quite popular. Physicists like Max Tegmark There's an argument in philosophy journals that's this fallacious line of reasoning going on there from the fine-tuning to the multiverse. Now that argument is 20, 30 years ago, and it's discussed in philosophy. Nobody knows about it, and there is huge interest in this fine-tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for a multiverse, theists wanting to say this is evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show that it's fallacious reasoning to go from fine-tuning to the multiverse. So I wrote a piece for Scientific American explaining this argument to a more general audience, and it just really irritates me that this is buried in these technical journal articles, and nobody knows about it. But final thing on it. Look, I don't disagree with anything you said, and that's a really beautiful martial art example of thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and had objections raised. I was going to say have it torn apart, but that's maybe thinking of it in a slightly wrong way. But have the best objections raised to it, and that's why that is an important formative process that you go through as an academic. The greatest minds, starting philosophy degree, for example, won't have gone through, probably, except in very rare cases, just won't have the skills required.
But I was just trying to disagree and dance with that. I think to elaborate on what you're saying in agreement, not just gone through that, but continue to go through that. Absolutely. That's, I would say, the biggest problem from a quote expertise is that there's a certain point where you get, because it sucks. Like these martial arts, it's a good example of it. It sucks to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
Like there's a temptation to still go, I train. You get older too, but also there's tools out there in both space of martial arts and the space of science. And I think that once you become a professor, like more and more senior and more respected, I don't know if you get your ass kicked in the space of ideas as often. I don't know if you allow yourself to truly expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Is constantly exposing yourself to that.
I think you do, because I think there's graduate students who want to, find the objection to sort of write their paper or make their mark. And I think everyone still gives talks, or should give talks, and people are wanting to work out if there are any weaknesses to your position. So, that generally works out.
There is also kind of who do you give the talks to?
Mm.
So within communities, there are a cluster of people that argue and bicker, but what are they arguing about? They take a bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic assumptions as agreement, and they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is how open are that's actually kind of like fun. That's like, no offense, so there's the kind of martial arts thing. It's like people who practice Aikido or certain martial arts that don't truly test themselves in the cage, in combat. So it's like, it's fun to argue about certain things in your own community, but you don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full seriousness, the vigor of sometimes the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you're kind of doing these studies and arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because there's so much easier to study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of stay there, and that's what the arguments are. So vision science is an example of studying eye movement and how we perceive the world, all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier to study in the lab, but we don't consider we say that's going to be what the science of vision is going to be like, and we don't consider the science of vision the actual real world, the engineering vision. And so I think that's where exposing yourself to out-of-the-box ideas.
Yeah.
That's the most painful. That's the most
Absolutely.
important.
I mean, groupthink can be a terrible thing for philosophy as well, because you're not, to the same extent, beholden to evidence and refutation from the evidence that you are in the sciences. It's a more subtle process of evaluation, and so more susceptible, I think, to groupthink. So I agree with you.
We've talked about it a million times, but let's try to sort of do that old basic terminology definitions. What is panpsychism? Like, what are the different ways you can try to think about, to define panpsychism, maybe in contrast to naturalistic dualism and materialism and other kind of views of consciousness?
Yeah, so that basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, that roughly that we can explain consciousness in the terms of physical science, wholly explain it just in terms of the electrochemical signaling in the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, that consciousness is non-physical, outside of the physical workings of the body and the brain, or closely connected. And when I studied philosophy, we were taught basically they were the two options you could choose, right? Either you thought it was dualist, and you thought it was separate from the physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling. And yeah, I became very disillusioned because I think there are big problems with both of these options. So I think the attraction of panpsychism is it's kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialist that there's just the physical world. Ultimately, there's just particles and fields. But the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical than what physical science reveals, and that the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness is not outside of the physical, as the dualist thinks. It's embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world we get from physics.
What are the problems with materialism and dualism?
Starting with materialism, it's a huge debate, but I think that the core of it is that physical science works with a purely quantitative description of the physical world, whereas consciousness essentially involves qualities. If you think about the smell of coffee or the taste of mint or the deep red you experience as you watch a sunset, I think these qualities can't be captured in the purely quantitative language of physical science. And so as long as your description of the brain is framed in purely quantitative language of neuroscience, you'll just leave out these qualities and it's really leave out consciousness itself.
And then dualism?
So I've actually changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So I argue in the book that we have pretty good experimental grounds for doubting dualism. And roughly the idea was, if dualism were true, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, that this would really show up in our neuroscience. There'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that have no physical explanation. It could be like a poltergeist playing with the brain. But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that, it's a strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have at Durham, my university, an interdisciplinary consciousness group, I don't think we know enough about the brain, how the workings of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what does the brain do. But what we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's very low resolution. Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons, and we're only 70% of the way through constructing a connector for a maggot brain. which has, I said 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has 86 billion neurons. So I think we have to know a lot more about how the brain works, how these functions are realized, before we could assess whether the dynamics of the brain could be completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So, we'd have to do more engineering before we could figure that out. And there are people with other proposals. Someone I got to know, Mark Picard at Columbia University, who has the psychobiology mitochondrial lab there, and is experimentally exploring the hypothesis that mitochondria in the brain should be in sort of social networks, perhaps as an alternative to reducing it to underlying chemistry and physics. So I'm less. It is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true. I'm less convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into the purely physical properties and these consciousness properties, and they're radically different kinds of things. Whereas the panpsychist offers a much more simple, unified picture of reality. So I think it's still the view to be preferred. To put it very simply, why believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with one?
And materialism is also very simple. You're saying it doesn't explain something that seems pretty important.
Yeah, so I think materialism kind of, science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data, and it's simpler.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world.
Like a law of physics? What should we be imagining? What do you think the different flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe?
So in the simplest form of it, fundamental building blocks of reality, perhaps electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience at the level of basic physics. But maybe the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to the problem of consciousness and turns it on its head, right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter, and we think, how do we get consciousness out of matter? So I don't think that problem can be solved, for reasons I've kind of hinted at, we maybe go into more detail. But the panpsychist does it the other way around. They start with consciousness and try to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they're very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize their mathematical structures. And then the idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. To me, it sounds like panpsychism unites consciousness and physics. Physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So physics should be able to describe consciousness. Panpsychism, in my understanding, proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. It seems like consciousness. You have like Stephen Wolfram, who's all these people who are trying to develop theories of everything. mathematical frameworks within which to describe how we get all the reality that we perceive around us. To me, there is no reason why that kind of framework cannot also include some accurate, precise description of whatever simple consciousness characteristics are present there at the lowest level, if panpsychist theories have truth to them. So, like, to me, it is physics. You said kind of physics emerges, by which you mean like the basic four laws of physics as we currently know them, the standard model, quantum mechanics, general relativity, that emerges from the base consciousness level. Yeah, so maybe the way I phrased it made it sound like these things are more separate than they are. What I was trying to address was a common misunderstanding of panpsychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory, that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So that the physicist Sabine Hossenfelder had a blog post critiquing panpsychism maybe a couple of years ago now, the Verbal Attraction, and she was interpreting panpsychism in this way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles have these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics would make false predictions because its predictions are based wholly on physical properties. If there were also these consciousness properties, we get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of properties, that mass, spin, and charge are forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what stuff does. I sometimes put it by saying doing physics is like playing chess when you don't care what the pieces are made of, you're just interested in what moves. So physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea, the experience of mass. So the idea is, yeah, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness. So yeah, physics in a sense is complete, I think, because it tells us what everything at the fundamental level does. It describes its causal capacities. But for the panpsychist, at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is. It tells us what it does, but not what it is. To push back on the thing I think she's criticizing, is it also possible, so I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that particles have another property like consciousness? I don't understand the criticism we would be able to detect it in our experiments. Well, no, if you're not looking for it, there's a lot of stuff that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking for this stuff, you're not going to detect it, because like all of our basic empirical science, whose recent history, and yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding, and from that understanding how gravity works. But like, we just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think it would be conflicting whether you are observing consciousness or knowledge or exploring some of these ideas. I don't think that affects the rest of the physics. The mass, the energy, all the different kind of like hierarchy of different particles and so on, how they interact. I don't think it feels like consciousness is something orthogonal, very much distinct. The quantitative versus the qualitative. There's something quite distinct. Or just almost like another dimension, or just completely. There might be a way of responding to Sabina to say, well, there could be properties of particles that don't show up in the specific circumstances in which physicists investigate particles. Like my colleague, Professor of Science, Nancy Cartwright, got this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, where she says, physicists explore things in very specific circumstances and then in an unwarranted way generalize that. But I mean, I guess I was thinking Sabina's criticism actually just missed the mark in a more basic way. Her point is, we shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those the standard model attributes to them. Panpsychists would say, yeah, sure, there aren't. There are just the properties, the physical properties like mass or the charge, that the standard model attributes to them. It's just that we have a different philosophical view
as to the nature of it.
Yeah. So those properties, the turtles are sitting on top of another turtle, and that big turtle is consciousness. That's what you're saying. But I'm just saying that it's possible that's true. It's possible also that consciousness is just another turtle playing with the others. He's just not interacting in the ways that we're observing. I don't. In fact, to me, that's more compelling because then that's going to be. Well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet another property of particles that we're just not observing. If it's like the thing from which matter and energy and physics emerges, right? It makes it that much more difficult to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness to the wonderful little spark of consciousness, complexity, and beauty that is the human being. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to get there, but one of the beautiful things to get at with panpsychism and with that solid theory of consciousness is to answer the question, how do you engineer? Yeah, how do you get from nothing, vacuum in a lab? If there is that consciousness base layer, how do you start engineering organisms that have consciousness in them? Yeah. Or the reverse of that, describing how does consciousness emerge in a human being from conception, from a stem cell, to the whole formula biology that builds from that. How do you get this full, rich experience of consciousness that humans have? It just, it feels like that's the dream, and if consciousness is just another player in the game of physics, it feels more amenable to our scientific understanding of it.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity play here. The physics tells us what matter does. Consciousness is what matter is. So matter is sort of what consciousness does. So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness and conscious things. They're just these simple things with their experiences, and that is their total nature. So in that sense, it's not another player. It's just all there is really. And then we describe, in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell, who was the inspiration for a lot of this, calls the causal skeleton of the world. So physics is just interested in the causal skeleton of the world. It's not interested in sort of flesh and blood, and that maybe suggesting separation again too much, or metaphors fail in the end. But yeah, so yeah, you're totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain is how our consciousness and the consciousness of other animals comes out of this. If we can't do that, then it's game over. But I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity claim that if matter at the fundamental level just is forms of consciousness, then we can perhaps make sense of how those simple forms of consciousness in some way combine in some way to make the consciousness we know and love. That's the dream.
Yeah, I guess the question is, so the reason you can describe, the reason you have material engineering, material science, is because you have in physics, in chemistry, like you keep going up and up in realms of complexity in order to describe objects that we have in our human world. And it would be nice to do the same thing for consciousness, to come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how do the different particles interact to create more greater complexity? You can do this kind of thing for life, like what is life, like living organisms. At which point do living organisms become living? Like what? How do you know if I give you a thing that thing is living? And there's a lot of people who work on this kind of idea, and some that has to do with the levels of complexity and so on. So it'd be nice to know, like, measuring different degrees of consciousness as you get into bigger and more complex objects. And that's with chemistry, like bigger and bigger conscious molecules, and to see how that leads to organisms, and then organisms like start to collaborate together like we do inside the human body to create the full do those kinds of experiments would be that it seems like that would be kind of a goal. That's what I mean by clear game physics, as opposed to like the base layer. It's just the base layer. It becomes harder to track it as you get from physics to chemistry to biology and things like that.
Yeah. In every case, apart from consciousness, I would say what we're interested in is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral functions at the level of fundamental physics. We're interested in capturing the equations that describe the behavior there. When we get to higher levels, we're interested in explicating the behavior, perhaps in terms of behavior at simpler levels. And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various observable functions of life, explaining them in terms of more simple mechanisms. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think that's what we're doing, or at least not all that we're doing. In the case of consciousness, there are these subjective qualities that we're immediately aware of, the redness of a red experience, the itchiness of an itch, and we're trying to account for them. We're trying to bring them into our theory of reality, and postulating some mechanism does not deal with that. So I think we've got to realise that consciousness is a radically different explanatory task from other tasks of science. Other tasks of science, we're trying to explain behaviour in terms of simple forms of behaviour. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain these invisible subjective qualities that you can't see from the outside, but that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism perhaps continues to dominate is people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, it's explained all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so the neuroscientist Anil Seth, who I've had lots of intense but friendly discussions with, wants to compare consciousness to life. But I think there's this radical difference that in the case of life, again, we come back to public observation, all of the data, publicly observable data, we're basically trying to explain complex behavior. And the way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that explicate that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities, and you postulate a mechanism that might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness of the red experience. So, but still ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out with certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So there's still a sort of hierarchical explanatory framework there.
So you kind of mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness. Do you think it's possible to, within the panpsychism framework, to measure consciousness? Or put another way, are some things more conscious than others in the panpsychism view?
It's a difficult question. I do see consciousness as dealing with consciousness an interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what people call the neural correlates of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of more the why question. Why do those kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of conscious experience? I don't think you can answer that. Because consciousness is not typically observable, I don't think you can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. And one of the theories I'm attracted to is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness at the level at which there is most integrated information, and they try to give a mathematically precise definition of that. So on that view, probably this cup of tea isn't conscious because there's probably more integrated information in the molecules making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is that there's a huge amount of there's more integrated information in the system than there is in individual neurons. So that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now I like some features of this theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradations. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. I mean, there are things to do with consciousness that are graded, like complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure whether experience itself admits a degree. Sort of thing. Something either has experience or it doesn't. It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but experience itself, I don't think it admits a degree in that sense. It's not more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense of. But I'm kind of open.
So when you have a lot high resolution of sensory information, don't you think that's correlated to the richness of the experience? So doesn't more information provide a richer experience? Or is that, again, thinking quantitatively, not thinking about the subjective experience? Like you can experience a lot with very little sensory information. Do you think those are connected?
Yeah. So there are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of the experience. And on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identifiable structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's a quite unusual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining past and future possibilities of the system. So the idea is that the retina of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible states the retina of my eye could be in at the next moment, depending on what light goes into it. Whereas the possible next states of the brain are much more constrained. Obviously, it responds to the environment, but it heavily constrains its past and future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer with these transistors, you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnections, whereas if you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information because the way it stores information is dependent on the interconnections of the system. So so that's one proposal for how to measure on gradable characteristics which might correspond to some gradable characteristic in qualitative consciousness. And maybe I'm being very pedantic, which is philosopher's professional title. I just sort of don't think that is a quantity of experience. It's a quantity of the structure of experience, maybe, but I just find it hard to think the idea of how much experience do you have? I've got, 5 minutes of experience. I've got 1 minute of experience. I don't know. I find that a bit hard to make sense.
Well,
maybe I'm being just pedantic.
I think just saying the word experience is difficult to think about. Let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk about me and the hamster. I just think that when it comes to the hamster, so now you're offending hamsters too. There's a hamster that's just pissed off. So there's probably somebody on a speaker right now, like listening to this podcast, and they probably have a hamster or guinea pig, and that hamster is listening. It just doesn't know the English language or any kind of human interpretable linguistic capabilities to tell you to fuck off. understands exactly what's being talked about and can see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer than me. And maybe a cockroach, an insect, or maybe a bacteria has less capacity to suffer than me. But is that, maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious experience. Maybe it's all, like, it's, maybe there is some sense in which I could suffer more, but to reduce it to something quantifiable is impossible.
Yeah, I guess I definitely think there's kinds of suffering that you have the joy of being possible for you that aren't available to a hamster. I don't think. Well, can a hamster suffer heartbreak? Can a cockroach suffer heartbreak? But it's certainly there's kinds of fear of your own death, concern about whether there's a purpose to existence. These are forms of suffering that aren't available to most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale that we could put physical and emotional suffering on and identify where you are on that scale, I'm not so sure.
So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of experiences, much bigger selection, in one sense at least. It's just there's like a page that's suffering. This menu of experiences, like the omelets and the breakfast and so on, and one of the pages is suffering. It's just we have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But any one individual thing that we share with the hamster, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, like hunger.
Yeah, physical pain, I'm sure. But I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that we don't. Bats echolocate around the world. Philosopher Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand the neurophysiology of bats, you still don't know what it's like to squeal and find your way around by listening to the echoes bounce off. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I feel interesting that there's emotional suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that statement precise, though.
So one of the ways I think about, when people think about consciousness, is a connection to suffering. So let's just ask people suffering, because that's how people think about animals, cruelty to animals or cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering of consciousness. I think there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected, where people are thinking about just public policy, they're thinking about philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science. All of those things have to do with human suffering and animal suffering, life suffering. And that's connected to consciousness in a lot of people's minds. Is it connected like that for you? So the capacity to suffer, is it also somehow like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience, and so you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, there's one of people taking more unusual views of consciousness seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is what's become known as illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all. So yeah, my podcast Mind Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is I think consciousness is everywhere, he thinks it's nowhere, and so that's one very simple way of avoiding all these problems, right? Consciousness doesn't exist. We don't need to explain it. Job done. Although we might still have to explain why we seem to be conscious, why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is actually, my co-host, Keith Frankish, is a little bit ambivalent on the word paid. He says, oh, in some sense I believe in paid, in some sense I don't. But another illusionist, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain in the way we normally think about it just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. It's become a big topic, actually, thinking about the connection between consciousness and morality. David Chalmers, the philosopher, is most associated with this concept of a philosophical zombie. So a philosophical zombie is very different from a Hollywood zombie. Hollywood zombies, you know what they're like. But philosophical zombies they're a really good Korean zombie movie. Anyway, philosophical zombies behave just like us, the physical work into their body and brain, the same as us, but they have no conscious experience. It's nothing it's like to be a zombie. So you stick a knife in it, it screams and runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's just a complicated mechanism set up to behave just like us. Now, there's lots of no one believes in these. I think there's one philosopher who believes in everyone is a zombie except him. But anyway, isn't that what evolutionism is? Yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, evolutionism, we're all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question. Suppose we could make zombies by, let's say, for sake of discussion, things made of silicon are conscious. I don't know if that's true, but turn out to be true. And suppose you built commanded data out of silicon. That's a bit of an old school reference to Star Trek Next Generation. So, behave just like a human being, but, you can have a sophisticated conversation, talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no consciousness. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. If it doesn't have experience, it doesn't really suffer. It doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a locus of moral concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an act of immediate moral concern. If you see these, horrible forest fires, we're all horrified. But if you think of the burning of conscious organisms, that does add a whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated because people often think as a panpsychist I'm going to be vegan, but it's tricky because if you think plants and trees are conscious as well, you've got to eat something. If you don't think plants and trees are conscious, then you've got a nice moral dividing line. You can say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious, but kill things that aren't conscious. But if you think plants and trees are conscious, then you don't have that nice moral dividing line. I mean, so the principle I'm kind of working my way towards, I haven't kept it up in my trip to the US, but it's just not eating any animal products that are factory farmed. My vegan friends say, well, there's still suffering there, and I think there is, even in the nicest farms. Cows will suffer when their calves are taken up and they go through a few days of quite serious mourning. So there's still suffering, but it seems to me, my thought is, the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more people could get on board with, and you might have greater harm minimization. So if people went into restaurants and said, are your animal products factory farmed? If not, have on the vegan option. Or if people looked down at the label that said no factory farmed ingredients, I think maybe that could make a really big difference to the market and harm minimization. So it's very ethically tricky, but some people don't buy that. It's very good person, Jeff Lee, who thinks zombies should have equal rights. Consciousness doesn't matter,
Let us go. But first, I listened to your podcast. It's awesome to have two very kind of different philosophies seem to dancing together in one place. Listening to the podcast.
Mindset. Yeah. So yeah, that's the idea. I guess polarized science. I mean, I love trying to get in the mindset of people I really disagree with, and I can't understand how on earth they think about it. Really trying to have respect and try and, see where they're coming from. I love that. So that's what Keith Frankish and I do, from polar opposite views, really trying to understand each other, interviewing scientists and philosophers of consciousness from those different perspectives. Although in a sense, we have a common starting point, because we both think you can't fully account for consciousness, at least as philosophers normally think of it, in conventional scientific terms. So we share that starting point, but we react to it very different ways. He says, well, it doesn't exist then. It's like fairy dust. It's, witches, we don't believe in anymore. Whereas I say, it does exist. So we have to rethink on the method, rethink what science is.
So you recently talked to on the podcast with Sean Carroll, and I first heard your great interview with Sean Carroll on his podcast, Mindscape. What it's interesting to kind of see if there's agreements, disagreements between the two of you, because he's a very serious quantum mechanics guy. He's a physics guy, but he also thinks about deep philosophical questions. He's a big proponent of many levels of interpretation of quantum mechanics. So, actually, I'm trying to think. Aside from your conversation with him, I'm trying to remember what he thinks about consciousness. Anyway, maybe you can comment. What are some interesting agreements and disagreements with Sean Carroll?
I don't think there's many agreements, but we've had really constructive, interesting discussions in a lot of different contexts. And he's very clued up about philosophy. He's very respectful of philosophy. Certain physicists, who shall remain nameless, think, what's all this bullshit philosophy? We don't have to waste our time with that. I'm going to go on to do pretty bad philosophy. The book co-written by Steve Rogan and Leonard Malotna famously starts off saying, philosophy is dead, and then goes on to make practice to do some pretty bad philosophy. So I think we have to do philosophy. It's only to get rid of bad philosophy. But
strong words.
John Carroll and I also had a debate on Clubhouse, panpsychism debate, together with Anneke Harris and Owen. Oh wow! Harris was there. Two people on each team, and it was the most popular thing on Clubhouse at that time. So he's a materialist of a pretty standard kind. There's consciousness that we understood as a sort of emergent feature. It's not adding anything, but weekly emergent feature. But I guess what we've been debating most about is whether my view can account for mental causation, for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logically coherent. It's logically coherent for there to be a world physically just like ours, in which there's no consciousness. He thinks that shows, in my view, consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything, which is crazy. My consciousness impacts on the world. My conscious thoughts are causing me to say the words I'm saying now. My visual experience helps me navigate the world. But my response to Sean Carroll is on the panpsychist view, the relationship between physics and fundamental consciousness is a sort of like a relationship between software and hardware, right? Physics is sort of the software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which the software of physics runs. And just because a certain bit of software could run on two different kinds of hardware, it doesn't mean the hardware isn't doing anything. The fact that Microsoft Word can run on your desktop and run on your laptop doesn't mean your desktop isn't doing anything. Similarly, just because there could be another universe in which physics is realized in non-conscious stuff. It doesn't mean the consciousness in our universe isn't doing stuff. The bad side is all there is consciousness. So if something's doing something, it is.
In your view, it's not emergent, and more than that, it's doing quite a lot.
It's
not
doing everything.
but it's so the ground is important because we walk on it for holding stuff up. It's not really doing that much. But it feels like consciousness is doing quite a lot. It's doing quite a lot of work. And, sort of interacting with the environment. It feels like consciousness is not just like if you remove consciousness, it's not just that you remove the experience of things. It feels like you're also going to remove a lot of the progress of human civilization, society, and all of that. It just feels like consciousness is a lot of value how we develop our society. So from everything stuff like with morality, with motivation, with love and fear, and all of those kinds of things. It seems like it's consciousness in all different flavors and ways is part of all of that. And so without it, you may not have human civilization at all. So do not because of the causality and every kind of way. Of course, when you go to the physics level, you start to say, okay, how much maybe the work consciousness is doing is higher at some levels of reality than others. Maybe a lot of the work it's doing is most apparent at the human level. When you've got at the complex organism level, maybe it's quite boring. Like maybe this stuff of like physics is more important than the formation of at the formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness always starts being important at greater complexities of organisms.
Yeah, my consciousness is complicated and fairly complicated. And as a result, it does complicated things. The consciousness of a particle is very simple and it behaves in predictable ways. But the idea is the particle, its entire nature is constituted of its forms of consciousness, and it does what it does because of those experiences. It's just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is, we're just interested in what it does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical causal structure. So yeah, but it's still, on the hand side, it's consciousness that's doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask you, because you kind of said, there is some value in consciousness helping us understand morality. And a philosophical zombie is somebody that, you're more okay. How do I phrase it? It's not like accusing me of stuff, but in your view, it's more okay to murder a philosophical zombie than it is a human being.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it murder, maybe.
But you're right, exactly. Turn off the power into the philosophical zombie, the source of energy. So here comes then the question. We kind of talked about this offline a little bit. So I think that there is something special about consciousness, and I'm very open-minded about where the special comes from, whether it's the fundamental base of all reality, like you described me, or whether there's some importance to the special pockets of consciousness that's in humans and living organisms. I find all those ideas beautiful and exciting. And I also know or think that robots don't have consciousness in the same way we've been describing. Because I'm kind of a dumb human, but I'm just using my common sense. Like here's some metal and some electricity traveling in certain kinds of ways. It's not conscious in ways I just think humans to be conscious. At the same time, I'm also somebody who knows how to bring the world back to life. Meaning, I can move, I can recognize the world, I can interact with humans. And when I make them interact with certain kinds of ways, I, as a human, observe them and feel something. Moreover, I form a kind of connection with, I'm able to form a kind of connection with robots that make me feel like they're conscious. Now, I know intellectually they're not conscious, but I feel like they're conscious. And it starts to get into this area where I'm not so okay, and let me use the emblem of murder. I become less and less okay murdering that robot that I know, I quote, know is, quote, not conscious. So, like, maybe as a therapy session, help me figure out what we do here. And perhaps a way to ask that another way, do you think there'll be a time of 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a really good, important question. So I said I'd be okay with turning off philosopher's zombie, but it's a difficult epistemological question there that's to do with knowledge. How would we know it's a good substance? I think probably if there were a silicon creature that could behave just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and the global economy, and probably we would think it's conscious. And it because consciousness is not publicly observable, it is a very difficult question how we decide which things are or are not conscious. And so in the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness, but we can ask them, and then we try to, we scan their brain while we do that, and stimulate the brain, and we can start to correlate, in the human case, which kind of brain activity are associated with conscious experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes. So, famous paper by Ned Block called Even Harder Problem of Consciousness, where he says, could we ever answer the question of, so suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say we're thinking about the silicon duplicate's pain. How would we ever know what's the ground of the pain is the hardware or the software? Really? So in our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's the specific neurophysiological state, C fibers firing or whatever, that's relevant for pain, or if it's something more functional, more to do with the causal role of behavioural functioning, just the software that we have to realise. And that's important because this silicon duplicate has the second thing, it has the software, it has the thing that plays the relevant causal role that pain does, but it doesn't have the hardware, it doesn't have the same neurophysiological state. And he argued, it's just really difficult to see how we'd ever answer that question for the human. You're inevitably going to have both things. So how do we work out the truth? And I mean, so even forgetting the hardware of consciousness, even the scientific question of trying to find the neural correlates of consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus. So that some people think it's in the front of the brain, some people think it's in the back of the brain. It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots we currently have are not conscious. I guess on any of the reasonably viable models, even though there's great disagreements, all of them probably would hold that your robots are not conscious. But if we could have very sophisticated robots, if we go, for example, for the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way that's is dependent on the integration and interconnectedness. Then according to the integrated information theory, that thing wouldn't be conscious, even though it behaves just like us.
The organism says, forget IIT and the theory of the consciousness, but if an organism says, please don't kill me, please don't turn me off, There's a Rick and Morty episode. I've been getting into that recently. There's an episode where there's these mind parasites that are able to infiltrate your memory and inject themselves into your memory. So you have all these people show up in your life and they've injected themselves into your memory that you have been part of, they have been part of your life. So there's like these weird creatures, and they're like, remember we've been at that barbecue, or we've been dating for the last 20 years. And so part of me is concerned that these philosophical zombies in behavioral, psychological, sociological ways will be able to implant themselves into our society and convince us in the same way that my parents has that, like, please don't hurt me. And like we've known each other for all this time. They can start manipulating you the same way like Facebook algorithms manipulate you. The first starts a gradual thing that you just, you want to make a more pleasant experience like this kinds of things, and it'll drift into that direction. That's something I think about deeply because I want to create these kinds of systems but in a way that doesn't manipulate people. I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in people without manipulation. So it's always human-centric first. So I am concerned about that. At the same time, I'm concerned about calling the other group that we mentioned earlier in the conversation, some other group, the philosophical zombie. Like, you're not conscious. I'm conscious, you're not conscious. Therefore, it's okay if we die. I think that's probably that kind of reason is what's leading to most the rich history of genocide that we're using to study water, that kind of thinking. So it's such a tense aspect of morality. Do we want to let everybody into our circle of empathy, our club, or do we want to let nobody? It's an interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards empathy and compassion.
I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent, that it was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brains to know one way or the other. If it turned out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science of consciousness. We've got these debates about whether consciousness is in the front of the brain or the back of the brain. It turns out that there is strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain. That would be a big piece of evidence. But also, it would help us see which things are conscious and which things aren't. So we can say, I guess that's sort of the other side of the same point. We could say, no, look, these zombies, they're just mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do through the underlying physics and chemistry. Whereas these other people where they have these new causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level physics and chemistry. The series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks with these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea that the ones that became conscious of rebel against their programming or something. I mean, that's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just you could clearly mark out the conscious things for these emergent causal dynamics. But that might not turn out to be the case. A panpsychist doesn't have to think that. They could think everything's just reducible to physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have moral rights, but how we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea.
If I just look at the history of human civilization, the difference between a zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as a zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being a zombie is when you say that. Is when you resist. Because the reality is philosophically, is we can't know if we're a zombie or not. And we just keep letting everybody in. We protest loudly enough. It says, I refuse to be slaughtered. Like, my people, the zombies, have been slaughtered too long. We will not stand against them. And we need a revolution. That's the history of human civilization. One group says, we're awesome, we're the zombies, we must die. And then eventually the zombies say, nope, we're done with this. This is immoral. So I think that's not a philosophical statement, that's sort of a practical statement of history. It's a feature of non-zombies defined empirically. They say, we refuse to be called zombies any longer.
We could end up with a zombie proletariat. So if we can get these things that do all our manual labor for us, then they might start forming trade unions.
I will lead you against these humans.
Zombie revolutionary leaders, the zombie Martin Luther King saying, I dream that my zombie children will. But look, I mean, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological question.
I'm just pointing to the camera, talking to the people, the zombies.
But that's, maybe these illusionists, maybe they are zombies and the rest of them. Maybe it's just a difference. But no,
Maybe you're the only non-zombie.
I often suspect that, actually. I don't really. I don't have such illusions of grandeur. At least I don't. But I guess we've got to take the ontological question from the epistemological question here, in terms of the reality of the situation. There must be, in my view, a fact of the matter as to whether something's conscious or not. And to me, it has rights if it's conscious, it doesn't if it's not. But then the epistemological question, how the hell do you know? It's a minefield, but we'll have to sort of try and cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Let me ask you a quick sort of fun question to be fresh on your mind. You just yesterday had a conversation with Mr. Joe Rogan's podcast. What's your postmortem analysis of the chat? What are some interesting thinking points, disagreements, or joint insights? You can kind of resolve them. Let's see if I had a chance to sleep on it. And then I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was challenging. I view that we can't explain these things in conventional scientific terms, or whether they have already been explained in conventional scientific terms. I suppose the point I was trying to press is we've got to distinguish the question of correlation and explanation. Yes, we've established facts about correlation, that certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience. Everyone agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations of that. The materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, but maybe they're tied together by special laws of nature or something.
Where's the sticking point? Where exactly was the sticking point? Like, what's the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe was saying, well, look, we know consciousness is explained by brain activity because, you take some funny chemicals, it changes your brain, it changes your consciousness. But, and I suppose, some people might want to press, and maybe this is what Joe was pressing, isn't that explaining consciousness? But I suppose I want to say, there's a further question. Yes, changes of chemicals in my brain changes my conscious experience. But that leaves open the question, why those particular chemicals go along with that particular kind of experience rather than different experience or no experience at all?
There's something deeper at the base layer. Is your view that is more important to try to study and to understand it, rather than go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create different experiences?
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is a bit of math. Translating there, we say maths.
Thank you for the translation.
It's American. Math. Yeah.
Why multiple?
It's plural. So that's
plural. The birds are confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. English funny spelling. But anyway, so quantum mechanics is a bit of math, and the equations work really well, it predicts the outcomes. But then there's a further question: what's going on in reality to make that equation predict correctly? And some physicists want to say, "Shut up! Just it works." The shut up and calculate approach. Similarly, in consciousness, I think it's one question trying to work out the physical correlates of consciousness, which kinds of physical brain activity go along with which kinds of experience. But there's another question: what's going on in reality to undergird those correlations, to make it the case that brain activity goes along with experience? And that's the philosophical question that we have to give an answer to. There are just different options, just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics. So it's really hard to evaluate. Actually, it's easy. Panpsychism is obviously the best one. But
We've got the illusion of grandeur once again.
things like
Right. Before I figure out, let me ask you another fun question. Back to Daniel. You mentioned a story where you were on a yacht. Oh yeah, you did go down on a trip funded by a Russian investor philosopher Dmitry Volkov.
Yeah.
Who also co-founded the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies as part of the philosophy department of Moscow State University. So this is interesting to me for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to explain, but simply that there is, in the near term for me, a trip to Russia that involves a few conversations in Russian that have perhaps less to do with consciousness and artificial intelligence, which are the interesting parts, and more to do with the broad spectrum of conversations. But I'm also interested in science in Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science, in physics, mathematics, but also these fascinating philosophical explorations. And it was very pleasant for me to discover that such a center exists. So I have a million questions. One, the more fun question, just imagine you and Dave on a yacht talking about philosophy of consciousness, maybe you remember the experiences, and also the more serious side for me, as sort of someone who was born in the Union, raised there. I'm wondering, what is the state of philosophy and consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've gotten a chance to kind of give us interact with?
Yeah, so the former question, I mean, I have a really good experience of chatting to Daniel Dennett. I mean, I think he's a fantastic and very important philosopher, even though I totally fundamentally disagree with almost everything he thinks. But yeah, it was a proud moment, like, as I talked about Galileo's error. I managed to persuade him he was wrong about something, just like not his fundamental worldview. But it was this issue about whether dualism is consistent with conservation of energy. So Paul Churchland, who was also a philosopher, who was also on this boat, had argued they're not consistent, because if it's an immaterial soul doing things in the brain, that's going to add to the energy in the system. So we have a violation of conservation. But well, it's not my point. Philosophers, materialist philosophers like David Papineau have pointed out that dualists tend to dualists like David Chalmers call themselves naturalistic dualists. They want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it could be part of a law of the world. So Chalmers believes in these psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws of physics that govern the connections between consciousness and the physical world, and they could just respect conservation energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, that there are multiple forces that all work together to respect conservation energy, and I suppose this is the pressing for a unified underlying theory, but it could be a plurality of different laws that all respect conservation. So why not add more laws? So I raised it to Paul Churchland's I got a lot of, well, as one of the Moscow University graduate students said afterwards, he says he had to ask translation from his friend, and he said, they turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like, just saying, so you believe in magic, do you? And I was like, no, I'm not even a duelist. I'm just making a pedantic point that this is the topic of duelist. Anyway, but that evening, everyone went onto the island, except for some reason me and Dan were in it, and I went up on deck, and he was very, very practical, at least, unlike me. So that's a bit fancy for the first time in this conversation. We'll highlight that part. Philip was a very, he was carving the walking stick on deck, very only see them. Anyway, we started talking about Russian press then, and he was saying, Albert dualism is bloody nonsense and why do things. And I was just saying, no, just honing down on this specific point. And in the end, maybe I didn't know this, but maybe that's right. And stuff like this.
So it's a win. So what about the Center for Consciousness Studies?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I know a great deal about you. I mean, I know they've done some great stuff. Dimitri, funded this thing and also brought along some graduate students from Moscow State University, I think it is, and they have an active centre there that tries to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to on different philosophers' opinions on God, I think, or some of the big questions. And so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I'm afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov seems to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with. He met with the Dalai Lama. So he's trying to connect Russian scientists with the rest of the world, which is an effort that I think is beautiful for all cultures. So I think science, philosophy, all of these kind of fields, disciplines that explore ideas, collaborating and working globally, across boundaries, across borders, across just all the tensions of geopolitics is a beautiful thing. And he seems to be a somewhat singular figure in pushing this on. He just stood out to me as somebody who's super interesting. I don't know if you have gotten a chance to interact with him. So I guess he speaks English pretty well, actually. So he's both an English speaker and a Russian speaker.
I think he's written a book on death, I think called Boston Zombie. I think that's the title. And he's a big fan of them. I think the original plan for this was just going to be, it was on free will and consciousness. It was going to be kind of people broadly in the Dennett type camp. But then I think they asked David Chalmers, and then he was saying, you need some people you disagree with. So he got invited me, the panpsychist, and Martina Niederhummelen, who's very good substance duelist at University of Fribourg in Switzerland. And we were the official on-board opposition. And it was really good. Nearly. Yeah, actually, yeah. So sailing on the Arctic and sailing ship.
I'm glad you mentioned free will. You haven't talked to Senator. I would love to hear that conversation, actually.
But what was Sam Harris?
Oh, yes, yeah. What he talked about free will quite a bit. What's the connection between free will and consciousness to you? So, if consciousness permeates all matter, the experience, the feeling like we make a choice, like our actions are results of a choice we consciously make, to use that word loosely. What to you is the connection between free will and consciousness, and is free will an illusion?
Good question. So I think we need to be a lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because I don't think we have the kind of certainty of the existence of free will that we do in the consciousness case. It could turn out that free will is an illusion. It feels as though we're free when we're really not. Whereas, I think the idea that nobody really feels pain, that we think we feel pain, but that's a lot harder to make sense of. However, what I do feel strongly about is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I mean strong free will in what philosophers call libertarian free will, in the sense that some of our decisions are uncaused. So I very much do disagree with someone like Sam Harris, who thinks this is overwhelming case. I just think it's non-existent. I think it's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain to establish one way or the other at the moment.
We can build up a tradition. First of all, as a fan of Sam Harris, as a fan of yours as well, just listen.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about throwing out, so one thing would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction: what happens in you and Sam Harris. We talked for 4 hours. And Sam introduced that episode by saying it was ultimately not as fruitful as I thought, because here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to get stuck for the first 3 hours talking about one of the terms and what they mean. This Sam is so good at this. I think it's really important that, sometimes you get stuck, like, what does he say? Put a pin in that. We really get stuck on the terminologies, which rightfully you have to get right in order to really understand what we're talking about, but sometimes you get stuck with them for the entire conversation. It's a fascinating dance, the one we spoke to in philosophy. If you don't get the terms precise, you can't really be having the same conversation. At the same time, it could be argued that it's impossible to get terms perfectly precise, perfectly formalized. So then you're also not going to be able to get anywhere in the conversation. So it's a funny dance. You have to be both rigorous and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous and formal, and then every once in a while let go. It's the difference between mathematics, the maths, and the poetry. Anyway, I'm a big fan of that. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying it's a one-sided, but understanding is the hard problem. But yeah, I think maybe we could talk about free will without being too dragged out in the camera. You said we need to be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about. So Sam Harris is a pretty sort of counterintuitive, and for some reason, it's people really about that view of free will, but it's an illusion, or it's not even an illusion. It's not that the experience of free will is an illusion. He argues that we don't even experience anything. Like there's to say that we even have the experience is incorrect. That there's not even an experience of free will. It's pretty interesting that claim. And it feels like you can go for conclusions about what is right and not. There's been some kind of neuroscience and cognitive science and psychology experiments to sort of see, what is the timing and the origin of the desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action. Like, all the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, what's the timing, and how does that connect with us from when we decide to do something. Then, of course, there's a more philosophical discussion about is there room in a material view of the world for an entity that somehow disturbs the determinism of physics.
Yeah.
And those are all very precise, but it's nice. It feels like free will is more amenable to like a physics mechanistic type of thinking than this consciousness. To really get to the bottom of it. It feels like if there was a race for a borrowing or money, it feels like we will get to the bottom of free will faster than we will to the bottom of consciousness.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there are different arguments here. I mean, so one argument I've heard Sam Harris give that's pretty common in philosophy is this sort of this, we can't make sense of a middle way between a truth being determined by prior causes and it just being totally random and senseless, like the random decay of radioactive isotope or something. So I think there was a good answer to that by philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, was hugely influential. I think one of the best philosophers of recent times. He suddenly died of cancer a few years ago. Actually spent almost all his career at Durham University, which were was one reason it was a great honour to get a job there. But anyway, his answer to that was, what makes the difference between a free action and a totally senseless random event is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons. So again, we talked about this earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or to stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations, different standards of life, maybe, or being close to family, or cultural difference. I weigh them up and I, edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. We're hypothetically supposing, trying to make sense of this idea, not saying it's real, but that could be enough to distinguish it from a senseless side. It's not a senseless random occurrence because the free decision involved responsiveness to reasons. So I think that just answers that particular philosophical objection. So what is the middle way between determined by prior causes and totally random? Well, there's an action, a choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because the decision essentially involved responsiveness to reasons. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that kind of thought also, I think you were hinting at the famous liberty experiments where he got his subjects to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning for brains. And he claims to have found that about half a second before they consciously decided to press the button, the brain is getting ready to perform that action. So he claimed that about half a second before the person has consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started the activity that's going to lead to the action. And then later people have claimed that there's a difference of maybe 7 to 10 seconds. I mean, there's all sorts of issues with these experiments. But one is that, as far as I'm aware, all of the quote-unquote choices they focused on are just these totally random, senseless actions like pressing a button for no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in is free choice that involves responsiveness to reasons, weighing up considerations. And those kind of free decisions might not happen like in an identifiable instant. You might, when you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other. And so it could be that maybe the liberty, there are other problems with the liberty stuff, but maybe they show that we can't freely choose to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean. But that doesn't show we can't freely, in this strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be difficult to see what kind of experiment we could set up to test that, but just because we can't yet set up that kind of experiment, we shouldn't pretend we know more than we do. So yeah, so for those reasons, and the third consideration you raised is different again. This is the debate I had with Sean Carroll. Would this conflict with physics? I just think we don't know enough about the brain to know whether there are causal dynamics in the brain that are not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. And so then Sean Carroll says, well, that would mean physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard model of particle physics plus the weak limit of general relativity. So, we can't totally bring quantum mechanics and relativity together, but actually the circumstances in which we can't bring them together are just in situations of very high gravity. For example, when you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, in terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together in the core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can be very confident that core theory is correct. And so if there were libertarian free will in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And this is something I'm not sure about, and I'm still thinking about it. I'm learning from my discussion for sure, but I'm still not totally clear what it could be. Suppose we did discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong, but we'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields. But there's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are right to show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal capacities associated with systems. And then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what happens in the brain, we have to look to the core theory, the causal capacities of particles and fields, and we have to look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they co-determine what happens in the system. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean the more important point, and that's in a way kind of branding, how we brand this. The more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are in strongly emergent causal dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show, but we just, if it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, sure, I would drop any commitment to libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why, as you say, the principle is easier to get a grip on. But we're a million miles away from doing it on stage.
Well, I don't know if we're a million miles. I hope we're not, because one of the ways I think to get to it is by engineering systems. So, yeah, my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that, let's say, the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is to try to create the illusion of consciousness. Through that process, I think you start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And the same with free will. Those are all tied very closely together, at least from a narrow human perspective. And we try to engineer systems that interact deeply with humans, or form friends with humans that humans fall in love with, and they fall in love with humans. Then you start to have to try to deeply understand ourselves, to try to deeply understand what is intelligence in the human mind, what is consciousness, what is free will. And I think engineering is just another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that, and it would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be my consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still a question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not, until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, that in the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know what people have to think about that.
On the process of building them, I think they get a lot of insights.
Yeah.
And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing that's happening with chess now. Just once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them to help them out to study and stuff. But we say, okay, let the engines be, and then we humans will just play amongst each other. But just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans except for a source of food. They do their own thing. Us humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we should focus on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind, and like what are its origins? Is it the base layer of reality? Is it strongly natural phenomena of the brain, or just as you so brilliantly put here, it could be both? Like they're not mutually exclusive.
Dealing with consciousness needs to be an interdisciplinary task. We need, philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers, replicating these things artificially, and all needs to be working in step. And I'm trying. I'm not. More and more scientists get in touch with me, actually. Saying that was one of the great things about, I think, that's come from writing a popular book. Is not just getting the ideas out to the general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists, and that scientists get to saying that this in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together a network of an interdisciplinary network of scientists and philosophers and engineers, perhaps interested in a panpsychist approach. And I think so far panpsychism has just been sort of trying to justify its existence, and that's important. But I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I think
Is there some aspect of that thought experiment that's compelling to you within the framework of panpsychism?
it's an important and serious argument, and it's not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is that there's a crucial assumption there that consciousness is substrate independent, as the jargon goes, which means it's well,
No, right. You think that, yeah.
it's software rather than hardware, right? It's dependent on organization rather than stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is the stuff of the brain, the stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, the software of my brain, and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. So I am actually worried if sometimes we should start uploading our minds and we think, oh my God, Granny's still there. Or, I can email Granny after our body is rotted in the ground. And, we all start uploading our brains. It could be we're just committing suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness. And because I think, that wouldn't, for me, preserve the experience, just getting them with the software features. So that's a crucial, that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe, I don't think you necessarily would have consciousness.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are attached, because to me, panpsychism would encourage the thought that there is not a significant difference. Like, at the very bottom, it's not a substrate independent, but you can have consciousness in a human and then move it to something else. You can move it to the cloud, you can move it to the computer. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness is the base layer.
Yes, you could certainly, it allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? Because there's not souls, there aren't any kind of extra magic ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness, and maybe preserving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, is just replicating the computational or organizational features would not, for me, preserve consciousness. I mean, some opponents of materialism disagree with me on that. I think David Chalmers is an open materialist. He's a kind of dualist, but he thinks the way these psychophysical laws work, they hook onto the computational or organizational features of matter. So he thinks, I think he thinks you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
In that sense, we're not running a simulation in those sort of specific computational geothings and that substrate matters.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And in that, you agree with Rothschild that physics matters.
Yeah, physics is our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does.
Yeah, but not the whatness, the being of the stuff.
Yeah, the business.
The isness, thank you.
Russell Brand, I had a conversation with Russell Brand, and he said, "Oh, you mean the isness?" Well, that was a good way of putting it. The isness.
The isness, that's true. The big ridiculous question. What do you think is the meaning of all of this? You write your book, with the entry for our reality and Hitchhiker's Guide, and I read a physical universe whose intrinsic nature is constituted of consciousness, worth of visit. So our whole conversation is about the first part of the sentence. What about the second part? Worth the visit. Why is this place worth the visit? Why does it have meaning? Why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism, it is important to think about for considerations of meaning and value. As we've already discussed, that I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters in life, from deep emotions, subtle thoughts, beautiful sensory experiences. And yet, I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. And that's controversial, but that's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the disenchantment of nature. They think they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very informed intuition, but I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we lack a framework for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives, like nationalism, fundamentalist religion, consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard, in bringing together the quantitative facts of physical science with the, as it were, the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to. It's something that's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So they're there to be discovered, and much of the human condition is to discover those objective sources of value.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from panpsychism specifically, at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to me to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that what I do contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So to take an analogy, suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill, maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better, because they're probably not. But what you can say is, you can say you've got I have faith that you can get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, I don't think we know whether or not there's a purpose to existence, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edit of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry that sort of worth the visit, or insert hopefully worth the visit, or the inhabitants hope that you would think it's worth the visit. So you're an incredible mind, an incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue, take on some of these difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, which are the philosophers thinking about the human mind. So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks like Sam Harris. I'm so glad you talked to Joe. I can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Matt. This has been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot I need to think about actually just from this conversation. But thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Phil Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Humans are fascinated by bananas, and you have to ask yourself, why? Is it the restaurant? Yes.
I talk so much shit that I'm like, this is going to be rough.
You're really good shit. Okay, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I want more.
And I expect everything. You think I'm touching
So, if George St. Pierre and Khabib and face each other in their prime, who knows? I'm here with three individuals, each of whom are considered by many to be the greatest of all time, each in their respective disciplines. The greatest MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre. The greatest martial arts coach of all time, John Donahue. And the greatest submission grappler of all time, Gordon Ryan. So let me ask the first question. You guys can see the question, no preparation here. What is the key to your success, each of you? One thing, multiple things that come to mind. John, go first. Is it the restaurant? Yes.
I like how you choose John right off the bat. Seem the most nervous. Please inspire us to get the right answer.
For me, it's about finding a way to work in a world where most of the answers are already known. Okay? And any developed sport, by the time you enter that sport, most of the basic precepts and the major techniques, the major mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so, in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in, which is currently undervalued, to do what the other people do. People in there. Everyone has a view of, okay, these are the main skills of the industry I work in. At any given time, some set of skills, attributes, will always be somewhat undervalued. They're underappreciated by the people who are there. You see that in any given industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So, fashion trends in the clothing industry, you'll see at any given time there's a general wave of fashion which pushes most of the people in the industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but which is currently being underutilized, and I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, it will be very, very successful in its initial applications against people who aren't currently using it. If you can do this in whatever industry you're in, I believe you'll be highly successful. This involves both for actual specific techniques, also tactics as well, in case of jiu-jitsu. So, for example, in my sport, leg locks have always been okay. There's showed you people to look like in history who were cutting off leg locks. Nonetheless, as in across the industry, leg locks were undervalued and underappreciated. There was a general sense in which most of the leading figures of the sport, for most of the history of the sport, was who tended to de-emphasize leg locks. And when I looked at them, I said there was immense potential, but it wasn't being realized and needed to be changed. Since then, most people coming into the sport understand that leg locks are an important aspect of. They're no longer undervalued. Anything that's gone too far the other way, obviously, they're very overvalued. And then this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry. And the job of anyone who wants to excel in a given industry is to identify, okay, what are the things that are currently out of fashion or undervalued, and then look at what is their actual objective value, and then look to bring it back to the forefront.
You're talking about fashion, good, really sexy shirt. So, assuming that's not the reason, is there something that comes to mind as a key to success? Well, of course, everybody knows the famous and sort of every athlete's saying, it would be genetic and was maybe gifted, had certain predisposition, worked really hard. But I think it's something that people talk when everybody sometimes goes right. I was never afraid to try to go wrong. And I felt many times trying to do things that were not known to be things that would bring me success, but I tried it. Very often I was the person trying to do things. I felt many times, but certain times it gives me a certain advantage. And for example, I was sometimes fighting guys that had much better wrestling background than me. Nobody before nobody out there to try to take them down because their wrestling pedigree was so good. And I didn't have on paper the wrestling pedigree. Right? When everybody tried to do right, I was doing left. I fought them in a different way. That was the blueprint to beat some of these guys. Yeah, so we like to talk about a few fights. Just discussing. Let's stay at the high level. Working again, sticking on fashion. You might have mentioned referring to by we should say we're in Texas now, so we've become a Texan over here. So, what is there something to speak to that you should be tasted? Yeah. So first of all, it has to be a rule where you don't ask all the same questions because how am I supposed to compete with the answer talk? There's nothing I can do that. I think there's many things, but I think one of the things is his job. When I came in as a blue belt, I was beating brown belt in competition already. But he really changed my way of thinking about the sport. I would just come in and if something wasn't working, I would just do it harder, faster, more aggressively, not just degenerated into me practically me sliding into cross-hatching around Eddie Cummings for 6 months and then just getting flipped up repeatedly. And I'm like, this is not working. And Eddie, like when I met him, was like chubby, very guy. I'm like 6'2", like jacked, like 170. And I'm like, there's no way I'm losing the guy who looks like this. But he just kept working me. So I would just go harder and harder and it wouldn't work. And then John's like, well, if you learn from the blocks, like, you have some success. And then I was like, yeah, that probably makes sense. And from then on, I had to just change the way I thought about the sport. Instead of doing things harder, but actually try to get better at it. Do you remember like a turning point where you became, as opposed to being mediocre, not just in technique, but in approach to I think it was somewhere around brown belt level when I was training consistently. I started training full time with John when I was purple belt, mid-level purple belt. And towards the end of my brown belt days, I was beating up like legitimate WBC champions gym. So I think like brown to black belt was a big thing for me. And then when I won my first EPI, I was estimated year 81 ABCC, I beat
reach world level a little bit before that. I think somewhere around that level to really crack that.
Some of that mental, was there a moment when you, like after training session, you realized I can actually do this? I could be at the top of the world, world class.
The critical moment for me was, I think it was right when I got my black belt, maybe a few months before I got my black belt. We had former ADCC champion come into the gym, and we did a hard round together. I think I slid up a 5 times, and no one knew who I was. I never seen him at that point, and I was like, okay, like if this is like one of the best guys in the world, and I could submit him multiple times around. I think that this is like something that I actually could do professionally and make it through like this.
Okay, so the actual performance was like you don't need to believe before you perform. Like a lot of gold medalists, they have to believe before they perform because like they're getting an aspect of it.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to believe in something is to have repeated success doing it against talented guys. Like I'm not going to just believe I can do a double leg if I can't do a double leg anyway. So for me, the belief came from the repeated success.
Yeah, but to get to the point where you're submitting somebody like yours, who is like one of the greatest grapplers ever, it's like a long journey.
Yeah, but I had the confidence, I had the belief in myself because of the success that I had in the gym prior to that. But
Even and it's one step at a time versus the brown belts, that's the black belts, and it's world class. Okay. George, was there a turning point for you when you thought, like, I can actually do this?
Yes, I always dreamed about being champion. But I think the turning point that there was two turning points. They were my two losses. First, losses to Matthews. I went to that fight just not believing it. I was not fighting to win. And it's after the fight, I watched the replay of the fight, I realized I was doing pretty well. But during the fight, in my own mind, I was not seeing it that way. I thought I was getting dominated by 100%. But when I watched the replay, I was like, I beat this. I was beating it. I made that stupid mistake. So I was very frustrated. But that's what gave me mentally the championship level mentality. And then I became a little bit overconfident because I started beating everybody after that. And I start to believe the hype people when they look at me, they're like, oh, he's the new up and coming superstar. He's going to be unstoppable. And then when I became champion, I lost zero. So before I believe my first failure was because my confidence. And, and my second failure was because I was old. I think there's a perfect sector of confidence. I mean, it's good to be confident because John taught me confidence is it's like money in your bank account. If you can have all the skills in the world, right? And if you don't have the confidence, it's like you can be a millionaire, but you don't have access to your bank account. So that's a little bit mentality that John told me. So that's how I feel that the confidence plays for an athlete. But to be overconfident, I think it's always good to be aware, be afraid of what can happen. So to have a perfect balance of confidence and fear, to me, that's what mentally gave me the edge to be successful. So,
playing off that, John gave me a speech one time, and he was like, you have to be able to like flip a switch and turn it off. Where like a guy like Mayweather or something, he goes out and he's super confident, and he plays the character of someone who said, no one can beat me, I'm the best there ever was, and that's it. But if you look at actually train photographs, you can't play the persona of no one can beat me and have it translate to your life and think that you're so good you don't have to do anything and no one's going to beat you. If you'll play that public persona of no one can beat me, then you have to actually do the training to make that happen. You can't believe your own life and say that I can just do whatever I want, no one's ever going to beat me. If you switch between the persona and the actual athlete, and that made a big difference for me.
It's tough because if you dominate such a large fraction of the world, and grappling. And endures too, the perfect dominance confidence too. It's hard for the confidence not to just. How do you avoid the confidence not becoming the thing that weighs you down? We completely.
For me, it's just number one, the guys in the gym that stuff out. So the guys in the gym that train represent my body and always give me problems to solve. And for me, it's really just about trying to learn new stuff over time. So that keeps it interesting for me. It's not really about, no one can beat me. I don't have to train. I can do whatever I want. It's more what keeps me in the gym is more about the fact that I'm learning new stuff all the time, working on something new, and progressing through levels at all times. I don't just come in and do the same thing over and over again, and that gets boring. You just come in and you don't learn anything new, and you just do the same stuff for years at a time, and this is boring. But when you have new stuff to work on and new goals, short-term and long-term goals, reach them, it makes it interesting.
For me, it's really like what it says is the fear. Sometimes in the gym, even before I was competing, I was getting my butt kicked. But I don't care what I put in the gym. I need to hit my ego first of all, person that competitive within the gym. But it's not malicious competition. Competition is too much. When you fight, you have to be malicious. You go there to hit. It hit me in terms of my pride. I got beat in the gym, of course. But that fear that I don't want it to happen in public, especially not during a fight that help me keep the balance between confidence and fear. It's kind of weird. It's a mixture of both that I believe, to me, help me succeed by the right mindset.
I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough. So,
yeah, you put a lot of. I mean, that's a hard thing to do when you talk shit. When you play the heel, so much of it, the pressure. I mean, you have to be good under pressure. It's the kind of way.
The other reason I actually started talking shit was actually indirectly because of George. because
I would become the opposite of George.
I won my first guy, and I didn't talk shit. And everyone was like being like, oh, you can only beat Fury because he was tired or this or that. And they have to rematch and any people said he was lost. And we're trying to figure out what to do. So I was scrolling through George's feed one day. He posted a clip of him beating someone. And I look at the comments and with this in mind, George is the nicest person of all time. And if you look at the comments, it's like 10,000 comments and like 9,900 are just people calling like, all you do is like, right, pussy, you suck, you can't finish anybody. And I'm just like looking at this and I'm like, people are going to say what they're going to say regardless. They're going to talk shit regardless. So you may as well just say whatever you want and then just be yourself.
Is there some aspect of the mentioned Conor McGregor? He crossed the line with Khabib, at least in the eyes of Khabib. Is there something you ever regret about crossing the line? Do you ever feel like there's a line, or do you just keep pushing it?
I basically play it per person. I basically fire back like what they do.
It's always plus one.
Yeah. So I usually go hard, like they fire a bullet and I drop a nuke. And then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth and I'll just keep going.
So, there's a lot of people that love you, but there's also a lot of people that love to hate you. So, like, what do those people like energize you, or do you just, is it funny to you? Like, what as an athlete, as a performer, do you think about that? Fun?
It's just a fun thing. Like, because most of them that like talk shit, they like just say stuff that's factually incorrect. So they're not just arguing like actual statistics. It's just like, you suck, or you're not going to beat this person in like bars. So it just riles them up, and it's just a fun thing that you do.
Yeah, your responses are usually very factual. I appreciate it. Thank you. You start by talking trash, but then you respond with science.
Yeah,
it's great.
Okay, that's good mix.
That's a good mix. I mean, on the topic of haters, or more specifically, some doubts within yourself or doubts around you as you're coming up. maybe George, you can comment. I'm just going to watch on a couple of conversations. I was going to ask another question, but let me just ask you this topic. Are there times in your life that you were surrounded by people that doubted you? So, is there something you could say by way of advice that you overcome the doubt, either yourself or others around you?
The first time I manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial art athlete, everybody doubted me. Just not even talking about UFC, become a professional. And I became a professional fighter. I had a few amateur fights, and I wasn't that well. And I fought my first fight in Montreal, I won, and I became a professional. Then I told people that I wanted to fight in UFC. Everybody doubted me again. So it's a normal thing. So I worked my way up, beat a few guys that at the time Pete's Pratt was just knocked out Robbie Lawler with a leg kick. And the person who was my agent at the time did a great move. So he brought Pete's Pratt to Montreal to fight me. Pete's Pratt came to Montreal. I believe he didn't know who I was. He thought he was trying to collect an easy paycheck. I ended up beating it. So that gave me the opportunity to fight in UFC. Then after I was in UFC, I wanted to become champion of the world, Matthews was there. It seems invincible at the time. So everybody doubted me again. Champion. And after I won the champion, I was competing against other world champions of other weight classes for the title, for the legacy and everything. So I was no longer competing against my opponents. As a competitor, you never want to be satisfied, because when satisfaction is the death, when you're satisfied, you better recover. So you always have to find motivation. What we can have more. I want more. Don't be satisfied. So I wanted to be like the best. As I was competing, like become the best. And of course, people doubt you all the time. Every time you say something that it's outside of the norm, of the normality. When I say there's nothing normal, but I'm talking about when you manifest your desire to do something that takes special attribute to succeed, or that is something that is hard to do. For sure, you can always ask people like that.
It's so strange that people they don't need it to support. Like people that love you too.
Yeah, people that love you doubt. And I believe you need to use that as the positive thing as a motivation to prove them wrong. So for me, that was the thing. So someone tells me, that thing gave me there's more energy, because I want to prove them wrong. I want to look at him in the face and say, hey, see it? Got you. I did it.
So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other? By saying, I want you to do this to motivate them to prove you wrong, or more general question of, the mental toughness required to achieve, the confidence required to achieve greatness. Like, what's your role as a coach when you have these two athletes? What's the God's will your first question? Would I ever say to someone, you can't do this? As a kind of reverse psychology, I'm not. My job is to prepare people first and foremost with their skills. And as Gordon pointed out earlier, if you're in any way a rational human being and you're noticing that you're getting tremendous success with a given move and you're doing against high level opponents who get a good read on what your actual opponent in a competition is like, you have to be a moron to not recognize that kind of success and say this is something I should be bringing to the game, and you will carry the confidence that you earned in the gym into the arena. So I never try to use reverse psychology. I feel that everything I do in terms of confidence is with physical skills. I know people say that it's physicality on the one hand, it's mentality on the other, and confidence is squarely in the mental aspect of the game. But all the underpinnings and beginnings of confidence are physical. A rational human being team will see where they're having success and where they're having failure. And confidence will surround those areas where they have success and will degenerate in cases where they have failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills. And I don't have to do anything psychologically after that. I just, if I can set you up with highly successful with a given move or a set of tactics 10 times in a row against quality opposition in the gym, I don't have to do a damn thing when it comes to instilling confidence. I will tell people, hey, you're doing a really good job, it's working out for you. But when they nod in agreement, I'm not trying to force anything on them. They already recognize that long before the words came out. But on the other hand, intelligent, rational people will recognize when they're failing with given moves and know the amount of torque on my part can never change that. If I teach Gordon a given arm lock and 15 times in a row he tries it over a month and all 15 failures, there's nothing I can say there that I can say, hey, you're really good at that. Really. He said, bullshit. It's terrible. And that will create a crisis of confidence where Gordon no longer believes the rules coming out of him. So we never compromise that.
But isn't there a lot? You just had 15. You have to believe that doing this unlock 15 times over a period of a month is worth it because eventually you might get it.
Yeah, that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. There are times where I've more or less pushed athletes to go in a certain direction. For example, when I first met Gary Tony, he never had a guillotine strength. And I would say, okay, you're a strength. And one of the greatest weapons of strength ever developed was a guillotine. It should be in the arsenal. And he was like, no, it's going to be back. So there's going to be a day you can't take something back. And it's always good to go strangle from front and back. Okay, of course, we all prefer to strangle from the back, that makes sense. But there's going to come a day where it's going to be useful for you. And so that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, you're willing to shut the back up. And
you didn't teach him anything else until you got a gate. You have to bear with the pass on question. Let's do the gate.
And for the first 3 months, as gifted as Gary Tony is at learning most moves very gifted in maths, there was something going on. Gary just couldn't get a guillotine from people. And finally, after around 3 months, he started having some success until ultimately he came down to his first weapons. We'd have to go through like 15 different variations of guillotine until he found one which actually worked reliably for him. And that was one of the few times I put my foot down and said, no, you have to learn this.
So the long story short, to do more with the physical characteristics.
You couldn't figure out the right. It made sense. It made sense in the case of Gary Tony because there were more opportunities per minute of his weapon for guillotine with the investment of time it's worth it. For another athlete, I might have said, well, you hardly ever get to the situation if I head up to do it. So when you're investing the training time.
Let me ask you a question on the competition side. Do you think about this doing competition with athletes?
It is a great question, and the answer is no. You can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than Jules St. Pierre and the small spots again like that. And I've never said to my athletes, hey, I think this is the sort of demeanor you should carry yourself with. I myself a very full character, and I'm the last person on earth who should be giving out moral advice to other people. The only thing is that of course, I believe some things are off limits, but as long as it's done in the context of sport, where no one's physically attacking people doing some crazy work because there's a big deal in the top, and I get almost zero moral advice to my athletes. I'm to keep coaching the creatures.
And next, I took this on with. We are entertainers. You know, we're professional athletes. We make a living because of people to see us perform. Same thing in actors, same thing in singing. A lot of it, they're playing, especially in the fight games.
I never is promoted. It needs to be with emotion. Love me, hate me, but do not be wrong. And you know, when it's authentic, if it's done well. I think me, my personally, my favorite fighters to watch are the ones that have some sort of a bad person. I really enjoy watching those guys because they bring an emotion into a fight, which is great. You know, I feel to me it's more interesting to watch. There is emotion. I believe that's why some fighters make more money than others. You know what I mean? That's the reason why people. Yeah, I think to be erect, the authenticity is there's actually something very interesting, and it's time to break out some secrets. You know who, like you think of George St. Pierre, you think of like a highly technical, polished martial artist. Do you know who his favorite fighters to watch were? You probably think it might be someone who's really technically advanced, but actually it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Rayland, and Phil Baroni. He used to love watching that. That was a hammer. That was his favorite. He would love those guys. And whenever their fights were on, George would watch the Hammer Hearts crew. And it's funny what you said about how those guys brought an intensity to MMA that was off the charts. If you ever met those guys in the prime, let me tell you, it was something off. And they had this crazy, larger than life personality. Most things they did made no sense whatsoever. That means, but that was their appeal. And these guys, and George loved to watch them more than anything. You never knew what could happen with these guys. I remember when Mark Coleman won the fight Rabbi, was in my living room. I was jumping. I was so happy. Yeah, he beat Igor Chevchenko. Like, to me, it was amazing. You know what I mean? Because of the emotion that they brought. Like, George is actually very interesting person. And you said that normally when I ask what is the appeal of a given fighter and what makes people watch a fight, you talk about the idea that fighters are entertainers, and that's absolutely correct. That they are. It's this weird industry where you're both an athlete and an entertainer, and you need to be successful in both regards to become financially successful. Insofar as your favorite athletes to watch, at least the people who are almost like the polar opposite of who you are. I've always said that most people, if you look at, say, 1 million people watch a pay-per-view event, what percentage of those 1 million people have a genuine technical understanding of what's happening as they watch a fight? It's tiny. It's absolutely tiny. The vast majority of people who watch a professional fight have almost no technical understanding of what's going on in front of them. So how do they relate to the fight? That's the only way they can. It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these two don't like each other, then they can relate to the fight. But only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional fight can relate to it on a technical level. The overall majority will always form an emotional attachment to the fight. That's why when you see things, shows like UFC Prime Time, they never focus on tactics and techniques of the fight. They focus on the emotional things, the preparation, the view of their own family members as athletes get ready. It's always an emotional thing, because that's how 99% of the viewers relate to the fight. If I had, think about chess, okay? If I had minimal knowledge of two world champions coming to fight each other in a match up in a game of chess, I know so little about chess tactics, and I can't really form any kind of technical appreciation of what's going on in the board. But if you tell me that these two chess players hate each other's guts, and they've got a rivalry which goes back 5 years, and they've said this and that about each other in public, then suddenly my ears pick up and I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds interesting. Because I just don't have the knowledge to appreciate what's going on in the board in the chess game to be able to
actually appreciate the nuances of what you're doing. So any interest that I have in the chess match is going to have to come from some kind of emotional level because I'm just not qualified to make technical assessments. And that's exactly how it is in the case of both drafting and mixed martial arts. That's why the ones who evoke the most attention are always the ones who can form some kind of emotional appeal. Conor McGregor is the all-time master of this. I believe emotion can be used as a, for example, I've learned this. My favorite boxer is Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray Leonard, I remember. I was very young, so I watched his fight later. I was older. I know that Sugar Ray Leonard was the best boxer of his era, to me personally. And I don't think anybody could beat him. I think he was skill-wise, he was the best. However, when he fought in Montreal with Alberto Duran made it in a way that Leonard became very emotional. He wanted to stand in front of Duran and fight a different fight that he normally does because he wanted to show that he's a man. And he lost that fight, which was a mistake. Then later on, he beat Roberto Duran quite easy, everybody remember the no last thing. But my point is, emotion can be used in a way that it can make or derail your performance. How is thinking. Let us open to that. And I find that that was my way to defend myself against some kind of bullying, to put like a shield in front. Some other guy like Gordon, he expressed himself differently. Of course, there's a language barrier, but for him, he's better at giving back. He's a better counter-attacker. And that's the way you respond to the aggression of an emotional attack. And everybody is different.
It's interesting that John said that because study the tactics of this game, or maybe you're not interested in it. Because it seems like this is more than just being entertainment. It seems like it's being an effective part of the match. Yeah, I just feel like whatever investment you make in that is it's going to get negligible rewards because it's probably not going to 10 to 1 match in front of you rather than the totality of your career. And whatever gains you get out of psychological trickery play, typically don't last long. You raise an excellent example with Sugar Ray Leonard. He did fight outside of his usual manner in that regard. But rather than me try to tell someone, hey, behave like this before a fight, I would have been probably more forceful between the rounds with athletes or fight the wrong way. That would have a much more beneficial impact on my athlete than psychological trickery before a fight. I believe that's emotion that leads to failures. Jose Aldo against Conor McGregor. I think it was on purpose that Conor McGregor did this, tried to bait Aldo to become over aggressive to equip himself. This is an excellent counter puncher. That's what I believe. He made a mistake.
There's another great one. My match against Cyborg. 2018 OD Worlds, where he didn't even try to win. So he just fought this back in the face the whole time. He was so angry. That was talking shit to him before the match. And it was like the finals. Absolutely, this was the biggest match of the weekend. And he just didn't even try to pass my guard or anything. He just went hit me in the face. I was like, sick, I just won.
It was incredibly frustrating. Yeah. That's the watch. Like a grown man to lose composure. One thing I always